Going on, nation? It is NFL draft night, and we are here together, not recording remotely, and covering this NFL draft, which nobody knows what's going to happen. It's going to be a lot of wild cards thrown out. Who knows what's going to go on, but it's going to be a good time. I am AJ Riley from Straight Shooting, here with all of the fellas. Paul and Dylan from The Big Picture. Ryan from Throwing Stones, here to prove that he's not just a basketball guy. And we are also bringing in special guest, content extraordinaire, Don Drysdale. Don, how's it going, buddy?
Guys, it's a blast to be here. I appreciate you having me, first of all.
Of course.
I was going to kind of stay off screen, but I think this is going to be a good time.
It's gonna be a great time.
I look forward to joining you.
It's going to be fun. We're glad that you are here. Now, Dylan, we're going to come to you first because your Bears, represented by your Matt Forte jersey, are not picking tonight because there are 8 teams that have multiple picks tonight in the first round, which is going to make it rather interesting, specifically when the Lions get to 2 if, as we all agree, Aiden Hutchinson isn't there. So, Dylan, what is something that you're looking for specifically tonight, or what should maybe we be looking for tonight? What do you think?
Everything clearly is Lions-centric, but from a neutral perspective, especially not having a pick, it's just going to be great to see all the stupid stuff that teams do. Specifically, something that I alluded to already was the Atlanta Falcons are going to be taking a receiver. So anybody with like a live betting odds, if you find a positionally Atlanta receiver, go for it.
Does dumb stuff include trading all of your first-round picks for Khalil Mack when you don't have a quarterback?
4 years ago and still bringing it up? I'd say so.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure. Paul, what are you looking for tonight, man?
I'm looking to see if Chicago does have a pick, honestly, because you say they're not picking tonight, but that's the awesome thing about the first round of the NFL draft. You never know. Maybe they trade up to 32 to draft Kenny Pickett. We know that Justin Fields? Justin Fields.
You got there
a bum. Complete bum. We know that he's a bum. Listen, he went to a bum school. Bum quarterback is to be expected.
We are not homers at all, right?
No, not at all.
And you're going to find that out with the second pick.
Right. Just warning you, if Aiden Hutchinson is on the board and he is not selected by the Lions, we may not see Paul for the rest of the night. There's one of two things that's going to happen. Paul's going to get up and walk out and leave entirely.
Depends on who the pick is.
There will be a 6th member of our broadcast crew tonight, and it's going to be shown right there in the middle of his forehead, this vein that will just pop out and be fun.
The vein is a paid actor.
He is.
You should have drew it out ahead of time.
Oh, God.
There's a big crowd in Vegas.
There is.
Of course there is.
You know, doing the
I'm not used to it
national
being like a
anthem
legion.
right now as they get ready to announce that the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. Ryan, nobody knows what's happened to number 1. What do you think the Jaguars are going to do number 1?
I feel like the only thing we know is what's going to happen number 1. I think maybe I'm just believing all the smoke. I think they're going to take Travon Walker from Georgia.
Seems stupid enough to.
There's a lot of consternation between owner and coach on that one, though.
Multiple.
Right? I mean,
and GM.
I guess reportedly, but
all three want different things.
Yeah, I mean, then you find out who wins. Like technically, it's the GM's job to do it.
Right.
It's his job to pick the player, but the coach is going to have to spend more time with them, and ultimately, it's the owner's team. They can do really whatever they want.
Yeah, but Shad Khan's over in England right now, anyway. So.
I don't, and he seems like he's an owner who's been kind of mostly hands off for the most part, not like a Jerry Jones. Or something like that, or who's the Ravens? Who's the Ravens owner who said no? Like we're picking Lamar at 32. It doesn't seem like Shad Khan is that guy.
You're referencing Jerry Jones, the one that threw his son under the bus earlier this week.
That was hilarious.
That was so funny.
It was great.
Poor Taco Charlton though. What do you do?
What did he ever do to you?
Well, he was a bust. So.
We will never do that to our sons.
Well, hopefully we would not do that.
Of course, we own a team.
Just like Jerry, I will go on record saying I did not like the Taco Charlton pick. I thought he was overrated. I just want to be very clear about that.
Oh, man.
But the buck stops with Rashawn Gary.
With what?
So you guys want to hear a little pre-draft rumor?
Yeah,
sure.
What you got?
So
Which one?
Dave Burkett is saying he's hearing rumors on the red carpet about Thibodeaux at number 2.
Hooray!
There we go.
Again? We've been hearing this rumor for weeks.
No, I mean, this is red carpet rumor.
Here comes the Burkett slander.
Oh, it's not slander. So this is the it's kind of the exciting soap opera part of the NFL is all the draft lead up and all of the narratives that you hear. For example, we were just talking about Jacksonville and the fact that Coach wants an offensive lineman and Balk wants Walker and Shad Khan wants Hutchinson. We don't actually know if any of those things are true. These are just reports and they could be thrown out by one of a million people where these come from. It's not like GMs are talking to the world going, yeah, this is the guy that I'm targeting and we really hope he's there. That just doesn't happen. So it's fun, all this, especially with the sports books involved now. You have the gambling odds and everyone think, oh, Vegas has the inside track. Does Vegas know who these teams are taking? Well, Vegas has Aiden Hutchinson at what, Don?
For number one?
For odds, no, for number two.
For number
to
two,
the
they are
Lions.
currently at minus 175. They were minus 225 10 minutes ago.
So all over the place, but still favored to be the pick. So
dropping.
the point of this is nobody knows.
Yeah, and that's why tonight's going to be very reactionary. There's no prediction that I mean, it might be Travon Walker at number one. It might be Evan Neal at number one.
No.
It could be Aiden Hutchinson at number one. It could be a wide receiver at number one. I mean, who knows, right?
Just settle down.
I'm just
It
saying.
could not be a wide receiver at number
It's
one.
going to be Walker. It is, because we even talked about it whenever I was on, I think it was Straight Shooting. It was about how Shad Khan already had proved that he was going to side with the GM. Because if he were actually an owner who cared, Byron Leftwich would be there. But he's not. And so clearly he's following whatever the GM says.
Interesting odds here, guys, is Travon Walker's minus 450 to go number one, right?
There you go.
That's a heavy favorite, right?
That's all
Hutchinson plus 400. Guess what Thibodeaux is? If Hutchinson's plus 400.
Plus 1,200.
It's a
Plus
lot.
Plus 5,000.
Yeah,
Jesus
that
Christ.
checks out.
Isn't that kind
No, that checks out.
They just don't like him?
Well, because of all the rumors, he was never mentioned. Of all of the factions in the organization, Neal was tied to one, Hutchinson was tied to another, and then Walker was tied to another. Thibodeaux was never in play for them specifically.
I really wish it was, because Jacksonville taking him would alleviate a lot of issues. I'm going to go, and I'm not going to guarantee that Walker's not going to be number one pick. There's this much smoke. The Vegas odds are what they are for a reason.
Too high.
It will still at this point, and it's just me being foolish and having this ideal that NFL GMs should have at least a little bit of self-awareness in the job that they are doing. It is so hard for me to accept that Travon Walker could go number one in this draft.
We know, we've heard.
We've talked about this. He's not a top 10 caliber prospect. Top 10.
That's not
let
your
alone
problem.
number one overall, but
Hope not.
it
Unless
really
Lions take
comes
him.
down to he is going over two other players that play the same position that are clearly much better. And it's not even close. And you can't, the ceiling argument in the athleticism is complete bunk because he's not much more athletic than Aiden Hutchinson or Thibodeaux. He's just not. 10-yard split. Same as Aiden Hutchinson's. A tenth of a second slower on the three cone than Aiden Hutchinson. So you're going to sit here and say that this guy that didn't produce anything in college has a higher ceiling than Aiden Hutchinson, than Kayvon Thibodeaux, who is considered a complete freak monster? I mean, he's Frankenstein at defensive end. His problems are up here as far as NFL GMs being concerned, whether he's really dedicated to being the star of an NFL team and taking them to the next level.
Who was it that did the comp to Anthony Edwards?
That was me.
Yeah.
That was me.
Yeah, that was you.
Yeah.
So therefore, that mental stuff is just trash. I'm not concerned about it whatsoever. Your issue you would have is if he's a clowny type player. We've mentioned it before. Right. But the Travon Walker thing, you're upset about it, but like from all of our perspectives, it's better off that they do something like that.
Well, it is better.
It's better off in the sense that
it's not perfect, but
it's
is
better off in the sense that the
Hutch will
Lions
be
then
available.
cannot take him and Hutchinson isn't available. But
Just-
that doesn't
just
necessarily.
in that they are going to reach for a
with
player.
Dylan
that wasn't
mentioning
even
that though,
close to it.
Ryan, I don't know if you saw when me and Dylan were talking about it, why I compared Thibodeaux to Anthony Edwards. Did you
Yeah,
see
no.
that?
Yeah.
So a lot of our audience, they may not be the biggest basketball or NBA fans. Would you want to kind of explain to them, being our basketball guru, why I made that comp?
So there's a lot of talk about Kayvon not loving football, having interest outside of football. And there's the same thing with Anthony Edwards. It was either a pre-draft interview or it was just like a regular interview someone was doing with him, where they asked him, what's your favorite? He said football. He liked playing football more than he liked playing basketball. And, that rubbed some of the fans the wrong way because there's still, a mindset that you should be all your sport all the time. And he just had different interests than being strictly basketball, and that's the same type of thing that we're hearing with Kayvon Thibodeaux.
And didn't he also say he didn't really like basketball that much? Like he couldn't watch when it was on?
I thought it was during like a team interview or something.
Because he said something to the extent that he didn't even watch basketball when it was on. It was boring.
Which is fine.
It is
Maybe,
fine.
Giannis just said the same thing.
It's just at least like the mentality. Like there's a lot of musicians who do the same thing. It's a job to them, and they're still incredible.
Of course,
at it.
and the reason I initially brought this up is because Anthony Edwards went number 1 overall in the NFL draft, despite these concerns, and he has been
NBA draft.
What did I say?
You said NFL.
NFL. That's what we're talking about. It happens. But he has been a very good player. The concerns that they've had were completely unfounded. He's put in the work. He hasn't been lazy. He hasn't had an issue leading the team, and he has been very good. So a lot of this stuff, we spend so much focus on these prospects. Thibodeaux's been in the microscope since his freshman season.
Yes.
He was, I believe, the number 1 recruit in all of high school coming in, and he absolutely lit it up at Oregon the moment he stepped on the field. So he's been talked about as a potential number 1 pick for 3-4 years now. When you pay that much attention to someone for so long, you're going to find flaws. It's impossible not to. None of these prospects are perfect, and we talked about the pendulum swinging too far in the other direction, Dylan. It seems like we've overanalyzed Thibodeaux so much that we've made him a lesser prospect now, and I don't like that. Even though I don't want him to be the pick at 2, I do not like that.
So there's something to be said for that, no doubt about that. But when you hear him give an interview, there's something to be said about fit as well, right? And we understand that our head coach here in Detroit is a walking soundbite, right? He's talking about biting kneecaps, getting down, getting back up, biting another kneecap, all this different stuff. Just kind of one of those tough kind of guys. It does not seem, if, like a Hutchinson and Thibodeaux are available at 2, it does not seem like Thibodeaux would be a good fit culturally, which I know might be overblown. It does matter, I think, for the camaraderie of your team, right? When you introduce...
They're professionals. This isn't college. The locker room dynamics are different.
They're different to an extent, but there's still the team aspect to things.
I mean, I don't even really think it matters because Thibodeaux had an interview, I think yesterday or the day before, where he's talking about, I got Dan Campbell on speed dial. Dan Campbell's like my uncle at the cookout. Like, me and Dan Campbell are homies.
Sure.
So it seemed like whatever pre-draft interview that they had, at least from Kayvon's perspective, because we obviously haven't heard Dan Campbell talk about it, it seems like they hit it off as well as you could. And as far as even like the team aspect goes, I heard a lot of this talk this week to kind of counterbalance some of the narrative that Kayvon was a bad teammate or he quit at Oregon or whatever. Yeah. In the game against Ohio State where he didn't play, he was up on the sidelines. He was cheering his team on. Like, he was really engaged in a game that he wasn't playing. And he came back and played later that year when he could have just sat out and solidified himself as a top 5 draft pick. Anyway, he came back. So to me, that speaks more to you liking football than, whatever like culture fit that you might think, because maybe he's not all football all the time, or because he wants to build his brand. You kind of heard the same thing with like Ndamukong Suh, if you're going to make a parallel to Detroit, where he had interest, outside of just being football. He was more into like the business and stuff. I don't know why. Suh was great here. And if like your biggest worry is Thibodeaux leaving in 6 years after starting a Hall of Fame career, that's a good problem to have.
Hey guys, we got 1 minute.
What?
1 minute until the draft, right?
No, 1 minute until it starts.
Till it starts,
Till it
right?
starts,
Okay,
yeah.
so we're on the clock, right?
Starts.
So
40 minutes to the first pick.
who are your guys' top 2 picks? Who do you think will be the top 2 picks? Not who would you take, but who do you
Travon
think?
and Thibodeaux, easy.
Trayvon Thibodeaux.
I would put money on that. 2 lights, boom, boom.
I think Hutchinson's in there, and I think kind of everything reverts back to what it was originally. I would go Hutchinson Thibodeaux. as a top 2.
I'm not even comfortable making these picks. I mean, Vegas has it basically Walker a lock at number 1, and it's I'm torn. Like, it feels like all the momentum is Detroit taking Thibodeaux, but it's so hard to see them passing up everything that Aiden Hutchinson represents. But I also want them to pick Hutchinson, so it's really hard for me to sit here because I don't know what they're gonna do. And AJ talked about the fit. Well, Dan Campbell, while Aiden Hutchinson may feel like a player that was made for a coach like Dan Campbell's not making this pick. And any real GM is not being overrode by their head coach. They're not. They're the boss, and it's their pick that they have to live and die by. Well, they were homies. They were like pals at the barbecue together. No, so he's not the one making this pick. And yeah, he'll have some input, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Brad Holmes. So all that synergy with Dan Campbell, it is not nearly as important. I'm going to say Hutchinson because I think it's 50-50, and that's what I want to happen.
I do have something bold, though.
I don't get to give mine.
No, you're not being
saying answers.
1, 2, 3, baby.
You're just a content extraordinary. You don't have an opinion.
I'll type it out.
Write it. That's what I was.
Dylan was calling next, and Don's like, "This is my court. This is my court."
Hog the Twitter password.
Go ahead.
So I think number 1's Walker, even though I would not take him number 1 at all.
None of us would.
Number 2, I'm kind of in the same boat as Paul. I want it to be Hutchinson. I want it to be Hutchinson bad.
I wonder why.
Hey, I'm a Michigan fan, right? I do love Aiden Hutchinson. Something about Thibodeaux just rubs me the wrong way. I just can't. But I think it's gonna be Thibodeaux, though. I think it's gonna be Thibodeaux at 2. I hope I'm wrong.
See, I don't.
He's just not a smart.
Here's the thing.
Jerry was
Brad Holmes scouted 2 college football games all year in person. The one he wouldn't reveal what it was. The other one was he went to Cal to watch Thibodeaux play. He then sent, supposedly 7, but he actually changed that. It was 5. 5 scouts again to the pro day out there. So he's interested in something with Thibodeaux, and kind of getting to what Paul said. Dan Campbell's not making the pick.
God,
I think
you're acting like it's a bad thing. It's a good thing.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
Just in regards to the fit.
I just think fit-wise, that Hutchinson's the better fit. Thibodeau's LeBron James to me, man. He's just not gonna. He's just gonna rub me the wrong way. I mean, hey,
you just made.
No, I do not mean in terms of talent. I mean, there's just something about him I don't like. I don't like LeBron.
See, all this undertones of. I mean, come on.
No,
Ryan and I snicker for a reason. There's something you don't like about him. So if the attributes
come on. I don't like the cockiness.
Which attributes?
To me,
all of them.
To me,
switch.
And boom.
So Matt's talking trash in the comments. Says, y'all really think having a Wolverine or Spartan does a lot for the home crowd? Because Charles Bosnick was like, Hutchinson is huge for the team and for the home crowd. Well, this home crowd seems to really dig on Hutch.
So I actually wanted to talk about this because I'm so sick of hearing about it. I turn on the radio for 5 seconds to pretend I can tolerate sports radio because I'm like, I want to get the pulse of the people. And then I turn it off after 35 seconds because Rico's voice is annoying and everything that comes out of his mouth is absolutely But one of the most overused things that I've heard that makes no sense is this idea that the Lions would take him because he went to Michigan. And it is so absurd. Like, just in the modern NFL in general, it's absurd. But if you think about this, number one, most Michigan fans are not Lion fans. Like, the majority of Michigan fans are not Lions fans. We come from everywhere. I'm a Lions fan and a Michigan fan. I was born here. But that's not the majority of the Lions fan base. First of all, they're obviously split up between Michigan and Michigan State fans. But Michigan is such a diverse alumni base. And I guarantee, if you took a poll, the majority of Michigan fans, Michigan football overall, would prefer that Hutch go somewhere better than Detroit. That he not waste his career in Detroit. And then you have the section of Lions fans that, of course, is Spartans fans, and a lot of them don't want to see Hutch come to play for Detroit. So this idea that Hutch is going to somehow be more exciting for the local fan base or sell more jerseys, not that you would ever waste the number 2 overall pick on something to do with jersey sales, this idea is nonsense. It's complete bunk that just the fans buy into, and you have stupid radio hosts that perpetuate these dumb ideas that don't have any basis in reality. That would never be the pick for that reason.
So do you know? Take a guess at who's breaking news for the number 1 pick.
Who's breaking the news?
Yeah.
Ian Rappaport.
Say Shad Khan.
Shams.
Please say Shad Khan.
Boom.
Oh,
Sham Sharani.
I already saw it. I didn't want to give it away.
insider.
I didn't want to give it away.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw
It
it.
says waiting on rap sheet to confirm. Probably because the NFL guys can't break these picks.
So
we're
the
not- we're not
NBA
giving-
insider
so they
is
probably
breaking the
text the
NFL
NBA, buddy.
draft picks.
But we're not
Well-
giving picks away, right?
I mean, it was
Well,
probably
No.
It was probably Rappaport because if you guys don't want to
He
give it
just
away,
did.
I won't read the first one.
I'm
No, I
going to say the
didn't.
name.
He absolutely said the name.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
I heard
But
it.
in
No.
Sham's tweet, he said, hearing
It's
whispers,
that
the
voice
number
in
1
your
pick
head.
will be blank, and then it says waiting on a rap sheet to confirm. So I'm sure it was Rappaport texting him like, hey, do this and give me the credit.
So,
That's
Paul,
funny.
Paul, this is one thing that has bothered me the entire time while we've been through this cycle, because I know you agree with me on the principle of never taking a hometown kid. I don't understand how that doesn't apply here.
I don't
inverse of
agree
what
with
you
you.
were. It's literally the inverse of what you were saying.
What
I
I-
do not like taking hometown kids in the. I don't like it.
Why?
Well, they're not in the same city.
Yeah, I don't understand
they
the
are,
Like a
Wants to try.
local kid.
So
Why?
I would say
I think
local.
that's-
If just on principle.
I would say
like-
local
Like,
fans
if
generally.
Charles Wood was coming out, you wouldn't take him? You'd be like, I can't.
Okay, so you have one guy.
Not
But
one.
I'm talking- no, like
well, Jake
Mateen is-
Long the year he came out. like,
Excuse me.
would you not like take him?
Mateen is a
Mateen
perfect
Cleveland.
example of why you don't do that.
But that's
No, it's
perfect
not.
example.
No, it's not. It's not because
Because
I mean,
the Pistons
I don't know
took
about
Magic
you,
Johnson, you'd be
but
like,
when
well,
Mateen Cleaves was in college, I was totally upset when the Pistons took him. Not because he's from Michigan State, but because I did not see. No, I did not see
keep
how this
doing
guy
that
was
if you're
possibly.
doing that.
How was he possibly going to be good in the NBA if you watched him in college? There was no way Mateen Cleaves was going to be good in the NBA. When the Pistons drafted him, I was like, unbelievable. It was a complete waste of a pick. Great leader, great college player. It would be the same thing. Like I would not want the Pistons to draft Hunter Dickinson. I love Hunter Dickinson as a college
you don't
player.
have to worry about that.
Yeah, he
Well,
won't.
for one thing, he's right here.
For at least.
And by the way,
not going to the-
special guest. And can I make something clear?
You gotta get the
though?
side profile
As
right.
far as Thibodeaux goes,
You can't let it go.
I am not saying I don't like Thibodeaux as a player, okay? Because I think he's my number 2 edge. All right, Travon Walker.
I would hope.
Travon Walker's like number 4 for me, right? So Thibodeaux is my number 2 edge. I just have Hutchinson as number 1. I think they're very, very close.
We're live.
I think they're very, very close, right?
It's not in, though, is it? It doesn't say pick is in.
Well, then what? Yeah, but then what are all these assholes coming out for?
Because Schefter's
To
coming
talk,
out.
they do their
Goodell's coming out
introduction.
for
They
the
do
first
their.
time.
Saying, like, why are they out there then?
Why are they out? Are we supposed to be keeping it kosher in the
There you
language?
No.
Yes,
No, we're not.
we
Yes,
are.
yes.
Hold on.
So,
Dylan didn't get the memo. We'll bleep that out.
beep. We will.
So we'll somehow
Um,
fix that.
We'll
So
fix
it
we'll
looks
fix
like
it in post.
they're starting. Jeff, you got something? You look like you're itching.
I was just going to say here about Paul Robinson said another year, another draft. Give me, I don't know if it's Thibs or Tibbs, give me the death of the credibility over the Lions' current regime. Followed up with, I'm part of the fan base, and Hutch is a good player, but his ceiling is Thibs' floor when it comes to take.
Okay,
Go.
I'm
Get
gonna
him.
ask
Get
this,
him.
and I have to get this out there. And if you
That's why I
say
hate the
if
ceiling
you
floor
say that his
conversation.
arms are an
It's so
inch longer, I
hypothetical.
will come through the screen and harm you.
No one cares
Anybody-
enough to even say that.
Anybody out there watching in the comments, what is this ceiling thing? What I know what a ceiling and a floor is. What I'm asking you is, why does he have a higher ceiling? It's certainly not his athletic profile. So what is it about him that he has this perceived higher ceiling? Like that's what I don't. People
why
just throw out buzzwords. They're like, oh, he was the #1 prospect coming out of high school, and he's got these long arms and he runs fast, and they're like, oh, he must have a higher ceiling. I mean, it doesn't make any
But
sense.
that's where I think that we get into so much trouble when we use hypothetical things like ceiling and floor for
Jags around the clock.
analysis.
If you
right?
use them like an intelligent human being, it's fine.
But it depends, because what you see as someone's ceiling might be different than what somebody else sees as someone's ceiling, based on different parameters.
That's fair, but what Jeff said, or whoever the reader
What the
was,
callers.
what the caller said was that he said that Hutchinson's ceiling
is
was
Tibbs'
Thibodeau's floor. That's insane.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Well, hold
That's
on.
hate.
That's hyperbole, and I will allow it because I'm the king of hyperbole, so I'll let that one slide. But I want to hear,
that you?
genuinely,
Yes, sir.
what is
Hey.
this ceiling discussion?
Ice Cube?
Because everyone just throws out the ceiling thing But what has he shown that makes you think that Hutch doesn't have that level of ceiling? Hutch putting up a 3-cone better than almost any defensive end ever has. It's because it's the most important measurement. It measures literally the change of direction and agility. The fact that when you have to get the edge and then pivot and get to the quarterback, that is so important. When we talk about testing times and everyone looks at 40s and different things, there are times that matter. And I know everybody talks about don't fall in love with a combine hero, a la Travon Walker, right? But they don't have this big charade and do a million tests because it's a money for the NFL. All these tests didn't used to produce money for the NFL back in the day. It wasn't the spectacle that it is now. They did this because these numbers are part of the process and they do matter to an extent. And each position group has certain numbers that matter more than others. At defensive end and edge rushers, it's times like your 3-cone times that measure your agility and your ability to change direction, to pivot, get around a tackle, and get to the quarterback. It's your 10-yard split, not your 40-yard dash, because you're not running in a straight line 40 yards to the quarterback, but your 10-yard split is important, your get off, your explosion. If you look at Hutch's numbers, they're as good or better than anybody else's. So where does the ceiling thing come from? He's an incredibly polished player that dominated his competition in college more than his peers and has the test times to stand up to it. This discussion is usually around if Hutch was a plodding player, right? If he was a big old stiff, if he was a 280-pound guy that didn't move that well, didn't have the bend around the edge, if he was, you thought he was going to struggle at the next level because he didn't have those measurables, and you say, okay, well, the guy that maybe didn't have the college production but has the measurables, he has a higher ceiling. Hutch has the measurables. Sure. So that's what I want to hear. Anybody that's like, oh, Travon Walker has a higher ceiling, or Kayvon Thibodeaux has a higher ceiling. Why?
While they're getting to that, and they can put that in the comments, the Jaguars are now on the clock.
Their draft party in
Duval. Here's my question. How long does it take for them to put this pick in? Are they going to take the full? You think so?
I think they'll take 12 minutes.
Well, so it's not. Hold on. It's not on them. The NFL does this on purpose. So if I ran the NFL and I didn't care about time, you wouldn't get number one. Wouldn't get a clock. You would put in your pick before the draft.
Well, here's the thing though too is that they've made it pretty clear that they want to trade out of number one.
Who?
Jacksonville. They have said that they are open to trade number one.
They.
Okay, the reports.
There you go.
I have not heard it from. That's what we're talking about.
Everybody says that they want to trade.
Okay, but listen. Why would you make a pick right away if you might want to make a trade?
No one is trading.
Don, you know we've had like
there's
months to make trades, right?
Nobody's trading for number one.
Nobody wants to go up and get Kyle Vandenbosch, which is what I'm saying.
By the way, you guys were freaking out. Oh, 8 o'clock. It's 8:12. This is exactly what I was talking about. This is television. There was no way they were going to get this pick in.
Perfect, and we've been able to talk for a half an hour.
No. Paul has been able to talk about
he has not.
Four cones.
Listen, I'm going to defend him right now.
Well, we were talking about driving tests, which is why you need your 3 cones and 4 cones. And
he had one diatribe so far. He'll be all right.
Yeah,
it's all good. It's a long show.
Dude,
I'm gonna run out of good feeling juice pretty soon, and then it's gonna be downhill from there.
Yeah.
No, to answer Don's question though, what was your question, Don?
You want to answer?
God.
To answer.
I wasn't asking a question. I was just saying that if there's any chance that you want to trade the number one pick, why would you not wait till the end of your clock? Is all I'm saying.
Because they've had how many months to trade this
but
pick?
at the same
how
time,
many
this
trades
is
for
like,
number one happened before the draft? Though?
This is the worst draft.
Well, no,
This is a
so I think
terrible
that's
draft to
spectacle
do.
though. I don't think that's
draft.
real. I think that's spectacle for the NFL.
what Don is saying is, mate, like you're going to take all the time you want if you really want to trade down.
Yeah.
Right.
If there's
And I know they've had months.
Like I expect
but you get months and 15 minutes, so you're going to take that extra 15
I
minutes.
expect
like
the
it.
Lions to do the same.
I don't like it either.
But I'm fine with the Lions doing the same.
It's how it goes every year.
What is it? How long do they get? 15?
Yep.
Yeah.
10.
So-
I thought it was 10.
I'm not pretty sure it's 15.
The clock came on and it was under 10 minutes. So
Well, whatever it is,
Yeah.
the Lions
I
should
think
take the
it's
whole
10
time too. Because
I
what
think it's
happens if a
10
team
minutes.
with 1 minute left says, you know what, let's do this,
Yeah.
right? Why not wait? I want the Lions to trade.
1
now.
minute's not really enough to
just
put.
not there
And-
this year.
And part of it is the
I
spectacle.
feel like there might be a little bit more temperature at 2, depending on who goes one. I don't think you're going to get value.
It's not going to happen. You're right, Dylan.
Yeah,
Nobody's trading.
It's not.
I think your temperature is at 3, depending on who goes to.
Next year, your argument is much more valid. This year, it's not.
Like, say it goes Travon and then Kayvon. If there's a team who had Hutch number 1 on their board, but all this time they're like, oh, he's going number 1, Now if they can get up to 3, and they're like, oh, like maybe we can grab who we think is the best player, right? Maybe they just have a way higher grade on them than everybody else.
And Paul says this all the time, is that you have to adjust as the draft falls to you, right? You continuously have to adjust.
Like Bob Quinn was so good at doing.
But your other
Not
issue,
getting stuck.
Veins gonna come out early.
Let's quell the Bob Quinn talk. We've been rid of
No.
him. Let's be done.
Not gonna.
Let's use that as
Not gonna.
let's
asking.
forget it. We'll bury those memories. We'll suppress
It's
them.
impossible.
It is.
It's impossible.
It is.
He
but
drafted Gerard Davis over T.J. Watt.
He did.
Tabor.
He drafted Jeff Okuda at number 3
Think
overall.
about how
No offense
rich
to
we
Jeff
would be
Okuda.
if we had just followed our instincts on that.
I know. It would have been bad. So we got about 5 minutes, 20 seconds
He had a cool bat.
until they.
Can I
have
ask Dylan
to.
a question so he can talk since I talk too much?
Sure. I'm glad you're.
No,
at least
I actually want to get back to it because Dylan mentioned it a little bit. I don't get your whole local thing, so I get it for fans. Like,
don't like it.
obviously, fans overrate the local players because they're fans. That's what fans do. They love all their own
It's
players.
just a comfortability that I don't think that for a professional to succeed, that is a thing.
So the teams themselves. So like, if you look at the Lions, they have no affiliation with Michigan State, Michigan.
No,
Like, they're
agreed.
not
I'm saying from
oversold
a
by the
player
local product.
perspective,
Gentlemen,
I
I'm not
would
going to give anything away, but the Lions are on the clock.
Hey,
But I'm not giving anything away as far as the pick. But the
Oh,
Lions
I'll
are
go,
on the clock.
Kayvon.
I get to look.
So Thibodeaux did say that he had buffs and he had a dance like prepared for when he got picked.
He has been
Makes
selling
sense.
himself to the Lions. Like the last week has been all
him and-
all
him
selling.
and his Uncle Dan.
Here we
So
go.
the pick is in.
Pick is in for us. Don't
Yeah.
be like that, people.
We might be
Delayed.
delayed slightly.
Well, we can't read those comments anyway. Too far. So,
JB,
so
tell these fools not to blow up the
JB
spoilers.
the whole time. Damn, that's crazy, guys. Wow.
Wow, Paul's gonna be pissed with us.
Guys, who's Kenneth Walker? What?
Oh, that didn't sound good.
That's okay.
Oh man, I think I broke your standing desk.
Oh, I thought you was like just clap really hard.
Oh, no.
Damn, you got some force.
I've been attacked by the furniture actually.
Oh, there you go.
So is Goodell making his way up there?
Yeah, he's already.
Oh yeah, he's
Hopefully.
meandering. He's
Getting
taking his sweet
taking
time.
his time.
Getting booed
This
as
just
always.
blows my mind, though.
I mean, it's.
Come on, man.
No, I'm not sad. No, I am not sad.
Fellas,
It's
I'll
just the
tell
pick.
you what.
Should we
I don't
just
get it.
like at
I
a
just
certain
don't see it.
point?
I
should we
know
just-
Everything we
Listen.
just said, I wonder who it is.
Yeah.
God.
It could. Listen, this could be. He could be misdirection.
Yeah.
Classic misdirection.
Literally, half the people who are gonna watch this are gonna like know.
They're-
ahead
they're
of us and
already
just
watching.
watch to
They
see
know.
our reaction.
We get no
Yeah.
So you
excitement.
can't be like.
This
oh,
is, to be
geez.
fair, this is not an exciting pick regardless.
I know.
Don, if you spoil the Lions pick for me, I'm gonna.
I did when we did
Just
this
shut
for
this.
the NBA. I thought the Pistons took like Denny Avdia or something instead of Killian Hayes,
Oh, yeah.
and I was really
Wait, did they
sad
not
because
announce
I
it?
wanted to watch it like on TV live.
They gotta get
You know,
their
break
their
it
footage
better.
in, man. They gotta
And
get
then
all
they
the
ended up
B-roll.
taking Killian. I was very happy, but at the time, I was.
All right,
It's a
so we
roller
are
coaster of
waiting.
emotion.
All right, so before they get up there, let's make our final predictions. I know that we kind
I
of
would
have
bet
already.
my mortgage.
We all said
that
Walker
it's
already.
Travon
We all
Walker.
said Walker already. We literally all said Walker.
I would bet my entire.
So we're all saying Walker, and again,
Which is sad. I want to be clear.
Sounds like
It's
a fool.
exceptionally sad.
Yeah.
But
I
this
mean,
is
but it-
why they're Jacksonville.
Well,
But Don is sad. So
I've been saying.
I mean,
here we go.
I need him.
I'm not sad. I just don't get it.
I don't like
the
to
rights to J.J. McCarthy.
I never like to root against players because it's not
Here
their
we
fault
go.
when they're overdrafted, right?
It's not.
It's not a player's
not.
No,
fault
it's entirely.
when they're
Unless
over.
you're Eric Ebron, and then
Who's a perfect?
There we go.
So it is,
Travon
it is
Walker.
Travon Walker. So a perfect example, Eric Ebron. He didn't draft himself at 10. He didn't draft himself over Aaron Donald. This is not his
Sure,
fault.
but he definitely complained enough to not make it his issue.
So I don't like to root against players, but I will say, just on
Trayvon
principle,
Walker not even at the.
I hope that Walker is a massive
doesn't love
bust.
football.
I hope that he's a massive
don't like
bust
certain things
because
about him.
we need
He's
to
too slow
learn
to
from
get
this. GMs need to learn from this. And if he's a bust, Bulk will probably never work in the NFL
You
again.
keep pronouncing his name very wrong.
How do you say it?
Bulky.
Well, he doesn't deserve the E.
He has,
He's exciting. He's energetic. What is it?
He's an enigma of dumb.
You did that.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, look.
Rush Jim out.
Now the Lions are on the clock and they get their pick of who they want. This
So
is what we, like when we were so worried about them winning games at the end of the
Really
season
what I was
because
saying.
we did not know who they were going they were going to get stuck with.
Yep.
Now they get to make that number 1 overall pick between
Which is why I said
Thibodeaux
that
and
this result is good for you.
it is good. It is good
Oh,
for
for
sure.
sure.
It might be
sure it
good
is.
for us.
And the loss
It
to
may
Green-
be good.
The win over Green Bay now did not matter.
No.
You can't say that yet. Well, no.
Well, you
can.
can.
No,
because
I take it back. I take it back. I immediately took it back. All right.
But you said it.
I was like, wait, no, because there's
It's
no way.
out there, it's on
there's
the
no way
internet,
we
it
would have.
lives forever.
Hey, wait,
There's
let's
no
see
way
the
we
three
would have
plays that
drafted
Walker
Walker
Bell
number
shares.
1. It matters on principle, damn it.
Is that one of his 9.5 sacks over his career at Georgia?
Career.
No,
His
no,
career.
no. You know what's crazy? I think he was running around cones there.
They don't look that excited.
That's
Because
wild.
that matters.
You know, he was
Yeah.
and he was
Uh-oh.
in shorts.
We got Detroit's pick
Oh,
in.
Lions
They
pick
did
is in.
not waste
They
time.
did not waste
No,
that
they
time.
did
Hey, I'm gonna tell you right
not.
now, that's Tibbs.
Who's
that,
your pick?
That's
Don't look.
speed. That's a Tibbs.
It doesn't.
Oh, that's
make
Tibbs
a
with the
difference.
buffs, baby.
I'm gonna
Doesn't
Let's
make a
go,
difference.
2 for 2 on buffs.
Hey.
I'm gonna go that it. I think the.
I'm not
You
making.
You gotta make a
I'm not
prediction.
making a prediction.
Don can't because he probably already knows. But
Yeah.
come on, play the game.
And Don's not smiling, so you know what that
Look
means.
at how mad he is.
That's how he
I was
writes.
mad when I type.
He has. Who's your pick, Paul? Come on.
I do
Lions
not.
make
I
worst
do
mistake
not
of the
buy
draft.
smoke.
All right.
So I'm gonna go on record. I don't buy the smoke. You cannot pass on Aiden Hutchinson. He is too
Your
good.
opinion. What do you think is going to happen?
I'm going to trust Brad Holmes, right? We're supposed to trust the new GM who hasn't made colossal mistakes yet. I'm going to trust that Brad Holmes makes the right pick and picks Aiden Hutchinson. I have to. Don,
But see,
who's
here's
your-
the thing.
Don's over there like noted.
Done.
Yeah, I don't-
Tim,
I
who do you
don't-
think they pick?
I don't think.
I can't say because I know.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. He
My
can't say.
pick, I said Kayvon Thibodeaux.
Former
He
basketball
did.
player. Okay?
Now listen. Here's the deal, right? The Lions are getting a good player at 2. Like that's whether it's a
Don and Paul. That
Or
will never
Thibodeaux.
play.
it's a good player,
I think so.
and
Well, no, I agree with that.
so whether you like it or not, because of who's left on the board or who might not be on whatever, this is a pick that will help our team.
All
And-
right, Don, chill out, man.
Yeah, and like
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna kick
I-
you off. You keep doing this.
I-
You
what
have
do you
no
do?
poker face. You have no poker.
So what's the pick?
I am extremely anxious right now.
See, now they're about to pick.
What is it?
I am
There we go.
With the number 2 overall selection in the 2000.
I'm trying to read his lips like it's not gonna come up.
Yes! Yes! Woo! Yes!
Wow.
Yes!
Logan at school, if you are watching, you are getting an Aiden Hutchinson jersey.
I am. I'm going to be honest.
Let's
I'm
go.
shocked. To be honest with you.
Suck it, Burkett!
Suck it, Vegas odds.
You know
Weren't
what's
they in
wild?
favor of Hutch?
Lions will be Lions, right?
Yeah.
So Dylan, is this the end of the Brad Holmes era?
Oh,
Guys,
it's good.
I'll be
Listen,
honest.
Yes!
listen,
Oh, it's
I don't
exciting.
think.
I'm excited.
Here's the
I'm so happy
thing,
now.
right?
Sucks
You
so much.
Why?
Valenti's never gonna shut up about this.
Again, why are we naming names?
Yeah, we don't have to name names.
So-
Fine.
It doesn't matter.
Everyone.
But there's
Biggest
nothing.
biggest radio guy in
He
Detroit is
can't
never
even
gonna
dress.
shut the
He doesn't
fuck
have buffs on. Okay, like honestly though, what AJ was just saying, like you're getting a good player either way.
Right.
I never thought there was a huge gap between Aiden and Kayvon like Paul did. So I was fine with either pick. I preferred Thibodeaux, but I was gonna trust like what Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell and all of them
For
had.
sure.
You know, trust them to follow their board because I didn't think there was a massive gulf either way. And now, as much as I didn't like Aiden Hutchinson just 2 minutes ago, I hope he's the greatest defensive end of all time.
So
I
I mean, you
Hall
literally
of Fame
slammed
buff.
your computer.
I would
down.
like to
Hall of Fame
clarify a
buff.
little. I'd like to clarify a little on the chasm thing. For me, is as a draft prospect, not as how talented they are. And what I mean by that is Thibodeaux absolutely has a higher bust factor. Not that I think he's going to bust, because
We agree on
if Hutch wasn't on the board, I would have wanted him to be the pick. It was only that I expected Hutch to be on the board that I wanted Hutch so bad. Thibs has a higher bust factor. So even if you think they have comparable ceilings, there's a gap created right there with bust factor.
you can't.
And I think Hutch is straight up the better player. He's going to play better right away, but like, I'm not big on the who's more NFL ready. Like, I don't care too much about that, but it is cool that I think he's going to have a good role his rookie year and get 7, 8, 9, 10 sacks his rookie season.
Well, now all of this that we were originally talking about how you had mentioned about the scouts and how he went or whatever, they literally dropped this right away. So clearly they weren't even expecting this to be what happens.
Right.
So that the fact that they had that speed and everything we had talked about, how Brad Holmes wanted Tibbs and Dan Campbell, I almost said Dan Quinn. Dan Campbell wanted Hutchinson. I mean, this is clearly organizationally, unilaterally, they were.
For sure. There was no debate.
Matthew Basson says, fire Brad Holmes.
Of course he does. Of course he does, because he probably wanted to draft the tight end for Colorado State at 2.
Because then they're going to take Daxon Hill and Ojabo and Andrew Stewart and Brad Haggis and Hassan Haskins.
Stop.
And the rights to J.J.
I'm going to go on record right now. There is only one more acceptable draft pick of a Michigan player in this draft. You can. Daxton Hill is it. If you draft another Michigan player, I'm out. No, I don't want Stuber. The hell do I wanted him off my team. That's what I. No. What? No.
You don't want to take a flyer?
No. As a UFA, maybe. Maybe as a UFA.
The Texans pick is already in. So
this is Thibodeaux. This is absolutely Thibodeaux.
No, it's Stingley.
Yeah.
Right?
You think Stingley?
You guys think so?
At 3?
The odds were like, there's been a lot
crazy.
of. I mean, who knows? Who knows?
No,
right?
I'll say it's Thibodeaux with you because I thought they were going to take an edge whether it was Thibodeaux or Hutchinson.
No, I mean, gentleman's been here. It's going to be a corner.
So, they're at 7. They can have probably either corner they want.
That's the thing. So I don't know why you pass on Thibodeaux here. It doesn't make sense to me because
they're at 13.
It is.
Yeah, well, I was saying 7.
But they're not going to get.
What should happen? They're going to trade up to 7.
Okay.
So listen, you guys know I love Stingley, so I will respect the hell out of the pick, especially with all the Sauce Gardner stuff, right? Like he's been the number one corner prospect, surpassed him, even though I disagree with that. He had Daniel Jeremiah had Gardner number 2 overall on his big board. Had Gardner number 2 overall. You guys know I've been hyping Stingley for the longest. I will like this pick for the Stingley, but my pick for the Texans is Thibodeaux. And I say this with I didn't know about the latest. I didn't know about the latest run, either in the odds, the rumors that are coming out. But then again, it's the same thing. Thibodeaux was rumored to the Lions, right? Like, are you really trusting those
But
things?
again, we go back to what we said at the beginning of this show. There's so much unpredictability with this draft that anything could happen and everything could happen, right? So the need to adjust on the fly is of utmost importance. And so when you're looking at what the Texans are going to do, they probably didn't expect.
No, okay, I disagree with you entirely. Clearly, by the speed of how quickly these picks are coming in, it wasn't that they're sitting and waiting. They're shooting right away.
No, I think it proves my point, though, because look,
I think it makes it look faster because it says so long the pick is in, but as soon as the pick's in, you're on the clock. You don't wait for the Goodell to say they picked Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah, the other team knows.
Right. So as soon as the Lions pick was in, the Texans clock started.
And so, like, I think they're in their war rooms and they have their plan. If Travon Walker goes 1 and Hutchinson goes 2, this is our pick at 3.
What I say?
There you go.
What I say?
So and I like this pick. I love this pick, honestly, because I think he's absolutely phenomenal.
Right.
And he doesn't have the red flags that come with a Jeff Okudah, right? Like, this guy is tall, and he runs a 4.3. He is electric. His athleticism, his makeup speed, and he has good technique. I don't want to wash on his technique, but his makeup speed. The only reason, I was going to say the only reason he fell out of the top 5, but he went number 3, so I can't say that anymore.
Right.
The only reason he fell down draft boards in the perception among the public is he's battled injuries, but none of these injuries are things that you worry about being recurring and issues in the NFL. This kid was one of the best players in the country as a true freshman, starting on a national championship caliber LSU team as a true freshman.
Because we didn't really get to it, JB, what are the fans saying about the Lions and Hutchinson? Are they happy? Are they sad? Are they lukewarm? I can't imagine that's the case.
Let's see.
Depends if they're Spartans or Wolverines.
Charles Bosniak says to all my haters, mic drop.
Congrats, Charles, on the prediction.
Yeah, Matt's still talking trash.
How many haters do you have, Charles?
Passed passed up a surefire Hall of Famer for a hometown one-hit wonder.
Dude, who
Did I
said
write that?
Matt doesn't mean it. I'll allow it.
Yeah. Let's see.
Matt's
I thought
just
that was
talking mad-ish.
There you go,
Right.
Matt. Throwing stones, man.
Will says, I think the Lions will consider moving up for Willis, or possibly if Hamilton falls 32 and 34, can get up to 15, 17 range.
So I could see the Lions
I
move
could
up
see
for
that, too.
Hamilton.
For Hamilton?
I
I could see him move up for Willis.
I
too,
could
but
see him move up
I
for
don't
him.
think
Dropping
they could
far
do
enough
that.
for that to be
I don't-
relevant.
If he
I
goes
think
to like
he's dropping out of
12,
the top 10.
13, 14, if he gets into the early teens, I could see this is the kind of player
if you
that the
trade
Lions
up
like.
into the teens and you don't take Devin Lloyd, I'm sorry. That's
No,
If we get Devin
Stuff in
Lloyd,
the world.
oh, it's
I absolutely.
I like
Dean or Lloyd.
Then we'll
Thank you for bringing him up, so I didn't have to.
We'll at least draft
Like-
one good defender then.
I like Hamilton. Jesus, I like Hamilton better than Lloyd. I do. I think he's sweet. Now,
Well, for one thing, they don't play the same position.
Right.
well, yeah, they don't. But
And Lloyd is better
Okay,
at
so-
what Hamilton is projected
So
to.
hypothetically, Hamilton falls out of the top 10, Lloyd's still on the board, and obviously N'Kobe Dean's still on the board. At what point of them falling do you start to think about
16.
and that's
any of them at 16?
So,
the draft chart will tell you if you trade 34 and 32 and 34, you can move up to about 15, 16.
well, so
area.
I don't think we would
16
trade
or
both.
18.
That's the thing. I don't think they're going to
I
trade
got my
both.
student calling me to
Unless
collect
it's
jersey
somebody
right
that they're like, I cannot possibly believe is here
Tell them
in
to
that
text you.
range. I don't see them trading 32 and 34. I think they'd try to package some of those later picks.
Or just a year from now.
What do you-
that would be much more sensible.
Well,
what do you think they go one of these offensive?
Oh, this
linemen?
is a
Do you
lock.
think they
This
take
is a
Thibodeaux?
lock of all locks. It's,
I-
it's either Neil or Ekwonu. It's one of the two.
You learned how to say the name.
I don't know if that's how you.
Oh, my
I do not
goodness.
know if that's how you say that.
That's how
is
you say it.
But no.
It's close.
From what I've
Good
heard
job.
from
Thank you.
New York media,
Fast and
Tibbs is going to
confident.
be one of these two.
You think what? Say that again?
One of the two
Tibbs-
Jets picks or one of the two New York picks?
No,
Because Jets and
either
Giants have
of
back to
those
back.
teams, 4 or 5. So
Okay.
if Jets pass, Giants
Giants will
get
take
him,
him.
or inverse.
Oh, Valeni. We can't say name.
Yeah,
somebody
we
we can
can
have-
say
We can say whatever we want.
Yeah.
No, they don't promote him.
No,
So-
he
Not on
he
right
will
now,
be there.
Doesn't matter. Yeah,
So if the Jets go offensive lineman, right? Ekwonu, Evan Neal, Giants go Thibodeaux.
yes.
I don't think it's a lock.
If the Jets go Thibodeaux, then one of those tackles is coming off the board at 5 to the Giants.
I don't know. I don't think so. They wasted their
I
pick
think so.
already last year.
I think they both take the offensive lineman.
What
I
about,
think Neal
what
and
about,
Ekwonu
what about
go back to
Sauce?
Sauce is dropping.
I think Sauce can go.
I think
like
I don't
well, who has said
The Falcons, right? The Falcons could.
Well,
are
because the
8, and they're
Falcons-
going with
The
receiver.
Giants have 7 as well, so there's
So
Giants
okay,
can
there
take
you go.
seven,
7's
seven.
probably your best
Sauce.
spot for him.
Honestly,
I could see him going now.
I'm not sure if I see Sauce going before 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not. You know
It's
what?
good.
The thing is to need an offensive lineman right now and be able to get like Neil.
That's what I'm
You
saying.
know what I mean? I mean that's a
So
it's not a bad spot to be.
Will says we can get both Dean and Scene at 32 and 34.
No, you
That'd
can't.
be beautiful.
No, you can't.
What?
Dean,
I don't think Dean drops that
N'Kobe Dean
far.
is not dropping
He's-
past.
So listen,
24.
I want
He's
to
not
throw
past-
something.
dropping past the
I want to
Cowboys?
throw something out right now. This is very important, and it's a principle.
Why are you
It bothers
leaning on
me
him?
because I love him and I'm happy. I'm in a good mood.
just taking
It's my
I'm
brother.
just- yeah, it is. what it
Listen,
is.
Respect
Because
his
his cold
space.
hands feel good.
don't when we talk about guys from mid first to the mid second round, when you say, "Oh, that guy's not going to be there," no,
not.
you think he's not going to be there.
The
Guys-
biggest thing for
Do
the
we
Jets.
need to have money on this for you to
Listen,
be that?
it's
certain?
not about
I
a
mean,
bet.
Listen,
It's about guys drop all the time that
I-
you're
I
like,
understand
wow,
that, but
high in the
if-
world that he's
if-
there.
if Lloyd-
last
if
year
Lloyd
it
is
was
off the
JOK
board-
for me, right? He was my N'Kobe Dean. I couldn't believe he was there, and then we freaking passed on him again and again. It was very upsetting, but he was there.
A Wosu, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jeremiah Owosu.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So.
Who went to the Browns at I think 30.
And he out of Notre Dame, super good. I think he even felt later than that. I think it was more mid second. It was.
Picks in.
Yeah.
Listen,
You
I'm,
never know.
guys
You
are-
have an
guys are gonna be
idea.
shocked.
Drake London.
It's one of 3 people. It's either Thibs or
Shocking
one of the
pick here.
tackles. So I don't.
I could
or
see,
did
I
they
could
get a
see
wide receiver
I say I
for
could,
Zach Wilson?
yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
could
say-
see wide
I'm gonna
receiver 'cause
say-
they were in on who?
No,
Tyreek?
it's one of the 3.
If
I'm
you're-
gonna say Evan Neal. What do you guys think?
I said
I think
That's what
Neal.
You say Drake London?
You think it's
I think
Neal?
it's Neal.
I'm going Thibodeaux.
Okay, and it could be Thibs,
Literally all
and it could be Ekwonu.
Every pick until 34 is going to be Thibodeaux.
No, he's stop.
Who said that?
Stop.
We're gonna double up on edges.
Like,
See, and you know what? JB makes a joke, but this brings up a point. I had a very different feeling about this draft than most people. A lot of people talk like, you don't really care if you have a top pick this draft. It's kind of a down draft. I think this is an amazing draft. The fact that you have 2 tackles, the quality of Neal and Ekwonu, that are top 5 talents. You have Thibs, you have Hutch. Walker went number 1 that I completely disagree with. But that means those other 4 guys, those are guys that I would pick number 1 overall in many drafts, all 4 of them.
Here comes Roger.
Who was it? It was like last year or the year prior.
Oh,
He was slated
this-
to go top 10, and it just kept falling.
Who was it? Sorry.
That's what
I mean, Tunsil had the
Yeah.
gas
Oh, that
mask
was a
on.
while
Yeah,
ago.
the gas
here we
mask.
go.
That was years
Aaron
ago.
Rodgers fell a while ago.
There you go,
Oh,
Saucy.
Don.
Sauce.
See,
There you go.
I am shocked.
All right,
I am actually
Detroit,
shocked.
stand up.
Yeah, see, me too.
See, that's in that.
Oh, look at his eyes.
I'm gonna
I
go on
remember the
record.
last time he gave up a touchdown. He said,
That is a horrible pick, and it's nothing against Gardner. It's just trade down, dude.
"It's the value."
That's a bad
It's
pick.
so weird that
Does
now
it look
in 3 drafts.
That's
you
poor
have
value.
3 corners
No,
in
that's
the
what I'm saying.
top 4.
Now
That's a
it
Jeff- that's a
goes
Jeff
like,
Okuda
you know,
pick.
it's a passing league. You need somebody to stop the
Yeah,
receiver.
and they are the most irrelevant position on the field.
Well, so I disagree with that. I value corner highly, and I like Gardner. The problem here is, again, it's who's on the board.
Right.
When you have a top 4 pick, you cannot afford to not take
he
the
doesn't
best
even know where
players.
he's going right now.
There
All
are.
right, so like the Giants, they definitely take Thibodeaux, right?
I would
I-
think so.
Well, so
Like
hold,
this-
no,
they
no,
got-
no.
they got- two in the next
you know
3
what I
picks.
do. The tie there was Charles Cross.
The Giants need tackles.
I know,
Charles
but
Cross-
I feel like this is dream
from the
scenario for the
person that we
Giants.
won't
Because
name,
they could end up
Charles Cross
I feel like
is
you
the
can
pick.
get Cross where they at again.
7.
7.
Yeah, but here's the
7
thing,
or-
right? So do
7.
you go and get Thibodeaux now to make sure the Panthers don't take him, which
Panthers don't take him.
they might not, but they're a team that
Taking
needs.
Malik Willis.
Yeah, but the Panthers still
Maybe.
have, you know, the
So
Kwanu
listen,
and Evan Neal.
This depends on the Giants' board.
They might let Cross
But the
go.
reason they should take Thibs here is because one of the 2 tackles will guaranteed be there for them.
Yep.
They
That's
only
what I'm saying.
only
That's exactly what I'm
Carolina
saying.
only Carolina's there, so they can't lose both. But if say you like Neal, like I like Neal, and you think he is clearly better at what you want than Ekwonu, you don't take the chance. You have to take Neal. You have to. You cannot take that chance. And listen, if you don't get Thibs, it's not the end of the world. There's plenty of other places
it
for
might
you
be
to go.
them. I feel like somebody's way more likely to trade up to 6 for Thibodeaux than they
a
are.
lot of
to
people
6
have
for
Malik
Charles
Willis
Cross.
pegged 6, which it'd be a poor pick. I'm never gonna say a GM's not like I'm not gonna play that game. They do that crap all the time, but it would be a poor pick. If he goes there, then the Giants are sitting pretty. They got nothing to worry
I have
about.
curiosity of a question. Coming out, not revisionist, coming out, who were you higher on, Lamar Jackson or Malik Willis?
Me, Malik Willis for sure. But I've been on Malik Willis for 18 months.
I agree. I
Malik-
wasn't asking you
but-
because I knew your.
Oh, I thought you were looking at me.
Malik-
My bad.
Well, I
It's
am
like-
looking at
It's
everyone.
It's
all-
Malik.
from
It's
all
for sure
accounts,
Malik.
it's Malik
For sure
because he
Malik.
can
So
actually throw the ball.
therefore, I don't think it's that bad because if we are using that comp and Lamar is what he is, and you are saying that Malik you expect to be better, then for a team that could be a good fit.
So here's my issue. I didn't have Lamar as a first round pick when he went. He went at the end of the first round. Lamar panned out as well as anybody could have hoped. Nobody could have expected Lamar could have possibly been better than he is.
Yeah.
Lamar you cannot win a Super Bowl with Lamar.
I'm aware, and if you are saying that Malik Willis, you are expecting going into it is better.
He
then-
has traits that he could be better. I'm not saying he's going to be better. He has
Right.
traits
But
that he could
is
be
all
better.
The more reason why
The problem
someone
is,
talked about him. That's
I don't think he has the traits that can win a Super Bowl. I don't. And we don't.
That entire roster construction.
It kind of does. I will say it right now, and I'm not trying to demean the guy. He can't read a defense at all. He can't go through
The
progressions.
one
Can't do
thing
it.
that you can at least help him with.
You theoretically, yes, but he's played football for a long time. It's not like he's only been
flashy.
playing for a few years.
He had
You
no
cannot
offensive
win a
line, no
Super Bowl
receivers.
without it.
Flashy.
No, he had nothing.
Well, I'm not knocking his production in
His
college.
caliber of coaching that he received there as compared to where he will go is just not
And the
even
guys on his
comparable.
team.
Well, hold on.
Right.
You're making a lot of assumptions about where he goes. Let's be real.
Honestly, it really doesn't matter.
If he goes to Chicago,
He's
The-
not
the
gonna
Giants-
go to
the
Chicago.
Giants pick is in.
Giants pick is in. All right, who are you going here?
Huh?
Who are you going with
Charles
the Giants?
Cross.
Charles Cross.
Thibodeaux.
Thibodeaux. I'm going Thibodeaux.
Thibodeaux.
I think
Don
it's-
says it like he knows.
I don't know this one actually. I'm writing. I'm writing.
I might as well
You
just type that in
lying
now.
ass.
I'm going
Man.
Thibodeaux.
Lion.
Paul?
it's tough. It's tough for me. I
This is different.
don't know which tackle they
Out of
like
all
better
of them,
either.
this is the one.
Imagine how tough it is for the Giants. It's just that for you.
Well, they have 2 out of 3 picks. I don't think it's that tough, to be honest.
No, you. It was at the top.
I'm gonna say it's Thibodeaux, but you don't know who's at the top of their board. That's the problem.
Kurt
I'm
Warner's
gonna
like-
play it safe.
I'm well
I'm gonna
aware
play
of
it
that,
safe.
but
I'm gonna say
saying-
not as
Thibodeaux
good
goes
as Don.
here. I hope Evan Neal goes here. I want to see it. I love it. I love the
So,
pick.
are you picking Thibodeaux or Neal? Because you're throwing
No,
out every name
no.
possible.
I said I'm gonna pick Thibodeaux, but I hope
Stop
Neal goes here.
pronouncing it that way. You keep doing.
What do you want me to say?
Tib.
It's got an H.
Silent
Okay,
H.
I don't care.
He got an 8. Oh, okay.
I learned that
That's
one.
it.
It's the same guy that says echelon as echelon. So it
Oh,
doesn't matter.
oh no!
He said hyperbole earlier, so.
It was
Hyperbole.
hyperbole.
His
All
very
right,
heavy-
who did they
meme in
get?
Detroit
Let's
sports.
see who the Giants have picked and who is correct.
All
They
right.
don't look very excited in their draft room, I will say.
Well, they're also old and
It's very
you know
tempered.
old and pasty.
Yeah, well, Brian Dabble. Let's see what he has.
Let's see. It's gonna
If they
be.
ever do it, I don't care about this war room.
It's the least exciting war room I've
They
ever
look
seen.
so bored.
They look sad.
They're like, dang it, we had to pick him.
You know, I tell you what, Vegas would have been a cool place to go and see an NFL draft because you have such a nice, like, of all the cities in the U.S. to have like a nice mix of visitors and fans. It's not like Detroit, right?
Not
Like,
as good as Detroit in
Detroit's gonna be
2024.
better.
what
good.
Rams? The only Rams fans in Detroit are going to be Detroit fans that turned when Stafford left,
Yeah,
right?
there
Like,
you Some dude's waving his arms like an asshole. Let's go.
They look very yellow.
This
Like-
actually-
language.
I haven't seen anybody on stage with Goodell. What's this?
Oh, they're letting this kid make the pick. I think he had some illness or something.
Oh, okay. No, no.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, Dylan.
Dylan is
So
ableist.
this is the triumphant story.
To be clear, we don't have sound for all the people
That's
out there.
true,
We
we
do
don't
not
have
have sound. We don't even have.
Make-A-Wish
We don't
kid.
even have.
Way to go.
Oh, we do.
We can read though. We can read the captions.
He is really excited.
He is
so
super
excited.
He had a heart transplant.
He was a make-a-wish.
Someone tell him
Wow.
that. Someone needs to tell him Hutch is not available anymore.
Bears
It's not
fan.
that big of a deal.
It's fine.
So we get for bringing the Chicago guy on.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ruthless.
You'll be all right.
Ableist.
Hey, I'm born on the south side. I saw death the minute I got out of the womb.
How about your baseball team?
That too.
They're better than our baseball
You
team.
Eloy.
They lost 8 in a row.
Yeah, but we're
I don't even
still
think we
last
did that.
place.
All right, here we go.
We're-
Here we go.
I hope he
No more
announces the
baseball
wrong
talk.
name.
Football only tonight.
Like he just chooses who he wants.
Dontrell.
Oh, that would be such a G move.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goodell's got to come up and be like, wait, that's not the pick. He's trolling. He's messing
Fired
around.
up, man.
Oh, dude.
Good stuff.
Oh,
Flies
now,
out.
now the Bucks are
That's
going
not.
to
That's
New
not how
York.
you spell
Oh,
that.
bad.
Now I'm sad that
How does
Nice,
it feel to be
so
number
what?
5?
Thibodeaux.
That's-
Just on style alone. I
he-
mean, Aiden's going to be.
Oh, he
Yeah.
said he's the best dressed.
Oh,
Thibodeaux.
well,
He
he's
made sure
correct.
everybody knew that.
Absolutely.
They went and got their
That's-
guy.
that's
They
an
pick
NFT
again
right
in 2
there.
picks.
Yeah,
Do you-
now it's
Kevin
attack.
Do you think it bothers him wearing the buffs up there right now when he fell all the way to 5?
I think he still looks fly. So I think he's all right.
Water, please.
By the way, speaking of War Room,
Yeah.
Huh.
if
I'm
anybody
good.
wants to check out the Detroit Lions War Room reaction, I just posted it on Detroit Sports Nation.
Oh,
There
with
you
the
go.
plug.
There you
If you
go.
want to check out the moment the pick came in.
We'll also be talking about the NBA playoffs on Throwing Stones.
And we'll talk about
What?
things that actually matter on the big
Raptors
picture.
Sixers, game 6 right now.
And
Our
straight
views
shooting
just
will-
went up exponentially though by that.
JB got
you
me
go.
a fidget
Throwing
spinner.
stones.
There we go.
Smart move.
There you
JB,
go.
JB got me a
Chestnut
fidget
checkers.
spinner.
Okay, so Carolina now on the clock with the selection of
This is
Thibodeaux. So
Flat it back.
quarterback,
Nah,
No doubt about
Iquanu.
you're going offensive line. Build the line and then draft your quarterback.
Nope. Desperate franchise. The owner is going to demand a quarterback here.
I refuse to pick Malik Willis in this spot. I'm not doing it.
Actually, from everything that I've heard, Pickett was actually preferred by their front office. I disagree entirely.
So I actually, if I had to take a quarterback, I would take Pickett over any other quarterback in this draft. Now, I'm not
like
not
short
bullish.
arms, you like short hands?
I'm not bullish on any of the quarterbacks in this draft. I don't want to pick, but if I'm gonna pick one, I prefer Pickett.
I
mean, we'll probably talk about Pickett later. Pickett is a guy that 5 years in college got better every single season. Every season he put up monster numbers.
That's true.
So
yeah, Kenneth Walker afraid of that mighty Pittsburgh defense. No, it's not. I'm gonna. It's not as smooth as it looks.
Buffer, but out of deference.
Listen, I wanted to sit over there.
On the Lions' second pick for pick 32, here's something I've been thinking about for the last couple days. Do you guys think the first round being the one-day event, do you think 32 gets extra value? Because say you wanted to trade up, but you're at 33 or something, or you're trading to 33. Other teams have 24 hours to make offers to who's ever picking that spot. At 32, there might be a little bit more of a scramble because you know if you want this pick, you have to take it now. Whereas before, when the first 2 rounds were on the same day, it went 32, 33.
I mean, I think that can play into it a little bit. And, of course, the fact that everybody's beat to death. It's the last pick that you get that 5th-year option on the rookie deal. Yep. So if there's anyone left that you want, that you really want to lock in for 5 possible years, that's your last chance to do it. Yeah. So I think the 32 pick always has value in that regard. And I think, on average, more than the other late first-round picks, it ends up traded because of that. It does have a little bit of a heightened value. And you see, listen, these are the guys that are left.
Notably, the Panthers seem to be taking the longest time out of all these teams so far.
They do.
It's because coach is fighting with the front office right now, throwing chairs around. It's like, I'm not drafting Willis.
But I think no. But I think the desperation, right? Like Matt Rule's in a very desperate. He's
going to be fired this year.
So hold on. Starting a rookie quarterback that is known as a project is not good for desperation.
You have an excuse that you can blame development as why.
That never works, though. These guys always get fired anyways.
But again,
no, these guys always end up fired anyway.
It's not the coach making the pick.
I know that it's not true because my former head coach lasted as long as he did for that exact reason.
Like he just said, it's not the coach making the pick. No, I was just. I was
like, oh.
No, I will. No, look, it's not the coach making the pick.
I know that is a point that is sold for terrible GMs. It literally is the reason that Ryan and Matt, my other Ryan and Matt, who are no longer here,
no longer with us,
not with the team.
Oh. No, at first I thought he meant like his other group of friends. And I was like,
no, I absolutely thought that's what he was talking about.
I did at first too.
Start over. Start from the beginning.
3 separate sets of Ryan
They
and
didn't
Matt.
get the NFL draft coverage though.
No.
Recipe.
The pick is in, by the way. The Carolina Panthers.
It's gonna be interesting.
I think
make a pick.
quarterback, but I don't know which one.
Neil. Iquanu is what I said for it.
Iquanu?
I would take Neil. I think they're.
I'm going offense. One of the 2 offensive linemen. If I have to pick, I'll take Neil.
I will do the opposite of you. It's one of the 2 offensive linemen. If I have to pick, it's Iquanu. I just think Carolina likes him more. He is not better. I would prefer Neil.
One of the 2 offensive linemen. I don't know who, but I'll take.
Go with Neil, so it's.
I'm gonna go with Icky.
Oh, okay, so I'm the Lone Island.
I've read a lot of great things about him.
You said Willis, right?
He said a quarterback.
I'm not naming.
If it is a quarterback, who do you guys think is the best quarterback in the draft?
I do think it's Malik.
I was talking to the
well.
Hey,
he says, "Forget you guys. I don't care. I don't care who you guys think." JB, you're slacking on the comments. We got downtime. What do we got going on? People got to be asking questions.
No, Matt's doing battle with everybody.
Of course.
What kind of battle? Is it about Hutch?
Nah, he's just spamming throwing stones.
Is it about Hutch? I gotta know.
Check out this clip on the draft.
But if he's doing battle with himself, that's kind of sad. So
he does that.
Are Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert on the outs in Utah?
Yeah. He starts out, says, Charles, not everyone believes it's him. It's a lot. Let's see. Wait, I gotta bring it back. All right. So Charles says, why homegrown, one of the top players in the draft. Positions we need. What else you want? A single player can't carry us to the playoffs. It's a team sport, not the NBA. Paul goes, it was a better player, and they went with the one season hometown kid.
NBA, where LeBron famously carried the Lakers in playoffs.
So I want to say this hometown thing is killing me. It doesn't matter. Like, I don't care where he's from. I care about what he's going to do for this team. I care about the talent and his level of a prospect. Like, the hometown thing, it is for the Lions, it doesn't matter. None of that matters.
You might not care, but I think the season ticket sellers are probably pretty happy.
Right.
Well, but what, again...
Because I do think a lot of fans care. You might not, but I think if you're Rod Wood and you're like, with the
But
finances,
how many?
you're like, hey,
so you
I'm
know,
not saying that's the reason.
you
they
know,
picked
you've
him,
gone to
but
you've
I
gone to
think they're
Lions
excited
games.
for it.
How many Lions fans don't give a hoot about college football? How many
I
Lions
see
fans?
tons of Block M hats at Lions.
Well,
games.
of course, yeah, you're going to see somewhere in Michigan. Of course you are. But I'm saying, as a whole fan base, a lot of them
care about college football.
a lot of them do, but a lot of them don't. Furthermore, how many of them are fans of other college teams?
I don't think very
Just-
many.
Very many.
Oh, you think all the Lions fans are Michigan fans? Well,
not all.
Michigan.
Fans.
But-
There's
some.
Yeah,
We're
I-
talking like
This-
90%.
I'm talking Michigan specifically because of Hutch, right? So I don't.
Like 60%.
It's never going to appease the majority of your fan base
Wait,
because
what?
he's
Well,
lost.
60%
I want to
would
say
be the
this
majority.
because Paul Robinson had a comment, and I think this would have been the greatest thing in the history of ever. Plus, it would have got me 1 million views. Stunned that Campbell wasn't wearing a helmet in the war room. God, that would have been so amazing.
We got one.
Bob Quinn had the bet and Campbell
Could have
was
borrowed
wrong.
one.
So
We got one right here for you.
Actually, if the vein does make its presence,
Hey, do you guys
we
want to
should
hear
protect ourselves
Aiden
and
Hutchinson's
put it-
first comment as a Lion?
Sure.
God, oh, why? Is that what he said?
Why?
Nancy Kerrigan. It was the Lion. Aiden Hutchinson said it was the whole draft process. I wanted them to pick me.
Yeah. Oh, I wonder why.
What else are you going to
Wait,
say?
I wonder why.
It was
I'm
the,
just giving you the
actually
first
for me.
comment.
It was the Texans the whole drive.
Hold on.
I was really hoping I would make it to 3.
I do believe Hutch grew up a Lions fan,
We are-
so
we
there
are-
Not
does
impossible.
matter.
He was a Michigan fan. So
We are less than an hour in, and
You're not
I'm
allowed to be both.
tired
You
of
know
this
what?
news cycle.
So according to Paul Robinson, Hutch is a merchandise sales
Here we
pick.
go.
Tib was the
And we have.
I already called that comment dumb, so
Serious
we'll
about
just
moving
move
on.
on from that.
now he's responding. It's the battle of the polls.
right.
Iquanu got him.
There you go.
Beautiful. Let's go.
Hey, good stuff.
Aquania?
So I'm 4 out of 6. 4 out of 6. How are you guys doing? I'm excited.
I don't know. I'm keeping up with my regular mock where I am 1.
I got sauce. I'm 5 for 6.
You're cheating.
No, I did not.
You had sauce at 4 without any.
He's up there a man.
I know. But we're asking Don after
We
he
were
got the
like
pick.
5 minutes into
Yeah.
the conversation.
I said
He
sauce
had
like
it
at the very beginning. And then I
He
got
He
denied.
did.
Trip. Who'd you get?
Although I have to admit, after you start talking me down, I started to not agreeing with myself.
I
So
do
the
think.
Giants are back up.
And they're
right
taking
here's-
Evan Neal.
Taking the
Evan Neal,
tag.
right?
No one
Check
disagrees with
doesn't
that.
matter.
Well, they
That-
can't take a
Okay.
cross.
Oh,
You're talking cross.
They didn't pick up Daniel Jones's 5th-year option. Do you think there's any chance they go quarterback?
Not again in the first round. Not
Not
after
this
that
season.
disaster.
I would never
But
rule
they've
it out.
already
I would
they're
never
already
rule it
setting
out.
the trap, the bait to setting the stage to cut bait.
It just when a guy the prospect of Evan Neal, listen, if Jacksonville had taken Evan Neal #1 overall, I would have praised the hell out of that pick. We are sitting here at pick 8, and you can get your biggest need, maybe the best player in the draft.
I agree with you. I would take Neal, but I thought the
you
Daniel
say?
Jones news was
It's
interesting.
7, not 8.
Okay, sorry, 7.
Coming on coming off the heels of declining his 5th-year option or not picking it up.
Who's 9?
Nine is the
Seahawks.
from the Broncos.
Ryan, to go off.
And that's where I
my
thought
thing
Sauce
is
was
if
gonna
you
go.
love a quarterback, right? Like, let's say they love Willis or they love
I
Pickett.
realize that now.
If you
It's
love a
not good.
quarterback and you know Daniel Jones is not the answer, you got to take it, right?
No, and this
Why?
is why. Because the
If
team
you, I said if you love a quarterback, if you love him and
doesn't
you
matter.
think
So I'm going to tell
Okay,
you,
go ahead, go ahead.
you asked, I'm going to tell you. So first of all, they're not ready to contend, right? It is much better to throw your rookie quarterback into a team that's ready because one, you get the advantage of the rookie deal, right? You can possibly contend on a rookie, but he has a much less bust factor when he comes into a ready-made team.
it's a good argument.
On top of that, this crop of quarterbacks we don't love as a whole. We don't. So if you are capable of falling in love with one of these quarterbacks,
to.
you will be in love with a quarterback the year or two that you're trying to maximize that window. You can afford
and
to wait.
that,
Fair.
we don't love the quarterbacks to the point that I wouldn't even.
Don said
Well, I love Willis.
if they love a quarterback. So if they love Willis, you still, in my opinion, it's just a waste to pick him here, especially with what you're passing up.
also missing situationally. You don't say not in the first round. You're telling me that if you ran the Steelers right now, You wouldn't take one of those two?
I don't.
The Steelers,
if
as
I
currently constructed.
to start him.
No, because Trubisky.
They got Trubisky, right?
So
but
that you don't need to. He's a dead man walking.
Oh, he will not. Willis will not make it past the Steelers.
So but they pick at 20.
Yeah.
They're a long ways from
aware,
now.
but you're throwing it out there that you would have both of them passing every situation on the board.
So I have always said, if we think that Malik Willis is the best quarterback in this draft, which I think we do, right?
I don't, but yes.
Okay. Anyway,
It doesn't really splitting hairs.
into draft
Splitting poor hairs.
But I guess I was coming from more the Lions' perspective, right? Like, I'm not touching any of these quarterbacks or even considering it until 34. I'm not in the same situation as the Steelers. You could potentially see Malik Willis go there. I don't know. Is he your answer there?
Saints is the other one.
Saints is the other one at 6. They have 16 and 19. Maybe, but I just don't know if these guys are going to really pan out into the
battle.
battle.
Does it change your opinion that Willis is going to sit out a year? So he's getting a year for them to
He
get.
might sit out like half a year. I think he'll eventually start.
So
I think it depends on the situation, right?
If he's like
It depends on
26
where
or
he
something,
goes.
I think all rookies should start a year, regardless of circumstances. I don't think they should ever play year one. I don't. And mop up duty a little bit is fine, but they should never start year
100%.
And that's why I thought Willis would be a good fit with the Lions, is because they got Goff, who's not going anywhere right now.
But
that also wastes.
The Steelers one makes way more sense,
It does.
and the Saints because you also have
listen,
Watson.
I understand.
I would like if I can ever grab the guy I think is my franchise quarterback, regardless of my team construction, I'm gonna grab him.
And you know what? If it doesn't work out, you take another one.
And I said that
Stock
before.
up.
It was part of why I talked a lot about Baker Mayfield.
Well, you saw the
You're taking
then
lottery
Redskins do
tickets.
that when they drafted Robert Griffin III and then in the second round.
It's the craziest thing. I was
They
so upset
drafted
when they drafted Kirk Cousins because I
Cousins.
was like, I think Kirk Cousins is going to be a good quarterback, and he's never going to get the start
That's
because
exactly
of
what I
Robert
thought.
Griffin.
I was
I was
like,
like,
this is
this
so
guy can play, and he's screwed.
The
But
Giants
Here we go.
we saw how
At
that
seven.
played.
Same
It
thing.
worked out, and it's like, all right, that's awesome. Like, it was a good thing. But that's what we talked about Baker
So what do you
Mayfield.
think? We think Neil on this? Or
I think
Neil for sure. So and it is, and it's the obvious pick. So listen, and this is why it's so huge for the Giants. And I want to give props to the Giants. Now they couldn't really mess this
All
up.
right, Falcons, baby.
It's kind of like Sewell falling to the Lions last year. Like, it
Right.
didn't mean Brad Holmes was good. You couldn't mess it up almost, right?
Well,
but
you could have.
this first round of Kayvon Thibodeaux and Evan Neal is one of the best first rounds I can remember for a team. This is exceptional to get
But
these
that's
two
all,
players.
I mean, that also
It
is
is
what you get
exceptional.
when you have 2 picks in the top 7.
I want to thank
Two
all
out of
of you
3.
for not actually referencing where they got this from.
From you.
Yeah.
So like there are people, to Paul's point, who, and it's not a lot, but they're out there who would have Thibodeaux and Neal in some order as 1, 2 in like their big boards.
And that would be
And
acceptable.
imagine if you were a Giants fan.
They've
and you
both
had-
been,
you had
been
Neal and
projected number
Thibodeaux.
1.
Yeah.
They've both been projected.
Well, I mean,
Okay,
there's
but
been-
again, as we've said
So
before,
there's
there's
been
been
like
like 16
yeah.
people.
I mean, at the
So-
beginning of the college football
Absolutely.
season,
To me,
Spencer
though-
Rattler, what's he doing now?
To me, though,
Right?
like it reminded me of when the Lions got Nick Fairley. Because at a point in time, Nick Fairley was projected as the number 1 pick. And the Lions got him at 13 or something like that.
Yep.
And I was really excited about it because
Right.
I was like, we got this super talented guy who maybe didn't have the year that he wanted, but at one point, everyone was like, that's the guy to go number 1. The season happens, he falls a little bit. But to your point, both these guys projected at number 1 at some point. I just think the Giants really hit, at least on the talent. Both these guys might bust out, but you got some really talented pieces, 2 immediate starters coming
That's
in.
going to be a team that'll jump pretty big.
And to speak on what Ryan said, of course they could bust out. But when you're sitting here evaluating draft picks, the thing that I hate more than anything else, I hate when everyone
It's
says
Georgia, too.
you can't judge a draft until a few years down the road.
look,
That's
Trayvon
bullcrap.
Walker.
That's absolutely not true. And the reason that's not true is because when you're drafting, you don't have the advantage of hindsight. Yeah, it's easy to look 3-4 years from now and see who had good drafts and who did a good job. But when you're making these picks now, it's all about the process and getting value with your draft picks. And you can't get better value than the Giants got. It's impossible. They crushed it. And so importantly, Right now, after Evan Neal, there's a drop-off in talent. We just closed a tier of prospect talent in this draft. We are now taking a step down to the next tier of talent.
Kyle Hamilton, Jermaine Johnson.
Positionally, yes, but
in general,
because I think in terms of talent, we mentioned it already. I think that there are 3 players that, like, I'll be honest, if I were at like number 10, I would take one that high.
But you wouldn't take them over a guy like Neal. You wouldn't put them.
Depends on my roster construction.
You would put them in the same tier of quality as Neal.
In terms of how they
See, I would not.
Yeah.
But that's fine. What are we thinking for the Falcons here?
Receiver. I promise.
I think they'll take
Do
Jermaine
not
Johnson.
ever snap at me again like that. It will not go well. Do not ever. You didn't come prepared. I'm prepared. Don't snap at me.
I think they'll take Jermaine Johnson. What receiver do you think they'll take?
Jameson Williams.
You think even with the torn ACL in the national championship game?
Yep.
Real quick, Paul. This Paul Robinson and you need to hug. So he says that they were talking about the Okudah pick, and I bet Paul liked the Okudah pick. I bet Paul thought the Okudah pick was a great pick. Matt did defend you, meaning Paul hated that pick. Because Paul Robinson was commenting last year in the draft live that we had. What were your thoughts?
2 years ago.
Go back and listen to Sports Cards, Paul Robinson.
Well, you're rehashing old stuff.
The problem with Okudah, and I was pissed when we
You're
made
not
the
going to see
pick.
your receiver. The pick is in.
Oh, we didn't. We gotta say.
I don't want to hear him talk
Who do I think
about,
they're picking?
Who's on the clock? I can't see the TV.
It's
The
the
Falcons.
Atlanta Falcons.
Go back.
All right, I'll go back over here. Be a little weirdo.
Wait, what receiver did you have taken?
Jameson Williams.
I'm going.
Who do you
London.
think they're taking?
If they're going receiver,
I don't even
want to
make this.
Drake London.
If they
I'm gonna do
receiver-
a
They
second.
should take Drake.
I'm gonna say Drake London, but I don't like a receiver here, but I don't know who else.
So 3 Londons, Jameson Williams, and Jermaine
Go
Johnson.
for it. Just click.
No, I was hoping it's something else.
You said the pick was in, you liar.
It is. It says it right there. It says the pick is in.
And I of him, but a lot of people knock him. This is a guy that it's measurables when we talk about ceiling and people knock his measurables. Karlaftis out of Purdue, and it's not just because he's Greek.
Karlaftis.
Karlaftis.
I have a question.
Karlaftis.
Which one of us is Greek?
I don't.
Not you right
No.
now.
It is Karlaftis. I promise you that is how you are supposed to say the name.
promise you that's
I promise.
not what he
I don't
said.
care what he says.
Oh,
That's not how you say his name.
Good.
Well, no,
Please don't tell me how to pronounce your name.
it is simply a Greek name and it has a proper enunciation. It does.
Yeah, and you never do it right on anything else.
Trust me on
Okay,
this one.
it doesn't matter.
Can I
Move
get trust
on.
on this
Keep
one?
going. Forget it.
I would love to see him go here. I think he's a really good player. It's a little bit high for where he's projected. I think he's really good though.
The Falcons selection.
In much more value than a receiver.
Dylan
But
off screen.
that's where you talk about measurables, and he didn't have them. He's a bigger
Dylan
guy.
watching it backwards.
Dylan is watching it.
Drake.
Okay, hey, I was right about the
Yep.
receiver.
Drake Lundun.
Yeah, but we were
about
right about which receiver.
Okay, fine.
I'm gonna
but-
take a bathroom break.
Everyone's.
Yeah,
I need to take. You better hurry up. So
Say
hold down the
we all
fort.
can go.
So I'm gonna talk some Paul on Paul real quick while all of our compadres are out.
Easy.
No, it's all right. Paul on Paul action. So about Jeff Okudah. So anybody that watched, I was pissed that we even made a pick at 3 that wasn't a quarterback because with Tua on the board, with Herbert on the board, I preferred Herbert. All of the stock was with Tua though. You had to make a pick because you knew Miami wanted that pick, and you knew there were other teams that wanted that pick. So if you genuinely couldn't trade down, and I said this a lot during the draft, we did the same thing. We did the first round live for that draft, and I was hammering this all the lead up in the podcast up to the draft. I was hammering it. If you cannot trade the pick, you absolutely cannot pick anything but a quarterback there. It doesn't matter if you want a quarterback, because once you pick the quarterback, whether it was Tua, whether it was Justin Herbert, that is now a huge tradable commodity. The problem is they knew that the Lions weren't picking a quarterback. They knew that Bob Quinn was a giant douche and was never going to put his balls on the table and be like, you know what? I'm going to pick a quarterback. I don't care. And that's the problem. Well, kind of, sloppy like that. He's not really a real man. So you had to pick a quarterback there. And the fact that you reached on a talent that had red flags, nothing that Okudah has shown in the NFL or not shown in the NFL has been a surprise. He in college. He's a mid 4.5 guy. That's not elite speed. It's not that he can't play in the NFL with that speed, but it's not elite makeup speed. And then if you watch the film in college, what did he do at Ohio State all the time? He was a clutchy, grabby receiver, and he didn't get called for a lot of them because Ohio State doesn't get called for a goddamn thing.
Yeah.
But he was he held all the time. You can't do that in the NFL. So if you don't have the makeup speed and you haven't built in the baked-in technique, you're going to struggle. And then on top of it, all rookie corners struggle. The one thing I will defend Jeff Okudah on is it's too early to call him a bust. I know everybody wants to call him a bust. The only thing I will defend him on is it's way too early. Almost all rookie corners struggle, and they suck. They struggle a ton. I don't know if you guys remember Darius Slay. His rookie season in Detroit was horrible. He was garbage. Now, he had the makeup speed to develop the technique and come along, but he started coming on his second season, and then shortly after was a Pro Bowl level corner. So you can't say the book's out on Okudah, but there were red flags, and what we've seen so far is concerning. Last year, he didn't play. He was hurt.
So Paul says, I remember saying during the draft you hold Tua hostage. He said, and then to reply to your what you just said, he said he was a bust from the second he was drafted.
Well, Paul, if you want to hear more about Paul's thoughts on last year's draft, you can go to YouTube and search up Throwing Stones. Click through all the videos. You're going to find it.
Love it.
For clarification, I am not on Throwing Stones.
It
He's
was not
self-plug.
last year's draft. It was 2 years ago.
It was whatever. It doesn't matter.
It was 2 years
Doesn't
ago.
even
And
matter. It was a wasted goddamn draft is what it was.
Because
feel
it
like-
should have been Tua at 3, who was held hostage.
So because
But
the
anyway.
Seahawks, like their pick's not even in, I do still feel like the only Lions fan who feels bad for Okudah. Because everybody else is just so quick to write him off. They're like, oh, he sucks. Like, come on, man.
And again,
like, let the
I'll
let the
say
kid
this
play.
1,000 times.
Damn near heartbroken when
It's
he
not his
tore his
fault.
Achilles last year.
It's not his fault he went number 3. It's not. He didn't pick himself number
Could have
3.
interviewed worse.
Not his fault.
I don't
And
wanna
then
play here.
again, the jury's not out on him. Now, you said something important. What did he tear last year?
The Achilles.
Full tear. This is a major problem. A guy that did not have elite explosion, that needed to make up for the fact that he clutches and grabs, needs that makeup speed, now has lost some explosion he will never get back with the most debilitating injury you can have in the sport. It is why I said David Ojabo, who I already had questions about pre-injury, pre-pro day injury, I did not think Ojabo was worth the top 15 pick. He's an absolute project at this level. There were a lot of snaps. He didn't even play at Michigan because he was a complete liability in the run game. Jalen Harrell played over him a lot. He didn't even start in the national title game. Jalen Harrell started the national title game. He is a high upside pick with great measurables and great get off to the quarterback. Ojabo, before all that, was a project, so I wouldn't have taken him in the top 15. And now he has this similar injury to Okudah. He tears his Achilles. I'm not touching him in the top 3 rounds. He is more likely to bust out than ever be a productive NFL player. I'm not taking a risk on a guy like that.
Okay,
and that's
so-
concerning for Okudah. That's huge concern.
So, the Seahawks are on the clock.
Yep.
They need a quarterback because they traded Russell
They won't
Wilson.
take it here.
They won't take it here.
Don't think so. This feels like a
This is for,
stall year.
A little bit of levity. Carter
might be a-
Elliott, I don't
hey.
know who he is, but he tweeted, if we pick Aiden Hutchinson, I'm going to blindfold myself and play Frogger on Woodward.
Who said that?
Okay, Carter Elliott, some guy on Twitter.
Oh, so we don't. Oh, that's-
Some fan. It was pretty funny, though.
Hey, what's our count right now?
I do-
We're at like 5.
I do have the Seahawks doing something kind of bold here. I actually think the Seahawks are going to take Hamilton. They seem to really value safety. Obviously, they traded a whole bunch
I'm
of picks
upset.
for Jamal Adams.
I'm upset.
But I think the Seahawks
that
go
what
and
you were gonna
grab.
say?
I think the Seahawks grab Kyle Hamilton here and just
I
go
was
with,
certainly
like,
gonna mention
who
as a
they
possibility.
think
Could they-
is one of the best players in the draft.
Or could they go in the direction, kind of like you guys were alluding to before, about how rather than getting that rookie quarterback now, maybe you build a good offensive line first.
And take a
Who's
cross.
left
Yeah,
offensive
okay,
line?
here's a
Cross,
problem you're going
cross,
to run
cross.
into also. They have Jamal Adams still.
So they just playing both.
No.
Figure it out.
They have what?
Figure it out.
They have whom?
Jamal Adams.
Who does what? What? That's not a safety.
He's a box
You can call him a safety, not a safety.
I think
He's
you're
a
playing
bum.
both and figure it out.
He's a bum. He's gonna pet you.
I didn't say it wasn't a
For
good
crying
thing.
out
I'm
loud,
just
man.
saying.
Pick is in.
Just stop.
Personal space. He's got a bubble.
Can I have a give me a COVID
the problem
shield.
for the Seahawks here, it kind of sucks that they're probably not willing to take a quarterback this year because they really truly are in the beginning of a rebuild, and I don't think they
All
plan
for
on
a
taking
reason
a
you
quarterback.
don't do.
Well, no, I don't think they're
sure.
going to, and I don't think they have any plans to. I don't think they want that yet. The problem is we're in like that next tier of prospects. They can truly pick best player available, which I think is Kyle Hamilton, but none of them are great picks here.
So there's 2 picks left in the top 10. There's obviously the Seahawks and then the Jets. Do you guys think there's anybody who could sneak into the top 10?
That's what I was just
who maybe
wondering.
thought, who you
I
didn't
was
think it
just
would be
wondering if
You don't
we're
need
in
to.
that.
like a Jordan Davis or even like a Trent McDuffie.
Oh, I
or
thought you meant
something.
for a trade.
There
meant like a player.
was something I read earlier about that. The Texans could potentially try to move in for a second top.
That's
pick.
not what he
They're their
said.
team, They don't need to.
That's not what he was saying.
He's talking about a player moving into the top
Yeah,
10.
that
oh,
you would
player.
expect. Like a
Like a-
Tyson Alualu all those years ago,
Yeah.
who got picked at 10.
So-
I mean, somebody.
It goes back to what I just said. I think we're at a complete tier down of talent left in this draft, and because of that, yeah, I think the board is a lot more wide open.
Devin Lloyd?
that you could see a pick that you didn't think about.
you.
come
Jermaine
getting up
Johnson.
Huh?
Although he's
You love
I
Jermaine
thought
Johnson.
he was going to be in the top 10 anyway, but or a guy again.
Jermaine Johnson's gonna be a stud.
What about their need at
He's gonna be a
corner
steal.
with Trent McDuffie from Washington?
Yeah, that's a guy I
like
just
that.
mentioned. Zion Johnson, something like that. Like just something weird. Again, Jordan Davis, who I don't think you guys did a whole video about how he's not a first round pick.
Paul.
But a
No,
lot of
I
people
got
don't
it.
Like him.
Paul did it.
Cross. This could be a spot for Cross.
Yeah, go look it up.
I mean, this
Jordan
is-
Davis is not a first
Here we
round
go.
or not a
Here we
first
go.
round pick.
Here's the pick. So
I'm gonna say Cross.
Cross.
I'm
Who
gonna
you
say
going
Cross.
with, Dylan?
I thought you meant cross promote.
No. But I appreciate it.
Hamilton, but I don't
Hamilton.
like
Who you
it.
going?
Oh, Hamilton. I
I'm
convinced
gonna
Dylan.
go. I'm gonna go with the kid from Washington. Oh,
Oh,
it's
there you
Cross.
go. There you go.
Cross. There you go.
I am money right now. I'm not missing.
It's because he
But
peaked,
I
it's 'cause he
can
peaked at
guarantee
downstream.
you're gonna get this Jets pick wrong.
I mean, I'll probably get 8 of the next 10 wrong because we're at the point where it gets really difficult. But that was a good pull. I'm gonna pat myself on the back there. That was good. No, see how you know who has to be the most frustrated person in the world right now? Russell Wilson. Oh, I leave. Now they're gonna address the O-line. Wonderful. This is great. We got an offensive tackle now that I'm
Now
now that I'm
they're
beasting
not
out.
playing a bum quarterback.
And
$80 million.
The reason Cross popped into my head kind of late. Obviously we don't have sound. I don't know what they're.
It's not like it was random.
Well, earlier in the draft, because there were some people
Like 2 picks
that
ago.
liked him as the best tackle on the board, which I completely disagreed with. I thought he was running a clear third to me, but there were a lot of people out there that really liked him, and especially analytic people that said, this might be, maybe this is the best offensive tackle. And what a draft to need offensive tackles and have a pick in the top 10 because they're great. I mean, you really have great options.
So-
Nobody trading yet. No draft day trades.
No,
And-
I
and
think that starts coming once we get outside of the top 10.
So everyone thinks the Jets are going.
Karloftis is my. I would.
No,
think
I was going to say a
Karlaftis.
receiver here. I was going
I
to say
think
everyone.
Jermaine Johnson.
I was going to say I think a
Florida?
lot of people think the Jets are going
Florida
receiver,
State,
but I don't know if I
Florida
buy that. I mean, I think right now, can you pull up live draft odds for? Do they do live odds during the draft? Does it
And,
change?
for how much
They
they've
have
been
to, right?
boxing him out? I'm surprised you're even addressing
Speaking of
him.
the top, I don't know. Now I think the Jets take Hamilton. I'm just going to keep saying it until I'm right.
Say Hamilton until he gets picked.
No,
But
I
and-
think
at first,
Hamilton's the one
Hamilton
that's gonna
doesn't.
Well, at first I even because me and AJ mentioned him when we were talking about guys who could sneak into the top 10. I was like, maybe they go McDuffie here. But I think if they're going to address the back end of their secondary.
What
I'm
pick are
gonna
we
say-
on?
I'm gonna tell you, I
This
feel-
is 10. This is 10.
Yeah, 10.
last pick in the top 10.
I'm
I
like,
think they'll take Hamilton.
Hamilton feels like he is starting to suffer from what Jamal Adams created.
he's a safety.
What? They're completely different safeties, though. Like, what do you mean?
That the value of the safety pick after the Seahawks made one of the most egregious trades of all time, that safety as a position just isn't as valued.
See, I don't get that because especially a safety like Kyle Hamilton that's an eraser and a deep safety, that's your last line of defense. That's a guy that you can move around all over the field in different
How many
packages.
safeties
You need
are
that.
actually of that good of value, though? I mean, to be fair,
Well, you have to be good. You can't be Jamal
Stafford's
Adams.
throw is proof of how terrible safety can wind up being.
that was nonsensical, and I'm not going to address that on the draft.
I'm saying
I'm just going to gloss over that.
You are not reading this correctly. When you have a good quarterback that has an arm that's able to go deep as badly as he can, where he just throws that up 60 yarders. Like doesn't matter how good the safety was. There was no way.
Look at how much last season, not this past season, the season before, and look at how much recently teams that have been able to stop Kansas City's passing game, teams that have really been able to stimmy them. You look at Tennessee going to that too high all day. They were able to do that by having elite safety play. That's
an entire defensive buy-in. It's not
but you have to have.
How many times
you have to have an elite safety to do that. You have to have an elite safety to do that. You can't do what they did to Kansas City without an elite safety. And look at Seattle and their mini dynasty that they had defensively was led by safety play, but it was led by
a decade ago.
It was 5 years ago.
Let's get off the safety talk for a second because I think we belabored that point, and you're never going to come to
You can belabor my point.
I just saw a spoiler for 10.
Why don't you take your break? Give us all a break.
That is what I get.
You guys can put the comments up there so you could actually see.
I'm gonna say Jameson Williams or Chris Olave. I like Chris Olave.
The picks in here. So, could this be Garrett Wilson from Ohio State? Can you mute that computer?
Yeah, what are you
I'm not going to tell you, and I can't guess now because, I did guess.
What are you
Kyle
doing?
Hamilton.
How about Aiden Hutchinson?
Who's close?
I can't say.
I'm gonna say Jameson Williams. So who'd you say?
I'm going with Garrett Wilson.
I'm gonna say Jameson Williams. Garrett Wilson's not even the best receiver from Ohio State.
That's right. It's Jackson Smith and Jigba still there.
I do need a break. I'm gonna see the pick and then I'm out. I'm done.
Who's this?
Going home.
Yep.
Yeah. J-E-T.
What do we think? What do you guys say?
We're all going wide receiver. He said Kyle Hamilton. You said Hamilton.
I said
I'm
Jameson
saying
Williams,
Garrett
but it's
Wilson.
got to be wrong because I've nailed like the last 15 picks.
I would take Wilson over
Jets take another safety
Jameson.
You would personally take him over him.
You would take who over? Say that again.
Jalen Naylor.
No, I would take Ohio State.
I mean, it is interesting because Jameson had to leave Ohio State to get playtime.
Here you go.
Like, that's what's amazing about it, is he couldn't play. Ohio State's receiver depth chart is so ridiculous.
Just like Kenneth Walker.
Still too early for a receiver, but whatever.
I agree with that. But it feels like the Jets have been locked into receiver. So it was receiver. I had the wrong receiver.
Garrett?
I had the right one.
Yes, look at that. You're welcome for pointing you in the right direction.
He's smooth.
He is. He's natural, man. That catch he made against Michigan on that pylon was...
Didn't count.
The circus catches against us were getting so ridiculous. They were just,
But here's the thing,
third
too,
down
right?
circus catch, fourth down circus catch. Oh my goodness.
Wilson's one of those guys that you could put in slot. According to PFF, he spent 73.4% of his time in the slot in 2020, and then 82.9% on the outside too. So he's also a versatile guy that can stretch the field if you need him to, but also play in that slot. So they're adding a weapon for Zach Wilson.
Oh, I know he was just in the end zone.
But nobody to protect him, no run game to speak of.
Well, I mean, sure.
Well, now they have that Michael Carter kid.
Yeah, they do.
Who did okay.
But you need a line that can block for Michael Carter.
But with the linemen that are off the board, it's not a time to get.
Right here. Look at this. You picked friggin' Sauce Gardner. You had the pick. No, I don't want to hear that.
Trade coming.
Well, this is exciting. Now I can't go.
The Commanders had this pick.
So what is it? What's the trade?
Don't know the exact.
Kyle Hamilton is the trade. It's for Kyle
quarterback. Easy.
I thought you just said Washington.
Well, Washington has the pick.
You have to think it's Malik Willis.
You
have to think it's Malik Willis if the Saints are trading up.
I don't see compensation yet.
There's no.
Why are they trading for a third-round pick right now?
Why would they trade up to 11? That's only 5 spots. That's a quarterback.
Because Texans picked before them, who would need a quarterback. Yep. The Eagles, Jalen Hurts. Maybe you like him.
So who is the quarterback?
I think it's Jameson Williams.
I think it's Malik.
I'm going to double down again on this.
I'd like to see Malik with the Saints.
I can see this being Jameson Williams. So
no, you're not trading up 5 spots for a wide
for injury.
So he is the last. He's the last receiver in this tier available. He is not making it past the teams in front of you, Jameson.
And I think there's a lot of people who have Olave still.
He's not making it past the teams ahead of you.
That doesn't matter. I mean, the Saints. But also, which Saints first-round pick are they trading?
I think that's important. My
Because
guess
it'd be-
is it would be
I
17
don't
or
think it is.
16.
I think if they're
They're
trading
pretty-
up, it's still
yeah,
for
It'd be
Willis.
They're
I
pretty
mean,
close.
16 or
Which
19.
again,
So
still
it's,
like,
5 spots for a receiver who
It's
is
it's
injured.
Do
it's
we-
important for the Commanders, right?
Are
Which one
we
they get? I
sure-
don't think it's important for the
Are we
Saints.
100% sure that they like Willis best out of these quarterbacks?
I don't know about that.
No.
I just know it's a
Because
quarterback.
But
I
think
just
it's
asked because we're like it's Willis. And listen, a trade up here you would assume is a quarterback, but I want to play devil's advocate, and I see the best receiver left of this tier of receivers. I know that. Listen, New Orleans needs receivers bad. I don't believe in picking receivers in the top half of the first round unless you think you're a receiver away from winning the Super Bowl. I think it's not a good value pick. But the way the NFL is treating receivers lately, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what it is here. I mean, it would be extreme.
They have Jameis for 2 years.
Well, it's a good bridge for the
what's your
quarterback that you
Well,
got.
I'm saying-
No,
what
that
I'm saying
doesn't
is,
stop them
like,
from drafting him.
Does that draft?
I'm gonna go use the rest.
Okay,
No, that doesn't stop me from taking a quarterback. The fact that I
yeah,
Jameis
no
Williams.
whatsoever.
And then I mean maybe
Jameis Winston.
you let
Sorry.
you have Jameis have this season and then it's a full on competition the next season.
Honestly, that
Yeah.
part, that logistics doesn't even matter because Alex Smith was coming off a career year, and the Chiefs still took Mahomes, and James Winston is not what
And,
Alex Smith was
right.
at his peak.
Honestly,
Do we
no.
know what the compensation or what the trade was?
I haven't seen it.
Like honestly, the only other guy I think you would trade up for is Hamilton if you just had him as a top 5 player in the draft.
Yeah, but don't they have the one cat as it was their secondary guy? He's fantastic too.
But they might
Yeah,
have a great
Saints.
safety,
He's a
but
cor- I
obviously
think
you
he's a
need.
corner.
I still think it's Willis.
You think it's Malik?
Yeah.
The problem is that only thing you've heard is that it was quarterback for them, but whom I have no idea. That part of it, for betting sake.
It's gonna be.
They didn't even make the pick yet. They just traded up,
nothing
and
on
they're like, all right,
the
let's decide now.
compensation yet, right? Nothing about the compensation. What? Go for it.
Washington says,
Oh, did
That's-
Paul Robinson scare Paul away?
No, yeah, Paul wants a call in. We got to get this guy calling in one of these days. He's
so it
like,
looks like the. Oh,
he
sorry.
said, seriously, how much caffeine has this guy had? But listen to me.
We
Paul
ask
Robinson,
ourselves that every
It's
day.
not Kevin.
every day. Paul, he makes me physically weak. Physically weak. The other one is right here. Right there. That one there. One of these days I'll have an aneurysm, I promise. But he means well.
Oh, me?
He means
So it
well.
looks like the trade is the Commanders are sending pick 11
Yep.
to the Saints
Yep.
for 16, 98, and 120.
There you go.
Okay.
Yep. So 16. You're going up 5 spots to get a receiver.
According to
No
Ari
way.
Mirov.
No way.
No way.
That looks like.
Man, how
Confirmed by
about that
Paul
for a
Serra.
come up? By the way, that Ari guy on Twitter, he was that My Sports Update or whatever. I now
Oh,
look
yeah.
at.
Is that your
That's
breaking news?
a good story. That's the positive side of Twitter. Oh man.
Hold on.
Excuse me.
So this Benjamin Solak guy, like he put out his first half of his mock draft. He's gotten like 8 of these picks right.
Who?
Ben Solak, he got Travon number 1. He had Kayvon number 2. He got that wrong. Stingley 3. The Jets he had taking Hutch. So, but he had Neal 5, Aquanu 6, Gardner 7, Garrett Wilson 8. He got that. Cross 9. He got that wrong. Oh, never mind. Drake London 10. Drake London didn't go 10, did he?
Yeah.
No,
No, he went 8. Oh, never mind.
So
I thought
a
it was
lot
more
of these
impressive.
are reversed.
Yeah, Bill Simmons lied to me.
Did we get the
Wilson
pick?
London flip away.
We have
What
not
I
gotten
missed?
it yet.
Still haven't gotten the pick.
But they traded
Oh, it's
The
right
trade's
there.
on the screen.
right there.
It's right there.
16,
Third round
16,
and
a third,
fourth
and a
round.
fourth.
Oh
Yeah, that's-
my god!
To move up from 16 to where?
11.
This pick is disgusting.
Don!
This pick is disgusting.
Whoa.
Don lives in the future.
Fireable offense. Right here.
Interesting.
Oh, it's Ken the
If
Fluffer.
if this person is correct.
Sam Howell?
That was the name that came to my mind.
Worse.
Sam Howell?
Desmond Ritter.
Mac Brown?
Oh. That could be it. Come on, not two of you. Stop it.
Desmond Ritter.
I know. What is this?
It's no fun when you
You're
play
just-
spoiler and then hide it.
Yeah.
No fun when you play spoiler and then hide it.
Oh, look.
Breeze Hall.
It's nepotism.
I'll feel
on
good
the
about
screen.
that. What'd I say?
That's Chris Collinsworth.
Oh, I was about to say is that
Wrong,
Collinsworth's son.
You said they were trick.
We'll get to it.
Bruh. Stop.
Don still got to do a job.
Paul Robinson would like you to be shot with a trank gun.
Jeez.
Paul, we all do.
It's not like we
you're
haven't
not
said
saying
worse.
anything we don't say on a daily basis. So
I appreciate you listening,
What's
Paul.
he mad about now? I thought he agreed about Okuda.
he did actually. He wanted Tua. You're like a chihuahua that won't be quiet.
I haven't even been here. I left. I took a nap. I had my chihuahua nap.
Even Paul's
back?
naps
wait.
are fast. It
Whoa,
lasted
whoa,
2
whoa,
minutes.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Is it different than you thought?
Hold up. Trade Lions. Looks like
To 11?
Possibly. Hold on, unless it's a
Oh, Nakobe D
Nope.
time or Devin
Lions
Lloyd.
are on the clock. Big trade.
To
Devin
12.
Lloyd.
Lions-
Oh,
the
please
Lions
God,
trade
Devin
12.
Lloyd.
Can we see
With
this
the,
pick
with the,
first?
off.
no, this pick doesn't matter if the
Shut
Lions
your
trade up
mouth!
to 12. They trade up to 12.
Delvin
with the
Lloyd. It has to be.
Malik Willis at 12.
Or
Come on.
no.
no.
Yeah,
no.
buddy.
Who are you going up to 12 for? Are they
Malik.
Hamilton?
I want to look at my
Hamilton.
board.
Or it could
I
be
wanna-
Hamilton.
Which is what I said, by the way,
Malik.
before the draft. Remember?
Malik.
Remember?
Nope. Didn't hear that.
Can we? I didn't hear it. I don't remember.
All right, let's
either.
get the Saints pick. Let's get one thing at a time.
We
then
should
we'll see
be
if there's a
having
trade.
the audio at least running while they're picking.
You can run my audio.
Stop doing that.
Okay, so who did?
They think it's Malik Willis. I think I'm
I
gonna
don't
go
think
up
it's
trade
Malik
up.
anymore.
I
think
said
the
trade
Lions
up for a
traded
receiver.
Malik.
You did.
I said Jameson. It could be Olave, right? I think this is a receiver. I
Why
think
is
they
Tony
like a
Gonzalez
guy
announcing the
that
same
they don't want him to slip out.
I don't know.
Are you with Malik Willis still?
Well, I think the Lions traded up for him. I don't think they traded him. That's all it was.
If the Lions trade up to 12 for Malik Willis,
I will leave and go home. I will be done. I will leave. You
The
can.
Lions,
It's not even that.
the Lions are sending 32, 34,
Yep.
and 66
Whoa.
to the Vikings for number 12 and 46.
Okay, by the
There you
way,
We got 46 bags. So
I'm a cop.
32,
You're
34,
right.
and what?
You're right. That's a
What?
divisional
66.
trade. I'll
What?
stand down.
what?
It's a divisional trade. I'll stand down.
Oh yeah, and we
Stand
talked
down.
about that.
I'll
Yeah,
stand down.
For what?
I got yelled at. For
32, 34, 66.
We gave up 32, 34, and 66 to move up to 12.
And 46.
it better be for
Yeah,
Kyle
yeah, 46,
Hamilton.
That's not that bad. Yeah, that is now.
Well, because we get back 46, yeah. Because we moved up from 66 to 46.
Basically.
You say 34 and
It's actually no.
We
it's-
gave up 34 and
No,
66.
So
and
draft
we got
value wise,
back
I think that's
46
really
as well.
good. If Don is correct, Don said before that 32 and 34 alone get you near
Yeah,
15.
Yeah, right.
If we got up 3 spots higher than 15, that's got more. And then we moved up 20 spots
we
in
gave
the
up-
in the second round.
We gave
That's-
66 too.
But
Right,
we
but
got
that's-
46.
Yeah,
back
but you
in addition.
basically moved up 20 spots.
So we moved up 20 spots.
And you
Right,
also
right.
upgraded by 3.
I'm not generally a fan of trading up, but it depends. If someone
a very
falls,
hot trade, not
if
gonna
you,
lie.
it's a good value
a
trade.
good
And
value trade.
if someone falls, now if it's Malik Willis, I'm gonna be out. I'm gonna be pissed, and I'm not. If
Please,
he's there,
Devin Lloyd,
if he's there, because they think Malik
I
Willis
hope
is
he's
going
Lloyd.
to the
Oh,
Saints.
Devin Lloyd, please.
I love how we just
Saints selection.
screw the Saints. Doesn't even matter
Pick
now.
11,
And nobody
Saints
cares.
selection is.
It is.
Chris
Yes!
Olave.
Wow.
Let's go.
Why?
I am on fire.
Well, you did not say a lot.
I said
You
receiver.
Said wide
I had the
receiver,
wrong
so you
receiver.
Can take, like half credit.
Trading
you don't
up-
get the full credit. You
Oh,
get like
okay.
half.
You never
Okay.
know which
Offensive
one
player.
they're gonna prefer. You
Honest
never know
question
which
here.
one they're gonna
Honest
prefer.
question here. Why would the Saints trade up
When he's
5 spots
When he might
for
be
a
there anyway.
receiver?
When he might be there anyway.
Right.
Why?
If you
Because-
take Devin Lloyd here,
And this is what I
I'm
said.
so happy.
So these receivers,
So happy.
these receivers started coming
It's
off
gotta
the
be.
board.
It's Malik.
I'm
bam, bam,
legitimately.
Oh, we need a safety too.
I'm legitimately nervous at this point.
Malik,
If you
baby.
take Kyle Hamilton, I'll be
Malik.
honest, this is on the level, in my opinion, of 2017.
I don't know.
This
what
is a can't skip player, and you're
Oh.
about to get a safety instead.
I'm fine
You're
with
talking about
both
Lloyd.
of them.
If you
Lloyd.
pass on Lloyd for Hamilton,
Oh
that
my
is-
God, I'm gonna vomit. This is.
Is it Jermaine Johnson? Did they double down on pass rush?
I'm breaking stuff.
Zion Johnson?
I can't.
Kenny Pickett.
Where's the door?
What is happening? What is
right there.
happening?
He knows who the
I
line.
think
Oh,
this
wow.
is the
Watch
ultimate.
it be
I think
Karlaftis.
Don just threw his phone.
God bless America.
Okay, hold on. I gotta look.
What
now.
is happening?
No.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
No.
Don't do
I
it.
don't like this. I'm like a prisoner right now.
Well, we're all in the same boat. You better not be looking either.
He's going to lionspicks.com.
I'm trying to get my board. I'm just trying to see who else I would prefer here.
Okay, this
He's
is
so
not good.
upset.
Is
It's
he
not-
is he like overcompensating? Is it?
You don't know because he has no poker face, so he's either flat out lying or he's upset genuinely. Like it's.
Okay, here. This is fun. Based on this reaction,
I'm scared. It's Malik Willis. I'm terrified.
I
No,
think
because he loves Willis. so
Yeah,
why
he
would
might
say
be just.
that?
He's
That might be why. He
overcompensating.
might be trying to flip the script on us. Because he
I
loves
think if
Malik
you're gonna
Willis.
overcompensate, then it's
I don't
more
think he
than-
has that much of a redirect, though.
I think it's.
I don't think he
I think
does.
it's Jordan Davis.
Oh
If
God.
Don's reacting like
Oh
that.
God. Oh no.
Or
Oh,
or
no.
Jermaine Johnson, one of the two. I think it may
But
be
another
Johnson.
edge guy?
That would be
Listen.
terrible.
I don't even hate.
Listen,
I don't hate going edge. I hate trading up.
You're
for it.
This is
gonna
the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
you're gonna trade. It's Desmond Ritter.
I can't do this.
You're gonna trade up. Like I don't think there's any chance.
Go
of Jordan
away!
Davis.
Go away!
I think it is.
You
I-
just
I
drafted.
hope
You
it's
just
wrong.
drafted 2 defensive tackles in the second
Oh
round
my
last.
God! It's so
And you're gonna trade up to get Jordan Davis, who's not even shouldn't be a first round
That's
pick.
not overcoming. That's not overcoming.
stupid.
Okay, yeah, he's mad. Yep, this is Desmond.
or Korlaftis.
I just lost.
Will you relax?
Whoa!
Did you say you just lost money? Did you bet on it? Like, what?
Oh, jeez. Now
I'm so.
I'm
scared.
terrified.
terrified. Like my
That's
hands are
terrible.
sweating.
And I want to say, so like, while I have liked the draft last year was solid, Sewell makes that draft. I love the Aiden Hutchinson pick. The problem is right now, before this pick, because we don't know what this pick is. We don't know what this pick is.
Oh, you're not gonna
We
take that
don't
with
know
me?
anything about Brad Holmes' quality yet because all he has done is make picks that are hard to screw up, right?
You also
Like,
can
they've
say
fallen
about
into
him,
his
he's
lap.
very tunnel vision too.
But his
Well, I don't know that.
No, I mean based on his Rams scouting history, he's very tunnel.
So I like what he's done so far with the Lions, but he hasn't really had a chance to screw it up bad. He's taken the obvious picks, so this does scare me. Don's reaction terrifies me.
if he comes in here laughing at us, I might punch him.
Jeff, without
I will.
spoiling the name, what are the fans saying? Because I assume a lot of them know.
No,
Nothing.
They don't have Twitter.
well,
You
hold
can't
on.
just-
No, they may be like us and wanting to see a
And what if Don doesn't know? What if he's just being a dick?
And, or no,
I wouldn't do that.
no, stop! Go away! I don't want to hear
It
it.
like just pops out.
I don't want to hear it. As far as I'm concerned, I hope you're lying.
Yeah.
God, I want.
Yeah, why don't you
success
be
for
Matt
you
Caress?
guys. I don't want this to be what I think.
The-
it is.
It could be Jameson Williams because I don't think Don wants a receiver like that this early.
Yeah, that's true.
No. But
And I'll
Can't
be
trade as
pissed.
much as
Sky
you did
Moore.
for that.
I mean, you shouldn't, but teams do dumb things all the time, and the Lions are not a team prone to doing things that make sense.
Oh God!
Like
this could be the other shoe dropping, like we talked about. This absolutely right here,
For
number
Brad
12.
Holmes.
This could be the other shoe dropping where we go, Brad, you killed the momentum that you had. It absolutely could be, and we talked about this week. You cannot kill the momentum, especially if you make a move to move up.
This kills any momentum.
All
Thanks,
right,
God, we
stop.
get it.
AJ, on what show did you talk about this?
We talked about it on Beyond the Box this week that you cannot kill the momentum, and God, I hope he doesn't. I hope Don is playing us for fools right now.
I don't think Don is.
I don't think he is either.
Don
My
is
hands
selling
are
so hard
literally-
if he is, and that's not really Don.
That's
No,
not
but
Don's
people
style.
who can't act.
Hell,
like
here it is.
yourself.
For sure they do. I'm
Here we
sold.
go.
Well, not here.
Hey,
I'm talking-
hey, rules.
I'm gonna
Do
be.
not-
No,
sure.
no touching stuff.
I'm gonna be physically
No
ill.
touching
Yeah,
stuff.
and
You should
don't
take
throw
this from
anything.
me. You should take this out of
Show
me.
your hands.
Thank you.
No.
Do not.
What is this?
Oh, please don't be a bad pick.
Jameson Williams. There it is.
Oh, son of a
Fucking
gun! You gotta be
God.
kidding me.
Amon Ron Jameson, baby. Let's go. Amon Ra, DJ Shark, and
You
Jameson.
signed Shark in the offseason. You have Raymond still. You have Amon Ra St. Brown.
Traded.
Listen, I know that it's not.
Oh my
I get Raymond is not like stellar, but why a
Nice way to put
receiver move up to the 12 pick
When-
overall
when you
for a
have-
receiver?
When you have
So
At least-
Charles Bosnick's happy about it. He got Amon Ra's got his wide receiver.
No, we had Chark, or however you say it. Chark.
Wait,
you
who was it?
don't
Who was it again?
need.
Who was it again?
You get Chark for a year. You don't need a receiver. I think there have been a lot of guys at 34, like Christian Watson or George Pickens.
So hold on.
Or something like later in the round.
Charles who said that? No, seriously, is it Charles who said that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Charles. You just did a 2017 again.
Well, I do think Jameson
Lloyd,
Williams
Dean,
is
now you have
second
no
best player on the
capital to
board.
move up to get those players if they're there.
And
You
those
passed
were
on
absolutely
Hamilton.
needs.
You have major needs on defense, and you chose to go wide receiver, which we all have said, and it rings true and stays true. That wide receiver is the least valuable position in the NFL, and he's injured, and you don't even have a quarterback that necessarily we know can get the ball to him. We're not trying to win games next year. You need to build the defense.
I think they're trying to win games next year.
But why? You have so
because
many
they're
holes,
a football team.
but you can't address them in this. You can't address all of those needs.
I'm still not I'm still not convinced that Goff could throw it more than 15 yards.
Okay, here's the biggest issue for this. Here's the biggest issue for this. You just had in the offseason 2 contenders move off of players who, if Jameson Williams is even close to them, those teams moved off of Tyreek and Devontae Adams. They moved off of them for a reason.
Well,
and you just traded up for someone who you pray is even close to that player.
They also had to pay those guys $30 million.
What do you think?
They didn't move off them because they're bad players.
The other shoe has now dropped.
Listen,
and we're back
if Jameson Williams is the player that you drafted him to be, because listen, you're not trading up so that he can be Robert Woods.
And then you're not going to
okay?
So he can be
if he is that player, by the time he can actually help you win something, you now have to pay him.
Yep. It's terrible.
It's
a terrible pick.
I literally don't have the energy and don't want to make myself that sad to sit here. Reasons this is an asinine and horrible pick. Like it is
bad.
You have killed everything you were building. The patience that you showed, the letting things come to you, the building the team the right way. Useless ass receiver, and you trade up to do it. You waste draft capital to trade up to do it.
Would he have been there at 32?
It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter.
No, hold on. It is kind of the point.
No, it's not.
The Eagles traded up.
I don't care anymore.
This is so bad.
Okay, here. I'm gonna put some salt into this wound, because with everything that's going down, the quarterbacks for this year are hitting that mid-range where Dean or Lloyd are going to be in that spot that was gettable without getting rid of that 3rd round pick.
Yep, 100%. And those are guys now
and are going to be better than.
And are going to.
I can guarantee they're going to be better than.
100%.
I mean, even if he's as
any
good
of those 3 defensive players at that spot, even though Dean might have been a little bit of a reach at 12,
those great about that.
Any of those defensive players at 12 is worlds better than what that was.
Team that's doing things pretty darn smart though. Washington, now they can still get a quarterback, and they move back in order to do it.
They got Big Daddy Carson.
Oh, that's right. They have Wentz, don't they?
But
I guess, but still,
Washington's praying Kyle Hamilton's there.
What are we doing?
He's not making it past Washington.
Don, you 2017 yourself.
We did. We passed on T.J. Watt to take Gerard Davis.
So dumb question though. I don't understand why Amon Ra matters. Why does this guy want a wide receiver? Like,
he wants help.
People believe, and this is something that I think is pretty stupid because that you just don't understand scheme. People believe that somehow you have to have wide receivers in pairs. And that's not how that works.
But you signed that this offseason with Chark.
But again, you don't get guys in order to have them work in pairs. That's
no,
not
you
how that
don't.
works.
You're 100% right. But even with the amount of guys that were going to be available at 34, you don't move up. I mean, Drake London, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave are off the board. Okay, great. The number one, according to PFF, the number one receiver is Jameson Williams. Fantastic, great. You don't need a receiver right now. Any of these guys, Sky Moore, Pickens, Burks, could have been there, and would have probably been there at 32.
Would have been a better value.
I mean, having
too.
3 picks, you have 3 picks in the top 34,
Not
and you
anymore.
blow your wad
Not
to get a
anymore.
receiver.
Yep.
And now you don't have a 3rd round pick either.
Has Brad Holmes seen our defense?
No.
Hey,
not.
remember what I
So
said?
that's why I
Aiden
picked
Hutchinson is just going to fix
Stupid.
everything, right?
Okay,
Absolutely
do
terrible.
you guys
pick.
remember right before I said this how I said that Brad Holmes also has a really big issue with tunnel vision?
Yep.
This is a tunnel vision pick.
Oh, for sure.
This is tunnel vision.
It's just nonsense, is
sure.
what it is. And now I'm sick. Like, I wish Aiden didn't come here. Go to a real goddamn team that's run
Yep.
by a real front office. Like, go freaking win
I
somewhere,
appreciate
man.
the fact that you clearly are not as upset as the rest of us.
No, like I didn't want a receiver here, but again, so if you're putting yourselves in like the Lions' mind, say Jamison Williams had a top 10 grade on their board, and they traded up to 12 to get him. I would have rather had a Pickens at 34, Christian Watson if he fell. You know, one of those guys or any of the defensive guys that we mentioned. But I mean, that's what they, you know, it's what they saw.
It's not.
They went up and got him. I do think they need a receiver. I don't think they need a receiver as bad as they need the other positions. But I do think Williams is going to come in right away.
Re-
I had
Receivers
so,
the
I had
last-
so many,
Like, it
I had
didn't work
so
out.
many high hopes for this
The
draft.
minute that I heard the trade, it was even more so.
I
was
know.
like,
Yeah, right.
You know what I thought? I was like, you know what? They're making moves. They're doing it. They're doing the right thing. Nope. We're gonna give you a wide receiver.
We're getting 2 studs on defense
Yep,
that are going
and
to immediately start.
they're trying to, you know, build their offense and
Torn
around
ACL
Goff.
in the
Man,
national-
maybe that
national
means they think
championship
Goff
game.
is the guy, right?
So what do
'Cause
we get?
they're gonna have
47.
they're gonna have like a top 46. They're gonna have like a top 5 O line.
Television.
You have Swift, who you know should be pretty good, and now you have Hawk, Amon-Ra, and Jameson.
You know,
Williams in
it's
charge.
great. It also means that this is where it becomes even worse because you said, "Oh, they want to win," right? That also means that now next year they're going to be way further out of getting impact guys now too.
I mean, it's
that I don't know. I don't know that Jameson Williams had so many wins to your.
well,
you know, win column.
but his
He
thing
might not
is
even play to start the year. He's hurt. He might not be ready.
He was walking up on the stage.
The
all
point
front.
is that they clearly are. What they should
I
be
walked in here
doing
just fine.
is build around.
Dylan's thing
basically,
is they
it's-
were chasing wins,
But I-
basically,
which is dumb.
and they're chasing wins because of the tunnel.
And
vision
you're
of
chasing
believing
wins the wrong
that
way.
Jared Goff is the guy who can do it.
If you really want to improve
See, that's
the
the part that concerns me the most about it.
If you really want to improve the offense, if you're sold on we have to improve the offense, wait to get a guard at 32.
Yeah,
Kenyon
100%.
Drake or Zion Johnson may be available, and if they're available, that improves your team a hell of a lot more than a receiver does.
Oh, Kenyon Green.
Okay, so
It's like Kenyon Green.
really, what is with these teams? Why are you only trading up for 2
Al Hamilton.
Kyle Hamilton.
How do we not?
Who traded?
Oh my God.
The Eagles.
The
Or
Eagles
do you,
This
traded
is
up.
so bad. This is so.
do you think the
Devin
Eagles could
Lloyd
grab a quarterback?
Is going to be a Pro Bowl player. He's going to go to the Patriots.
He's going to be an All-Pro.
He's going to be.
gonna
He's
go to
going to
the-
be a Pro Bowl player, right? And we took a receiver.
In
I
number
can't.
12.
I
It's
can't.
the same. It's the
In
same.
number 12.
An injured project.
Yeah.
If
And
he is
torn
anything-
ACL in the national championship game.
What is with it? 2 teams do the same dumbass move? Why?
I just can't.
Honestly, to me, the Saints
Did
one
they go from-
is
they went
just
from
as
third
You know
bad.
what's sad about this?
5 spots
It's
for a
so
guy that
it's
was
so
gonna be
goddamn
there.
sad to me. Remember when we talked about the mock and I had picked 10 in the mock,
Yeah,
right?
this
And
is-
I
this is
traded
the
it to
Eagles
Green
at
Bay
13.
for 2 first-round picks in the 20s, right? Because we said we think Green Bay is going to be desperate to get Aaron Rodgers a receiver. It just seems to be where they're trending. Green Bay didn't do anything so stupid as to make that trade up. Yet the Lions, who have no reason at all to think that they need a receiver right now, blow all that draft capital to get to
I'm
12 and
so
get a
ready
receiver.
for all the idiot
What are
fans to try to
what are the
test
people saying? They probably love it because fans they love receivers. They don't think macro. It's all about in the moment in my fantasy.
Okay,
team.
so here's.
Oh yeah. So David Zoran says, but we took the best receiver in the draft.
Doesn't matter.
That
doesn't matter. Not true and doesn't matter. So 2-4.
Well, yeah.
I'd rather have Garrett Wilson.
I'd rather have Drake London.
I'd rather have
Yeah.
Olave.
Charles Bosnick loves this pick. It was absolutely
Jordan
perfect.
Davis, Eagles.
Why did you trade up 2 spots for a tackle?
For a horrible
What
another
is
horrible
happening
pick.
right now?
Hey, so
three
let's go back.
picks
Hold
in
on.
a row.
Hold
Paul
on.
Robinson
Let's
does
go
not
back.
hate this pick.
Let's go back to
Which pick?
Let's go
Paul
back to
Robinson
the
does.
the
What did I
wide
say?
receiver. Let's go back to the
What?
introduction.
Anti-Paul.
The what?
He's the anti-Paul.
What did we say in the introduction?
The
Dylan,
Antichrist.
give us your
Multiverse
specifics for
Paul.
this draft. What's gonna happen?
People.
Teams are going to
3
do.
straight teams have made terrible trades. 3 teams in a row have made awful trades.
You know
why
what's
are you
sad?
trading 2 places
You know
for a
what's sad?
tackle?
You know how I have a whole video,
Yep.
saying why Jordan
On what
Davis
show?
is not a first round pick.
On
I
what
like
show?
Jordan
Like,
Davis.
Dylan,
Yeah, what show
Why
is that?
5 spots?
But
On what show?
not that he wasn't. It wasn't.
You said
It
he
was
wasn't
our
top 10.
show.
Oh, well, I don't remember which show.
You
it
on the
was.
box?
It was us.
I do too many shows. I don't know.
It was on. It
You
was on
record
Throwing
twice a
Stones.
week.
It was on Beyond the Box.
It's like in semi-pro when they throw the hoop for the first time.
I may or may not come back.
Is that legal?
On Beyond the Box, I talked about Jordan Davis should not be a first-round pick. Of course he was going to be, but I didn't think he was first-round pick caliber. As much as I don't like the value of Jordan Davis, I would have been 10 times happier with Jordan Davis than I am with what we just did.
To be fair, though, you also you did say he wouldn't be top 10, right? And he's
no.
not.
No.
He said he wasn't worthy of a top 10, but he thought that he probably still would be.
No, that was Travon Walker.
Okay,
Oh,
That was
okay.
Travon Walker.
All right,
Okay.
Same deal.
I don't know about you guys. I do feel better in the fact that you have 3 teams making some of the stupidest trades I've ever seen.
You
At
as
least-
a Bears fan? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying the Eagles traded 2 spots to get a tackle that they would absolutely have gotten in the same spot. The Saints traded up 5 spots to get a guy they would have gotten. And you guys did what you did. All 3 of these teams made trades that were beyond.
Great. 3 teams that are winning a Super Bowl, not in the near
Ever.
future. Wonderful. Fantastic. I love to be in that company.
So the Eagles traded up, you would assume, to jump the Ravens, who picked at 14.
So Paul Robinson, he thinks that he doesn't deserve to be a first round pick. He knows that he's going to be a first round pick because he asked what kind of crack you're smoking. But David Zaran says that I think he's talking about Davis.
Yeah.
He says he would be one of the best tackles that ever played.
He's a two-down player. He cannot rush the quarterback.
Jordan Davis.
Also, it's like everybody's all of a sudden thinking that Aaron Donald, every tackle that comes off the board is now Aaron Donald.
Jordan Davis
I think
in
Jordan Davis is
college.
gonna be
Okay, we're talking college.
Imagine it'd be
All
a
right.
pretty good run stop.
Jordan Davis didn't play
I
half
think
the
he's gonna be
snaps
epic, though.
in college. He
even
did
if
not
he
hit
doesn't become
50%
sacked,
of his
he
team
can
snaps
get
in
one
college.
trick
You
pony.
can't. Well, he took it from me because we talked about it on Beyond the Box.
Okay, stop.
We did. We discussed it on Beyond the Box. And so what does he give you as a pass rusher? You need to be able to pass rush from the interior. He's a 2-down player. I don't need
7
a
sacks in
2-down
his
run
career.
stuffing nose. I don't care that he's a freak, that he's a 350-pound man that runs sub 5-second 40. Like that's
picks
cool,
how many picks
but
did
it doesn't
he lose?
matter.
But
He
what's his
can't
three
stay
count?
on the field. What the hell am I going to do with him? He can't stay on the field, and when he is on the field, he doesn't get after the
3 roster
passer.
spots
It
that
doesn't
you
make
traded
any
up
sense.
For a 2 to for
Like, make it
barely
make
2
sense.
down
And
tackle.
I think Jordan Davis
I don't think
is
they
a
view him
solid
as a
player.
two-down tackle.
I
They might
absolutely
not.
think Jordan Davis is a solid player, but he doesn't even stay on the field. And when he is, he doesn't fit the modern game. You know what he is? He's the 7-foot stiff center that can't stay in the game. He's got to come to the bench every 5
It's Hunter
minutes.
Dickens.
That's what he is.
He's me.
All right, so what are
Enos Freedom.
So what do the Lions do now? So
Nothing. They can't do
Pick up
anything.
46.
tomorrow.
They can't
40.
do
They
it.
got 44.
46.
I don't even care anymore.
I know. I
don't
mean,
even-
there is one path of redemption that you actually could do.
There's none. There's no.
There,
path
no,
of
there,
redemption.
there
Right,
is.
let him
There
go.
is. 46 in Rams next year, in order to get up and actually get one of these.
Right.
defensive guys.
There's another trade in the mix.
That's.
I don't
that's-
think so.
No,
It doesn't absolve a horrible.
Well, but it
doesn't,
lessens
that
the
makes it a
blow.
lot better because I mean I think we all agree that Rams pick is going to be in between 28 and 32 again.
I mean, the Rams hope so. That's for sure.
No, I mean I just don't see any way that's not going to happen.
Injury.
Unless Stafford
Injuries.
dies, which I mean, come on, he's playing.
I
7
so I
arms.
wouldn't trade. The reason I wouldn't trade the Rams pick for like anything this year is in the event the Stafford gets hurt early in the season, that might be a top 5 pick. It was at least a top 10 pick, but that might be a top 5 pick if
don't
Stafford
think
gets hurt.
That
It's
receiver corps
unlikely,
is too good
but
to be a top
Stafford is
5.
not
And they're
young.
going to bring in Kaepernick if that happens.
Yeah.
And then they're going to the Super Bowl.
Who?
Colin Kaepernick.
That's not what you said.
You
said
did say-
Kaepernick.
Oh,
No,
sorry.
no.
He's not in the upper
Oh, I thought
echelon.
that was like a nickname. But no. Okay, here's the reason why I would say no. Because as things currently are trending, it clearly seems like Dean could be in that spot. And I'll be honest, if my choice is between whatever the potential of the Rams pick is, which if we're talking just on odds, is going to be between 28 and 32,
Yeah.
I'd rather just ship that and the second pick and just get my defensive guy and then be done for the next.
You don't need the picks this year. Not to mention, I talked about this before. You don't want to make all your picks in a given year and not have future picks because we're building something, right? We don't want all these contracts up at one time, right? The more picks you make this year, these contracts all come up at the same time. Spread the picks out during your rebuild so that you don't have to extend everyone at the same time. Extend your window.
I understand, but I just see those two linebackers as just too good.
I think there's so much. I think there's so much value, not just with them, but in later first round picks.
Kyle Hamilton to the Ravens.
Surprise, surprise.
And that's a great pick for the Ravens at 14. Fantastic.
I wonder if he could play quarterback though. I mean, he's as good as Lamar, so.
Who even throws the ball for the Ravens anymore?
No
They don't throw the ball.
Like since Flacco left, have they had a quarterback?
Well, they have Lamar Jackson. JB, that was a
That was a rough
question.
That's fine.
That was a rough question.
That must have hurt Ryan so bad.
Yeah, we're laughing. We got Justin Fields and Jared Goff. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, but at least we know they suck and aren't paying him $40 million.
And also,
They're not paying Lamar $40 million. We're paying Goff way more than we're
also
paying Lamar.
I'm not here for this Justin Fields thing. It is not his fault he is this bad yet.
No.
It is entirely because he had a dead coaching staff.
Oh, it's his fault he doesn't have the skills or the talent.
I don't know.
Well, that's God's fault technically, but we'll let it be. Okay.
Yeah, right, but
we're
you're blaming the fact that he is bad because he had literally no development on one of the.
No, you know why he's
biggest
bad?
contracts ever.
Not a hard worker.
That's true. That's true.
Can't read a defense.
Well, he can't read a defense.
He doesn't do his homework.
Okay, so we're at pick 15 with the Texans.
Last guy in,
because
first
they
guy out.
traded,
I am so down now.
I know.
They traded.
The high of taking Hutchinson,
Hutchinson
and then
to
now
this.
it's like I don't even care anymore.
You know, it's funny. You
Appetite
basically
again.
just got to the same place as if Hutch wouldn't have been taken anyway.
Yeah, basically.
No.
Do the Texans
liked
go
this.
quarterback
Like
here?
I actually liked him.
Huh?
Do the Texans go quarterback?
No, from what I've heard, they really actually.
AJ, I have a
believe in
question.
Davis Mills.
Why should I care anymore?
We have gone the nihilist route of the evening.
I'm so.
So I mean, you can if you're the Texans, you can still get Jermaine Johnson or Karlaftis, whichever edge you prefer.
So,
Or
who's the
you could
person
get
who's
one.
dropped so far?
Probably Jermaine.
Sevin Lloyd, maybe.
Hamilton.
No, I think
No,
well,
Lloyd
just
was
had it
about
out.
13 to
But
16.
no, I think Jermaine was projected
No,
higher to go
I mean,
than Lloyd.
Dropped
Yeah.
from a little bit, I thought.
Jermaine, like I know him, Jermaine Johnson. I
You
think he was
know what's
projected
the
higher.
worst part about this now is that it clearly looks like Lloyd and Dean are going to be going to like really sweet rosters.
Yeah.
And they're
Right.
going to
Well,
be
yeah,
awesome.
you got the Patriots, Steelers, Packers all picking, and then the
If
Bucks.
the, if
The
the,
Steelers,
if the
man.
Patriots got Lloyd, that is the most disgusting thing in the world.
I want to
That's
see.
FSU, though,
I want to
not
see the Pats get like a Daxton Hill.
No, from what I
That would be.
connection there, which would just
Now,
make
you
Where,
them
project
where are the
for
Pats
that.
pick 18?
You said
yeah,
the Pats?
something like that, 18, 19.
Who?
something.
Pats?
Yeah.
21.
Oh, there you go.
21. I mean,
That's like a perfect spot for that.
it is. Yeah. No, it is.
And also, Hightower's gone, so.
21. The Chiefs have back-to-back picks at 29-30.
Oh, look! And by the way, you're going to see what a well-run organization looks like because they got rid of their dead weight, and now they're going to be filling.
Nah,
their
Brady
roster.
came back.
What?
No,
I'll
you're
say
talking
it
about-
right
You
now.
said Chiefs.
The Chiefs.
Oh.
The
What is
Chiefs are the
going
floor
on?
for Daxton Hill. He's not getting past the Chiefs.
Honestly, that would be a really good ad because then they could replace Sorensen. That's a really good ad.
Yep.
I don't know if he's
Hill
going
and
to be
O'Connor.
there. I can see him going a lot earlier, but he's not making it past the Chiefs.
I'm just saying, like everything that we are saying. Oh, Lions, why are you doing? The Chiefs are like proof positive.
What I
it should
am
be.
excited to see is where these guards go and which one goes first. I think Zion Johnson is
Yeah.
A
heavily.
sentence that has never been uttered. I am excited to see where the guards.
Listen, I love offensive
Well,
linemen.
did you see the guards' eye
love
test that they
offensive
gave him?
linemen.
Through the roof. 20/20 vision across the board.
He could
Those
read like
combine
the
numbers
fifth
are
line
out.
down. It was crazy.
Listen, when he's pulling
He
across
got
the field,
Nobody gets the O.
he sees the safety before the safety diagnoses the play, baby.
Oh man.
He's blocked out before he even knows what's
No, I
happening.
appreciate it, but that just proves like where our headspace operates is that I'm like, oh yeah.
Well, that's why the casual fans watching are like, yeah, receiver number
So-
12.
Let's go Kenneth Walker.
So Paul says Loftus. Is that
Karlaftis.
Karlaftis.
Oh, there you go.
Keith.
Guard.
Karlaftis.
Kenyon Green.
Yes! Look at Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah,
And
but
I'm-
that's a homegrown kid. I don't like it.
Oh,
That's a well-run organization
so
right there.
I'm really hyped here.
Houston Texans.
That's right.
Oh, did you? spell
That's what
something?
smart organizations.
Oh,
do.
here you. So I am actually really excited here because everyone had Zion Johnson just surging up draft boards, and as like the clear-cut number one guard, I have this whole process like Kenyon Green at that, not necessarily the Texans, but as the top guard on the board. That's who I wanted the Lions to get if we went the offensive line route, which if we were going to trade up, we could have done. We didn't have to get a goddamn receiver.
Hold on though. If they would have traded up for a guard,
It
would have been
super cool.
It would have been okay, not great. You
Yeah, but
trade
it would have
up.
been this.
It would've
It would have been
infinitely
better than the wide receiver, but
No, honestly,
you
I'm with
trade
Paul.
up
That
to
would have been
12.
pretty sweet.
You trade
It
up
would've
to
been
12 to get.
That's a
address
definite
that
position.
So if you
you'd
thought
just be
it's a huge
crazy.
position, our guards are trash,
Yeah,
and they're holding back what could be a really good offensive line.
yeah.
Was this a trade?
No,
Well, it
earlier.
was backwards.
Yeah, they traded the Eagles
Not
traded
right
with
now.
them to get
Also,
Jordan Lewis, and
though,
they fell back.
Houston
what are the fans saying, JP?
is so
That
brilliant.
was a question from Paul. He said,
Oh, if this was
would you like if the Lions took Michigan outside linebacker David DeJohn
No.
at 46?
No.
so
'Cause
I
he thinks
am
he's better
on.
than Hutchinson.
So oh my Jesus God, who said that?
David Saran.
Okay, he seems nice, so I'm not gonna say kick him from the
Stop,
chat.
Man, just
Listen,
drop it. Don't even
no,
address it.
he asked. I'm gonna answer the
You're
question. I'm
being
gonna do it
baited.
nicely. I'm gonna
It's
do
a
it
bait.
nicely. Okay, I don't think it's a bait. There are people that are like this. All right?
Don literally hasn't said a word in like
There are
half
people.
an hour.
He's
Are you
depressed
okay,
as shit.
champ?
I'm
I'm
depressed.
I was looking at the.
Can I answer? I want to answer a question.
No, I want to hear what Don has.
I was just
to
looking
Yeah,
at the
but-
Rich Hill trade value chart. And
We did good,
We did good. And
but then you ruined
freaking
it.
took a wide receiver.
I told you we did
I mean,
good by trade.
we ripped off
Oh, whoa.
a division rival, and then we
Apparently
took a wide
Hollywood
receiver.
Brown just got traded to the Cardinals.
Yeah, for 23.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, wait.
So the Ravens are at
Wait a
23
second,
now.
hold on.
Ravens again.
Brown and a third
Stop!
round pick.
Stop! Did you just
Third
say
round
the
pick.
Cardinals?
Yeah.
Did you just say the Cardinals?
I did.
Because that's what the Cardinals need. They need another receiver.
Right.
That's what. I only love it because I hate Kyler and the Cardinals so much.
You know, this is really frustrating because, like, if it weren't for the fact that Lamar is, like, hogtied to that franchise, that's such a brilliant move.
I would love them.
That's
I would love
such a
the
brilliant
Ravens are literally my idol franchise. The way they run their team is incredible, and it's not. Listen, they didn't. The Ravens weren't a bum team that
Hey,
took Lamar Jackson
Hollywood
number
Brown
5.
got traded to the Cards.
I saw, so now he can drop passes from Kyler instead of Lamar.
Well, hold on. The passes have to get to his hands for him to drop them.
Did you
Really.
not watch that Lions game?
The best game, honest to God, the best game Lamar Jackson has ever had.
It was pretty good.
No, he was dropping dimes that game.
my
Hollywood Brown
Who else was dropping down?
was Hollywood Brown.
Yeah.
What's crazy is Hollywood Brown actually had an incredible game. The way he abused our secondary was amazing. He just didn't catch any passes.
So good. The development clearly didn't work, and now you're getting pick 23. That's such a good move.
Such a good move.
It's
That's such a
amazing.
brilliant
Now,
It's
okay,
amazing.
it's a good move,
Go to the
but
bar.
as proof positive, pick 12. It depends on what you do with
The other
it.
side.
No, I mean, I know for a fact they're going to do something awesome. I mean, they're the ones who got Patrick Queen at like 16.
I know.
And look at him now.
I know.
Like, what if they went bold as hell and decided to get like Dean or something? With
And where did they?
That's so good. That's so good.
Look his original.
That's so. That's even worse. It's proof of exactly how stupid this decision was.
And they had the best value pick in the first round, right? With Kyle Hamilton falling to them.
Yeah.
That way.
Yep.
Yeah, you
Well,
can argue.
I think Evan Neal's the best value pick in the first round.
Yeah, but you at 14, a guy who was like a top 5. That's what he said.
He fell a lot after the draft.
And then you're trading away what was basically going to be a dead body anyway at receiver.
No, so
for
it's a wash.
23.
I mean, they might just trade for a receiver at 23 too.
No.
Take like Christian Watson.
No, because they took Bateman last year, didn't they?
Yep.
So why would they
Watch
do
your
that?
Yeah, but they also lost Sammy Watkins, right?
You bring him to court, can you?
You say lost
What are you
like
at?
that
You
wasn't a
serious?
net.
Okay, but we were talking about the Lions and
In 2
everyone's like, we got
hours?
DJ Short, bro.
No, I wasn't talking about it in the sense that like
It's
he
more than,
solves
like,
the problems,
It's just
but
you-
he
like you
doesn't
said.
create. Chark does not create a necessary need at wide receiver to trade up to 12 to draft a wide receiver.
Also,
If they take a wide receiver with 34, I'm not as upset and saying the shoe has dropped It's the same old stuff, right? It's Tease Tabor in the second round. It's Jelani Tavai.
You at least let the draft come to you at that point.
I mean,
Exactly.
And they could very well be trading that spot for Devin Lloyd.
Exactly.
Well, Lloyd wouldn't be the fit. It would be Dean.
And that's
Lloyd's a middle linebacker.
Whoever they like the
Wait,
most.
are you talking about Baltimore?
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, I mean that
Dean.
seems like the play, right? They're
So in
Or-
the thing Ryan just said, it's so upsetting,
no,
right?
They just took
Because
Hamilton.
the
They took
Lions have
Daxton
now
Hill.
lost the flexibility as these players fall.
No.
As a N'Kobe Dean, as a Devin Lloyd falls, the Lions have lost the flexibility to
move
jump
up.
up and grab him if that's what you wanted to do.
Which is
if you
what
were
What
going
all
to
of us
jump up.
wanted to do.
Like,
Let's be real.
to
If we
jump
all
up-
ran this together, we'd have like an A+ grade on this draft.
Well, we'd certainly give ourselves an A+.
That's the worst part.
Yeah,
We give ourselves A plus no matter what.
I bet
we're
Holmes
crushing
is
it,
giving
boys!
himself.
This is one of those, like, I don't know if
Giannis.
I've been more sure about two players since TJ Watt than those two. That's
It's-
why I'm
it's-
so sure
What's
of them.
frustrating to me is I
There you go with
don't
the
I don't give a
Commanders.
crap I don't care if Jameson is freaking Calvin Johnson. It was a bad decision.
It was.
It's,
I don't
it's
think you'd say that if he was Calvin Johnson.
no, I
Yeah, you
would.
would,
I
yeah, you
absolutely would.
Yeah, you
So did you think that Calvin
Jahan Dodson.
Dude, oh my god! This is making this so much worse. Look at how much talent is dropping now. My god!
Well, hey, what do the Chargers do then? Do they
Chargers,
take
by
one
the
of
way,
them?
low key and free agency and everything else, have had one of their best off seasons of any team. So
I
Hold
think
on.
Chargers
they gave
go
Mike
defense.
Williams 20
Right?
per. Let's slow down.
I
This-
got-
this is-
no, that's great because Keenan Allen's like 35. The minute he drops off, then what do you have?
but 20 million per
That's fine.
draft a receiver.
They also
They
made their
could
offensive
have
line
an argument to draft a receiver.
Guard situation because you still have Zion Johnson on the board.
They drafted the tackle last year.
They could Slater, Rashawn Slater from
Rashawn
Northwestern,
Slater, yeah.
awesome pick.
Yeah.
No, this is absolutely a spot where I could see Kenyon Johnson going or Zion Johnson going.
And then that
Absolutely.
adds to it of having one of the best offseason. I mean, AFC West
Could
is
they-
already stupid.
Who's
Like,
their other safety? Could they pair Derwin James with like Daxton Hill?
I mean, I would personally love it, except I think they're the same player. That's the problem.
That's-
Now,
if you have two Derwin James, that doesn't
it's
sound
not
like a problem.
It's not bad to have them back there,
Thank God he's
but
finally healthy.
I mean, and you probably in that situation, maybe
2
you
weeks
move
into the regular season.
Derwin James has the size, right? You move him down more into the box, and when you have them both deep, I mean that's difficult. And think about the division they play in, right? How important the safeties
Yeah.
are for they play the Chiefs, they play the Broncos, who you know are going to throw the ball around now. They play the Raiders, who are going to throw the ball around a little bit. Having those pieces, I mean, think about so if you just match up a little bit, you draft Daxton Hill. Okay, well when you're playing the Raiders, you can put Derwin James on Darren Waller, and now you have Daxton Hill free to patrol. It gives you a lot of versatility in that division. That is a very
What about
shrewd move.
Devontae?
That's
Pick's already in.
Yeah, and so
They were quick.
let's see.
They were
I mean,
quick.
there's a lot of places they can go here.
Yeah, they do have a backer.
Except receiver. There's no way it's
Zion Johnson.
Yes, beautiful. Let's go.
Okay, this
I
is
love
what
it.
I'm saying.
I love
Okay,
it.
Chargers had the best offseason this year. They did. Look at how much their roster.
They had a good offseason, yes.
No, defensively they completely improved. It's insane. How much.
Well, you hated what? Who'd they get? DeMarcus Ware or something?
No, they traded for Khalil Mack for one,
There you
and
go.
then they traded for multiple defensive players.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I thought there was somebody else like of that
Oh.
Khalil Mack sort of tier that they went on.
Blockbuster trade per Adam Schefter. The Titans are planning to trade A.J. Brown to the Eagles.
Heyo.
Didn't say what for.
I'll be.
Well, the Eagles are on the clock
Hold
right
on,
now.
hold
With
on,
18.
hold on.
So
Okay,
you would imagine.
So
that-
now we have Hollywood, Devontae,
Young
Tyreek,
receivers being shipped.
and A.J. Brown being shipped, and you think that trading up to 12 was still a good idea. No good teams value their receivers. None of
I'll
Yeah,
tell you
not-
what,
not
I'm
enough to
reading
pay
through
him.
some of the
That's for
Facebook
sure.
messages on my post
They
about
love
it.
it, don't they?
Our fans love the wide receiver trade.
Because
This is the
Unbelievable.
stupidest
no,
trade.
it's not unbelievable. That's how you know, A, it's a horrible goddamn pick.
That's true.
Because the fans love it. But more on top of that, fans love fantasy players, dude. They just do. That's what they love. That's their bread and butter.
Every team is proving they don't
I have
care
given
about it.
Zion
Oh.
Johnson and Kenyon Green more airtime than these fans have heard their names ever in their life.
You're
Okay,
very
like
correct on
it's
that.
not. They don't care about picks like that. They care about garbage like receivers.
I surrogately am sick for. I'm sick. I can't
I'm trying.
imagine your.
I'm trying.
Chicago,
not-
the biggest winner by Robinson in the first round of the draft because they don't have a pick to screw
But
up.
on top of that, they were like, nah, man, get out of here. We don't give a shit about you.
Like, I'm trying not to dwell on it, to be honest with you.
This
But
is
it's
our
just
future.
like-
You cannot dwell on
I
it.
have already laid out for you how you can feel better.
So, and
that
this
is your
is,
way.
it doesn't
Listen, if they make some kind of deal, like you said,
that would be the only one you can
that's
do.
the only one you. I mean, it is.
Like what though? Like what deal are they?
46 and the Rams pick next year
Which
to
again,
move back into the.
if
first
we're
round.
talking about odds, is almost
So
certainly
now we're-
28 to 32 range.
But then they'll probably draft.
But then
a
we're
tight end.
losing draft
there you go.
capital next year to get a potential quarterback.
No.
But-
But again, for the Rams pick, who are you really going to have?
You know, speaking about the Rams, it makes it even more goddamn frustrating. So Brad Holmes comes from the Rams, right? That's where he came from. Cooper Kupp, best receiver in the
and
world.
then they shipped Robert Woods.
But no, listen. So Cooper Kupp, best receiver in the world according to everybody now, right? Did nothing for that team until they got Stafford. Did
Wow.
nothing. Furthermore, where did they get
that.
Cooper Kupp? Did they trade up to number 12 to get Cooper Kupp? No! They sat and they waited for him to fall to day 2 like a competent goddamn franchise.
So
It's
wait a minute.
unbelievable.
So the Titans are up to 18. They re-signed Harold Landry. So what's the need there?
Well, the need is they're getting...
I mean, doesn't their defense
So
suck?
here's my question: do they take McDuffie here, who seems to be the one that is at this point falling,
It's true.
the cornerback?
The corner would be.
Jermaine Johnson, baby.
Seen it.
Still on the board.
It's
I
disgusting.
mean, maybe this is how the good teams stay good, right? You're always picking in 20 to 32, and then you let the dumb teams go ahead of you.
It's
and just make a
exactly.
bunch of
That's
mistakes.
exactly what
Okay,
it is.
that is
And
legitimately
then
how this works.
and then you grab the guys like Devin Lloyd or
Could it be?
like
how it
Jermaine
is-
Johnson or something.
How it is that we're at
Jackson
18
Hill.
and Lloyd is still there?
It just
is
doesn't.
insanity.
The thing that doesn't make sense is you can see this. All of these. I mean, these GMs are getting paid millions. These front offices, right? Just so much money and resources. And if all you have to do is look at the last 25 years. You don't even have to look at like the history of the NFL. Just look at the last 20, 25 years and see what teams are consistently good and how they do it. They don't make moves like that. None of them make moves like that.
I'm going to tell you just for a self-serving reason, I feel so much better about having 38 and 49 now.
Well,
We're going to have some sweet options now.
Well, we could have done it 32 and 34.
John,
And just to not have that.
Right,
It's,
the players we could get. I don't even want to know who.
It makes you sick.
I'm only terrified that the Bears are going to
32,
try to
34.
trade up into the first round now. I don't want them to do that.
there's no receivers left for them to trade up for.
They don't
Well,
need, the
there's
receiver's not the need
taking-
anyway. Line is.
I don't think that's been a reason for any of these teams. They don't care if receivers in
Yeah,
need.
well,
They're like, I don't know, whatever.
That's the crazy
The
part,
Cardinals
too.
just gave up the 23rd pick for a receiver.
Yeah, but the Cardinals are
the
desperate.
Cardinals.
Desperate for what? A quarterback they
To
should be.
justify
To
the
make
fact
Cliff
that they're about to
Kingsbury
pay Kyler $100 million.
I don't see it happening. I think Kyler and Cliff are both gone after next year.
No, Cliff just signed an extension.
Bring Josh Rosen back.
Did he really?
He signed a 4-year extension.
Well, that doesn't mean anything, does it? Does it?
The payout's really high. The buyout's really high.
I mean, did he sign it in week 7?
He signed it after the season.
I don't.
After they bottomed out.
Is Brian Keim still a GM there?
I don't know.
Okay.
Why are you asking?
I was gonna have him look it up, but he's
Like you
not
said,
even
no.
gonna know what to look for.
He's like, I have a Brian at work. Is that who you're talking about?
The Eagles are signing AJ Brown to a 4-year,
It's
$100
Steve
million.
Kime.
Okay. This is the alternate to this for everybody who's all about that Jameson Williams thing. You have winners and losers. Every single one of these losers are the teams who trade for these receivers and then immediately sign these contracts. This is a bubble that is going to burst. This reeks of Ezekiel Elliott type levels of. Remember in like 2014-15 where you had Le'Veon, Ezekiel Elliott, Dalvin Cook, even Christian McCaffrey all signing these big deals. Now look at what the contracts look like for running backs. It's going to be the exact same thing. So all these stupid teams trading draft capital to sign these dudes. Oh my God.
What's even more
disgusting.
baffling is the teams, for the most part, trading for these receivers don't even have a good enough quarterback in place to make a difference. They have Jared Goff's. And again, I point to the Rams. What was Cooper Kupp before Stafford got there? He was nothing. He was a nobody. He could
Stafford
play,
doesn't
but he
make
was a
anyone
nobody.
better.
You stop. I know it's a troll. You stop. But that's the whole thing. So when you have Jared Goff level quarterback play, and now you're trading for first round picks for receivers, what is your end game here?
The gap between the teams that
The Eagles are rolling out Jalen Hurts. It's unbelievable.
It's wild how much of a gap there's going to be this year between the teams that are awesome and the teams that are just terrible.
We'll have a wide receiver to throw to.
Right, we'll have a couple of them. We'll
The
have a
thing
whole
is,
offense.
Jameson Williams, he's gonna be a good receiver. It doesn't make it
matter.
a
It
good
will
bet.
never matter, and I will never accept that as
And
any.
No,
now
it's
now the
not.
Lions are going to have weapons.
It's
baby.
just like when they drafted T.J. Hawkinson. Just because
Me and
he's
Kyle
a
Rudolph.
solid tight end, which I don't even think is that great. He's a solid tight end, top 7 or 8 in my
Yeah, but he
opinion.
can't block for shit.
Doesn't make him worth the number.
No,
seven.
he's
no.
a good blocker.
Oh,
He's a real good
no,
blocker.
backside blocker, he can't block. He's
Pretty bad.
okay.
Hold on. Oh,
Yeah,
are
let's
you
get
talking
him.
pass pro?
Yeah.
Why
Backside.
I don't care about pass pro on a tight end.
Well, he can't.
Where's
I-
Tennessee going
All right.
here?
Hold on.
Is
I
Tennessee
care, but
taking Greg
it's third.
Lloyd?
It's
Traylon
third.
Burks.
What
Another
the
receiver.
shit?
I'm just
Okay,
saying.
it's okay. It's okay, but like, why though, fam?
So you traded a receiver to get a
Why
receiver.
did you do? Why?
Yeah.
So I mean,
Traded
look,
up
like clearly
again,
I guess they just didn't want to pay.
these guys don't agree with the receiver.
Well, contract.
It's
Maybe the
mindset,
money.
yeah.
I don't know.
So no, listen. I do get this is the reason I'll say it's much more excusable for them. Is
Yeah, you
they
got-
literally
at least you got
swapped
right.
they swapped a receiver that they now don't have to pay and replace him with a much cheaper option.
That's why I said it's okay, but still.
I don't love it. I do not love this pick, but one, Traylon Burks is really good. I think he's a really good receiver. Two, again, they literally just swapped money. They didn't give up anything to get
They
this.
also
They
got
gave
an
up a
extra pick.
third, right? No, they got the
No,
third.
they got a third. They got an extra pick in Broom to receiver that they now don't
I
have
thought
to
that
pay.
guy was just chilling there. Like, I didn't think it was frozen. I was like, what's he doing?
And to
I
be,
did a
and-
double take,
and
and I'm like,
to
wait,
be
what?
fair, part of the part of it also already happened where the Texans or the Titans kept their best free agent anyway. They re-signed Harold Landry, and the reason they did that is because they refused to give AJ Brown an
How
extension.
much of this is overreaction to all these other wide receivers?
Teams are idiots, and this is the year of wide receiver, and this bubble's going to
I mean, well, receivers been building to this forever because GMs are just as stupid as fans. It's unbelievable.
Saints back on the clock at 19.
Take
Is
the
this
lead,
Malik
please.
Willis?
This has to be a quarterback.
It doesn't have to be. The Saints could be an intelligent team. It's possible.
What do you mean? This is
Oh
exactly.
no,
what
I
we're
take it
talking
back. They
about.
trade up for Chris Olave. I take it back. I mean, yeah. You assume if they
Also-
drafted a receiver,
Also, this is Don. This is something I would if you can look this up. When was the last time that we had a quarterback draft?
EJ Manuel.
That was this late. EJ I thought was 16.
He was around here. I don't
No,
know.
I'm saying like we're starting to get into the 20s. I think the Geno Smith year is the last time that I ever got this far.
This is what's so dumb. Like
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the worst.
you want to praise the GMs on one hand for not overdrafting the quarterbacks, but what they're doing is worse. I would rather you overdraft a quarterback
do this
that at
shit.
least has the upside, right? Other than like I would have rather the Lions for that trade up taken Willis. As much as I would have hated it,
Yeah.
I would have rather us done that than do the receiver route.
Absolutely.
Like because at least that has crazy upside, right? Like if
so-
it pans out, you look like a
But
genius.
hindsight's 2020 because had they traded up to 12 and taken Malik,
I would have
Yeah.
been pissed.
you would have. Yeah, you
No,
would've
I mean
been-
we would have been hyped though.
But-
We've been
but
hyped.
like-
that's called ignorance is bliss because I didn't know the alternative
Yeah,
multiverse
true.
world of
in
horror
the-
show.
We're in the Doctor Strange multiverse where this happened.
And I don't want to be here
In
anymore.
1996, no quarterback was taken in the.
That's a
No,
different world
never.
ago.
Well, hold on.
So
but did-
listen,
did you-
listen.
I
I
was
wasn't
barely
gonna
alive.
give Paul the
Satisfaction.
satisfaction of responding
welcome.
to this because I already know his answer. I could probably say it for him.
You stupid idiot.
You got
So-
FCC.
Charles is very upset at you, Paul.
About Ojabo?
No.
Oh.
So
He
you,
was the Ojabo guy, right?
yeah,
Charles
no.
Barkley.
That's Paul Robinson. So
No. I asked
Yes.
specifically about Ojabo, and you did not say Paul Robinson because I was waiting.
it was Paul Robinson.
this mother.
No. Let's
also-
shout
listen,
out
two
Paul
things-
Robinson for staying this long.
Dude,
Yeah,
Paul
like,
Robinson,
sure.
both
Thank
you guys,
Paul. I
Charles
appreciate
and
it.
Paul.
listen,
I appreciate you.
yeah, Charles and Paul, thank you guys so much for hanging on and watching.
Regardless
This
of
is
what
really
these-
cool. So
I didn't do
listen,
nothing wrong.
first off, Paul would like you.
I can't believe
He only refers to you as the Blue Smurf. So that is
Aren't all Smurfs blue?
Paul. Listen, I promise you, I will put that as a lower third in a future video. If you watch Paul on what
Beyond the Box.
Beyond the
or
Box
the big
and
picture.
the big picture.
Yeah, you're not tainting the big picture. With
So
His favorite movie is
Listen.
Avatar.
Charles is very upset with you because of your comments about the fan base. He does not believe you should be attacking the fan base.
So I'll clarify something for him. So listen,
I know. Are you going to let him finish the rest of the point?
Let him finish first.
I'm with Paul. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go.
But listen, before Paul replies, because you need to understand. We all understand where you're coming from. But he also feels like they're being hypocritical. They're talking about GMs and coaches who make millions of dollars, but then they bash the teams making the moves. Like, that's what we do.
So, no, it's not about that's what we do. So I have.
That's why you're watching. Right?
I'm gonna take this in a measured take, and I'm just gonna be honest and open with you. So I want to be very clear. I'm not attacking fans for their opinion. I'm saying I'm not surprised. You chill. I'm saying I'm not surprised that fans like this pick because that's how fans think. When I say that, it's not an insult because fans have lives outside of these teams. Fans are not paid to analyze this stuff. Fans are not paid to look at all the data. Fans get excited by the team. They get excited by big playmakers. Calvin Johnson, you see what jersey I'm wearing? He wasn't worth the contract that we paid him. We never won anything with him. But I loved him as a player, as a fan. He was exciting. He was awesome to watch. I think he was the greatest receiver to ever play in the history of the NFL. That was cool as a fan. But all I'm talking about is winning football, building a team that can actually contend for a Super Bowl. And this isn't how you go about it. But when I say the fans like certain things or the fans don't know or because the fans like it, it's probably a bad pick, fans aren't paid to do these things. Their lives the way a lot of us do at this table to studying this stuff and to prepping for this, to know it's not your job. You're just here for excitement. You're here to watch the team and have a good time. There's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't mean you're a dumb person. It means you have less invested into it and you haven't looked into it the way other people have. Now, on the flip side, you say we're hypocritical, and we'll get into people that are paid to do it. We're talking about GMs, front offices, all the resources they have, the millions of dollars that they get paid, how exclusive of a job it is. And you know what? It's very simple. Why do you think no GMs are long for the job? Why do you think the GMs have been there a long time, like the Steelers, don't make moves like this very often?
Speaking of.
They don't last long. When you make these moves, you're not going to last long. You're going to be like the Bob Quinns of the world. How many GMs have the Lions gone through? And you say, well, they're the Lions. They've been bad forever. It's not just the Lions that go through GMs like that. Teams cycle GMs every 3 to 5 years because they suck. The majority of them suck. And you say, well, how do they get the job? They must know more about football than you. Look, you're born into it. You're a scout. You get in with a good team and you meet people. Either you're a coach, a former player, whatever you are. You're in the industry. You work your way up. You end up being part of a winning franchise like Bob Quinn. Bob Quinn was with the Patriots. He worked his way up from the bottom and ended up becoming one of their top personnel guys. And people are like, okay, the Patriots are good, so let's try to hire Bob Quinn. That doesn't mean he's a good GM. That doesn't mean he knows more than Ryan. And honestly,
because he doesn't. Let's be very clear.
I guarantee you, that's not a shot.
Do not accept that.
I'm complimenting him.
That was so
it's a compliment.
That was so harsh.
I guarantee you, Ryan would have done a better job drafting than Bob Quinn. I guarantee it. Bob Quinn was an absolute disaster. So just because these guys are getting paid money, just because they've been in the industry, doesn't make them good at what they do. And you will see, listen, you can track it 7 years from now. These GMs that traded up to make these bad picks at receiver, tell me how many of them are left with their team. They're not long for the job because of things like this.
The Saints obviously must have. The Saints obviously must have hated Malik Willis.
No, okay.
Because they traded up not for him, and then they waited to 19 and then didn't take him.
You mentioned the Steelers, though. This is the quintessential Steelers franchise-defining thing. You didn't have to reach. You get your quarterback. He's going to be sweet because of Mike Tomlin.
I hope they pass on a quarterback, so just cause.
But even if they don't go Malik Willis and they add one of the defensive line,
how upset will you be if they pick the local quarterback that's also in play here?
I really hope they don't. I would love to see Malik Willis and Lamar in the same division, so that way Lamar can see.
So I think.
So you can say both can't read a defense.
He will. I love it. I'm with you. I actually think Malik is sweet. I actually would rather have.
He has talent.
Than Justin Fields.
But other than the fact that he was able to actually remain starting in college, granted at Liberty, Malik Willis.
Unlike JT Daniels.
Slow down on that.
I know, buddy. I know. Golden Glove at Liberty. I know. But Malik Willis could be a little bit higher level Joe Milton. Like, just because he has... No, listen. Look at their build. Look at their build, their arm strength, their strengths, their weaknesses.
Ryan, now Malik and Joe Milton.
Listen.
It's like, what name can I grab out of this
it's
bag?
not
He's
any
a poor man's Dylan McCaffrey. That's what he is.
So listen, Joe Milton was a tall, massive armed quarterback that was known. He had some mobility. He had all these intangibles, all these traits, but he couldn't read a defense and he couldn't make an accurate pass when it mattered. We haven't seen anything different from
Paul
Malik
has
Willis.
PTSD from Joe Milton.
I don't.
It keeps bringing it up like, oh, Joe Milton.
That's the first time I've said his name in like 8 months.
If you had on the bingo board of the first round of the NFL draft,
Yeah, somebody would know bingo at this point.
They're similarly built quarterbacks with similar strengths and weaknesses. They are.
Maybe.
So listen,
Yeah, they definitely have one thing in common. That is for sure.
listen, Paul, because this is one of the only friendly things that you've heard tonight is that was a much better response than going off the fans, Paul. I appreciate the response.
Yeah, the
And
only
I would say that was a very level response.
I also, well, Dylan's being, I don't know. He doesn't.
We don't involve.
So here's, and I want,
that's like fireworks.
so
Yeah.
I want
And not like they have a show together.
to add, not to get into that, but
great job.
I
For
want to
Paul
be clear.
pretending
If
like
you
the fans are smarter than
stop,
they are.
I didn't say the fans are smart. They don't have to be smart when it comes to this
Oh,
stuff.
here's where
doesn't matter.
here's where he ruins it. Ready?
No, I'm not.
Ready?
But Paul and Joe Milton have very similar strengths and weaknesses.
I am never going to do the pseudo intellectual thing where I talk
Watch.
down
We do
on
this
fans.
every day.
Oh my goodness, Dylan literally despises fans.
do you
like
watch?
regular
I do.
fans.
I have contempt. for
Dylan
them.
legitimately,
I
like,
do not like
how
these
you
people.
thought I was talking about the fans is how Dylan actually feels about the normal football fan.
No, I hate talking sports to like regular fans. It's the worst thing in the world.
But you can
It's horrible.
have a different conversation.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, we are all people, so let's all be on the same team here.
Well,
Go
well,
Lions,
fans.
and let's go to the next thing, which is the
Listen.
Steelers. No,
Fan
you've said
lives
enough.
matter. Fan lives matter.
They
You have
don't.
said enough for about a year. Pittsburgh, the pick is in.
Please meet
Do we
Malik Willis.
think?
That would be so awesome.
Do we think that they're going quarterback?
I want it to be Kenny Pickett, baby. And you know what else fits? So everyone agrees Malik Willis, even the people that love Malik Willis, agree he's got to sit here. He's a project.
Yeah, I agree.
Kenny Pickett is way more starting ready, which generally is not why you
But
make
he
a
won't
pick like
start
this.
anyway.
But
won't
the
start
Steelers are ready for a quarterback to come in and play now.
But they only even
Maybe
need
he
to.
takes
Just
over
let him
halfway
try.
through the season. And again, you know how I feel about starting rookie quarterbacks, but if any team
That's
is
a
going to
sweet
try to
background.
do it, it's going to be the Steelers.
sweet.
And then, of course, Kenny Pick'em. He is
Frank Alaire.
he's local. He's in Pittsburgh.
Pickett's gonna.
Not that that's, again,
maybe
not
Wills
why
will
you
drop
make
to
a
the
pick.
Lions at 44, wherever they're
I
at.
want this to not be a
Oh, look,
quarterback
Franco
just because
Harris.
it's enjoyable, but it probably
They're
is a
taking Matt
quarterback.
Corral at 46.
I just hope a good linebacker drops to us now,
If I
or safety.
Asamoah.
I don't want to think about the Lions anymore. I'm over
Yeah.
the Lions.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
kind of need to.
I
move
am
on from
like
it.
I'm gonna change my shirt. Like God,
The thing is, it's too early to think about it even anyway.
because we got picking
We don't
40
even know
picks
what's
from
gonna
now. It's horrible.
All I know is
40.
Enough.
all I know is the
for
Packers aren't getting a wide receiver, huh? Who's left?
Well, they can get one.
Christian
Moore.
Watson.
no,
Pickens.
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 Yeah. Which I think fits really well.
That would be.
I think it's a good
I
fit.
like Watson.
Christian Watson.
You are a Packers fan.
Watson
I'm
and Wilson,
not-
two
I'm-
A little bit of
small
bias.
guys.
I am not bullish on Christian Watson. I'm not.
Yeah, me neither. I like Pickens better.
Christian. Again, the production thing,
Which
and not
again,
even.
Lions
Here
could
we
have
go.
had at 34.
Here we go.
Steals.
And it is.
Here. Come on.
If they get a
Be
quarterback
a
and
good-
not
good
doing anything,
organization.
like just sitting there, it's like such an indictment on the Lions.
and they lost Bud Dupree, so maybe.
Devin Lloyd is still available.
No,
Lloyd,
no.
Dean.
Wait, oh yeah, because Watt's outside.
Lloyd's available. Yeah, no, they can play.
That would be such a steal.
That would be sick.
Kenny Pickett.
Let's go, baby! Dude, I've been money today. I have been money today.
You have been absolutely on fire.
Yeah, you have.
Hey, but this is exactly the
And
type
listen,
of Steelers
So, yeah,
move.
I
If
mean,
you
that-
guys want to hear more picks that are right every time, beyond the box and the big picture,
What a
baby.
story.
Does the
Tuesdays
Similac
and
or
Fridays.
Imagine the
Tuesdays
money
and
you can
Fridays.
win.
endorsements come first?
Oh my
Yeah,
God,
who's
if
on
I
the clock
bet,
now?
dude, honest to God, if I had bet every single pick, all 32, I would be up
You would have a
in
lot of
absurd. Because the odds get, as you go, the odds get crazy.
Okay, so where are we at?
We
No,
are
we're
now.
not skipping over. This is a
I
huge
can't see
deal.
though. This one.
We're
It's
at
the first
21.
quarterback
of
off
the
the board at
Patriots.
20.
It is. So, and I said my piece on Pickett. Most of it.
Patriots are
you
trading.
don't. So you don't like Pickett. I don't
With
care
the
about
Lions,
Patriots.
46
I don't like Pickett based on what the situation was I believed he'd go to. This is perfect for him.
Okay. All right. So
I'm contradicting myself in that regard, but it's more because
No, it's fine.
the hometown team he's going to is one of the best on
What have I said on the big picture? What have I said on Beyond the Box? What was my principle, right? Quarterback development is so much a product of where these players go. It's like, just because a quarterback. So like, I don't want to pick on the Bears, but I'm just staring at this jersey, so I'm going to do it. If you look at Mitch Trubisky, and he went to the Bears, and he ended up completely flaming out. But he had tools that, in the right situation, say Trubisky had went to the Steelers, maybe he's not a bust.
You mean say as in he's not there right
Oh,
now?
it's too late now. It's too. So that's the problem with quarterbacks too. Is most of them, if they don't develop because they get screwed by the team that drafts them, they normally do not recover. And when you go to a bad situation, it's so much harder to succeed as a quarterback.
This is a perfect
So you take a guy
situation.
like Pickett and you put him with a team like Pittsburgh,
And he
and
doesn't
he's
have
set
to
up
start.
for success.
He doesn't have to start.
In my mock, I did have the Steelers trading up for Pickett, but that was at 28.
There you go.
Not at 20.
It's just, it's so good because fine, you think he is ready. He doesn't. He absolutely doesn't need.
Well, I want to go out on. I want to be very clear. I do not like this quarterback draft. I'm like most people, and that's even the fans.
I
Most
don't, but
fans
this
do not
fan-
like this quarterback draft.
No Michigan State highlights.
But-
That's crazy.
You never. That's why
Bum ass.
drafting quarterbacks, picking quarterbacks, they're
Coward.
lottery tickets. You're getting lottery tickets, and you're just hoping that one pans out. Pickett is one that I think can pan out, and I had him as the number one quarterback in this draft because I have seen him progress as a passer and as someone that can actually read and manipulate defenses at the college level. And those are the kind of things I think translate really well to the NFL level. If you want to compare him to a recent pick, look at Mac Jones versus maybe the more higher upside guys. And Mac Jones, he's not a physical specimen. He's the opposite of it. He looks like a beer league guy. But he had that processing ability. He was very developed in college, and he was able to come in and start for a rookie in a complicated offensive system. These guys can have success with the right teams, and so I like Pickett for that. Now, it doesn't guarantee anything. Most quarterbacks are busts. Most of them are busts.
Trade Kansas City.
Casey, what do you trade? You got to be trading up for one of these defensive guys.
Or they're trading
So-
for a wide receiver, like we've seen.
No,
So
it's gonna
Lloyd,
be-
Daxton, Karlaftis, and Jermaine Johnson are all available.
So I think Karlaftis is Jermaine Johnson too. It's Tease.
I'm never
Listen,
gonna get over it.
it is.
I'm never
So
gonna-
wait, they traded with New England, correct?
Oh.
And the Chiefs have 29 and 30. I don't know which one. the
Jermaine
Patriots got.
Johnson and Karlaftis, both picks that could
You
easily
know
be
what's
the answer.
hilarious is that the Chiefs are literally doing what you could have done.
Right.
It's not funny.
It
Well,
is funny.
It's not funny.
It's
They're
not
they're
funny.
guaranteed.
They're going up to get Carl after.
We all agree they're guaranteed.
Carl off a tease.
We all agree they're guaranteed going defense here, right?
Snuffleupagus.
So you have the two edges available: Johnson, Karlaftis, Daxton Hill, obviously in play here. We already talked about him.
But you have two linebackers also very much in
The reason I think the reason I don't
Three.
think
I think
it's
they
going to
can
be
even grab
Daxton Hill.
Mafe.
Well,
Who?
Boy Mafe.
see, I would say I wouldn't think they would trade up for Daxton Hill, but at the same time, I think the Pats are a team that may have drafted a Daxton Hill. So it's like,
Hey, what was the details?
For the trade?
Yeah.
Like, did they give them both of the first, or was it like a first?
Man,
and a
no
third?
way.
Are you talking about the Pats?
The Chiefs and Pats, yeah.
Hold on first.
Because Chiefs had 29 and 30. I can't imagine that. Maybe.
I know they gave him 3. Let me see.
This one.
oh, you probably lost. You probably
laugh
haven't
at
moved around.
Chiefs.
Everything's up to date.
The Chiefs traded
But not
29,
the Pats.
Yep.
94,
Not
Okay.
the Pats.
and 121.
29 is what the Packers.
Okay,
Wait, say that again?
that's such a
The
good
Chiefs
trade.
29,
traded picks 29,
94,
94, and
and
121
That's such a
to the
good
Pats
trade.
for
This is
21.
what good organizations do.
Well, let's see who they
Oh, that's
take.
two-
No,
two-
no,
two.
it doesn't matter because they still have 30 as well.
It matters a little bit.
Didn't matter.
I
No, but-
don't think it does. Like
How-
unless
how are
they
they
take a
gonna lose
quarterback,
this?
like that's the only thing,
If,
right?
As long as they get one of the 4 that he said, it's good.
Honestly, even like I don't know, even anybody, like as long as it's not a quarterback, like as long as they're not
And
trading
I
up to
can't see
grab
it being
a Mahomes
receiver
back
because
up.
they or no, Juju Smith's a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
It is, but like they just
No,
I,
hold
I
on a
thought they were
second.
going to get Dotson, but he's
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
this could be a receiver.
It could be, and they're also a complete enough team that it.
No, Georgia.
That's too high.
Pickens.
That's too high.
It's too high, especially when he'll probably.
So
be there.
if you really like
Here we
him,
go. Here we
he's
go.
like the last guy.
Here we go.
I could see this being Pickens. I mean, I hope it's a defensive player. I hope it's one of the edges or Daxton Hill, but I could easily see this being Pickens.
Well,
I think it's Carlock.
keep the
That's my
insanity
guess.
going. And
And I
draft
like
a wide
that. I would
receiver.
like that pick a lot. Goodell needs to hurry up.
McDuffie.
Hey.
So
That
not
was a dude that was falling too.
not what I expected,
Sort of.
but a pick I really like. And
This
you,
is what good
Yeah.
organizations do.
It is.
It's that simple.
100%.
I don't want to. It's that simple.
this is.
They
I
had a
could
dude
see
who dropped. They
Yep.
traded up, and they didn't waste all their money
before
on
they
their
picked
receivers.
Stingley in number 3. This was a guy that I could have seen the Texans getting later on. Listen, he's good, man.
He is.
He is a good player. He has really good ball
Who's on
skills.
the clock now?
Everybody's least favorite team, the
Now
Packers.
would be the Packers.
The Packers.
Here's where the Packers get one of the players.
that all of us want.
Like they're gonna get like one of
That
the
Lloyd
players
or Dean.
Well,
Yeah.
and so
or seen.
That,
That-
that
Daxton
will
Hill.
make me wanna
no.
quit.
So if they do not go receiver here, it is going to be for Jermaine Johnson or Carl Eftis. It will.
Yeah.
It absolutely will.
Oh.
Or,
Carl's
or
Jr.
they're going receiver. If they go receiver, I still think Pickens is the guy. And I'm going to say Pickens until he gets picked.
Put
because
that baby down.
All right.
Put
What
that
are they
baby
doing?
down.
Put that other baby down.
they're large. Oh, that
put
one's
it
small.
down.
That one
Oh
probably.
no! You know what?
And
Is she
I felt for her.
screaming?
She is
She's
not happy.
screaming.
Yeah, she's not
Keep
happy.
doing it because we saw that TikTok where they said moving your baby around will make him a Steph
Who's
Curry
that
level
guy?
shooter.
I am going to call Child
So-
Protective Services.
They're trying to make him like Steph Curry. You got to move the baby around.
No,
Remember?
Yeah. The
movement in
spatial
space is
thing.
not
Yeah,
breaking
yes.
their
there's,
brain.
There's space up and
Giving
down,
them
baby.
6 concussions when they're 6 months old, it's not good.
Everybody
So-
out there, shake your baby if you want to shoot like Steph Curry.
Stop.
Not
Stop.
shake.
No.
Not shake.
No.
Shake 'em.
No.
Move
Shake
in
'em.
space. Oh,
Stop. Stop.
so-
It's like chocolate milk. They get better if you shake.
No. Just stop.
that's great. Oh man, chicken chocolate milk is the best.
Just
Oh, God.
That was a weird moment.
Pick is
The
already
Green Bay
in.
Packers.
Their pick is in. They're-
in. The insanity needs to stop.
Paul Robinson wants to know what Paul Roshan's take on Kenny Pickett was. He was on the phone. He didn't catch it.
Okay, so it's cool. We'll
You got 2
we'll
minutes.
revisit it. Well, I will make you go back and watch it. So I love the pick for where they went. Pittsburgh obviously feels like they're basically a quarterback away. Pickett is the most NFL ready quarterback this draft. He is somebody that he improved. He was in college 5 years. He improved every single year. He can actually read a defense. He can actually read a defense. Now, most quarterbacks are busts. It's no guarantee he succeeds, but he's in a perfect place to succeed with a team that is ready for him.
Yes, he would.
What I missed?
He
Zero.
said, forget calling CPS, call a barber and cut the rat tail off. Paul Robinson, if I had a hat, I would tip it
Paul
to
Robinson, you want a job, man?
We got like
Jesus,
40
I go
minutes
up and
here.
get
We're
some
required to
pizza
take
and
them
a
off.
beer, and look at what I come back to. Just complete
Chaos.
anarchy.
Chaos.
Well,
No,
if the
Pickett's
Steelers
just-
had just picked Malik Willis, we'd all
To
been fine.
wrap it up, Pickett is in a great spot to succeed. Most quarterbacks are bust, so it doesn't mean, but he has a perfect fit there, and he was the most NFL ready quarterback that I thought had honestly the most likely upside. Obviously, a guy like Malik Willis with the athleticism and the cannon arm has the theoretical ceiling, but I don't see his process ever getting to that point where he is in a great position to succeed.
Paul
So I
will do
like
his
the
show
pick.
for free, he said. He also said he wants to be a guest on Throwing Stones.
It could be a Paul squared.
There you go.
P2.
P2.
What is it? PXP is play-by-play, right?
Yeah.
There you go. That's the name of your
There you
show. You're welcome.
I'm not telling you right now, spiritually, I need this pick to be Malik Willis.
Oh, Paul's an MSU fan. Let's
So,
go, Paul. Go green.
what?
The Green Bay
Packers?
Packers?
What?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you know what happened last night? Aaron Rodgers will literally quit today. He will tweet his resignation.
Which would be
He
fine.
will tweet.
We'd
I
be
would
okay
love
with
it,
that.
but they're not going to do that.
Bills are trading
Shit.
up.
Oh, for Kenneth Walker. Let's go.
Bills are trading up.
Kenneth Walker's not
number
going to.
23.
Charles asked.
Okay, we all of a sudden went from no trades to like every.
I know every pick's a trade now.
I don't think I've seen
Well,
this.
AJ
Wait,
called it. I
says,
said,
hold on a
It's
second.
no, it's pretty
They
bonkers.
trade up to
This is
23,
pretty bonkers.
right?
Well, their picks
Yeah.
in, so it can't be
Malik
22.
Willis. Do it, coward.
Will you
So
stop?
the
Oh.
Bills are
Do we-
trading up to
23.
Quay. Whoa.
Quay Walker.
Okay.
Whoa.
That's so dumb.
They got a.
I don't like it.
That's so dumb.
I do not
You
like that.
took him over.
Oh my God!
Over
Over Nakobe Dean,
Whoa.
his teammate,
Yes.
over his better
I'm not
teammate.
gonna lie, you two scared the fuck out of me.
Language.
They both stared at me, their eyes dilated. I thought I had a stroke.
Well, because I thought you were
was
going to have a
so
stroke because of how much you
sorry.
like Nakobe
So-
Dean. This
no,
is
it was simultaneous. You both, and then went, and I was like, God, what? Am I breathing?
Sudden realization that
Yeah.
better.
They both took him.
So this is
Oh my
on
God.
it. So
what
this.
is going on?
So the only reason this isn't as bad is because I actually like Quay Walker.
Yes.
But this is a similar pick to Travon Walker. Listen, it's. Oh my God,
Down
I'm
for
processing.
That was terrifying.
It's so I like Clay Walker. I wanted the Lions to get him in the second round, like maybe 34 he's there, maybe they trade back.
You
and
mean 46?
Quay
So
Walker.
the Bill-
When you stop? Oh, that's not fun. I will fight you right now.
The Bills traded up to 23
Can we talk
and
about this
maintained
pick?
25.
This is
I'm
in
just-
division. This is important. This is
Did they
this
trade
is a
Steph
big
Diggs?
pick. Oh my! If another receiver gets traded, I'm leaving.
They
Wait,
traded
stop.
up to
No, he said
23.
They
did
traded
they?
up to 23.
Yeah.
They just showed it on the
I said,
screen.
did they? I'm not saying they are. I'm saying, did they trade Steph Diggs?
There's no way. They just signed him, didn't they?
No.
Not too long ago?
No.
Yeah, but
You don't know
but
here, I guess.
think
I
of
don't
who
know.
they're trading with.
He's like
the
one of the
Baltimore
top paid
Ravens.
receivers right now.
I don't think that they're.
Oh, they
going-
are
the-
trading with the Ravens.
The Ravens are not going to make. Maybe.
Let's get rid
Well,
of
who
Could be
did they-
mistaken.
So I'm
But-
trying to think. Who do the Bills have? Is it a defensive player?
They
Because
don't need that much
Ravens
except
make
for
a
on
lot
the
of
line.
moves.
This is probably a
Yeah.
defensive line player.
It's
Buffalo gets pick 23 from Baltimore for picks 25 and 130.
Oh, so they
Oh,
did trade
give up
for
to-
him.
okay, so then the
According
screen
to
was wrong.
Dan Graziano.
well, I believe.
So Baltimore again trades back
Yep,
two
and-
spots, probably getting the guy
picks
that
up
they
a fourth
wanted
round
anyway,
pick, or no
and they
third.
got-
Is that a
and the Bills
compensatory?
traded up
What
two
number
spots.
was it?
No,
And now
but,
the
but I'm
Bills
just
might
building
be-
off
What is
the
it, what,
fact that
101?
Baltimore's been brilliant, and they just turned Hollywood Brown into a first round pick and a
But let's talk about the Packers being dumb.
It turned him into
So-
Kyle Hamilton.
I think the Packers could have used an edge guy, of which I thought two very good ones were on the board.
Is
More
Quay
than a
middle? Is
linebacker.
Quay a middle?
Well, he has versatility. I would play him as an outside
doesn't
linebacker.
mean anything.
He's an outside linebacker to me. He's an outside linebacker. So, if you were going to go linebacker, Nakobe Dean is much better.
Yes.
Who's still on the board that we all love? Devin Lloyd
Devin Lloyd.
is still on the board. Who's really good?
That blows my mind.
Quay Walker was probably, or I thought, listen,
Could you imagine?
you
if
cannot
both
look
of
at
them were
mock
there at
drafts. You can't
32?
look at draft boards and say this player
had
would
our
have been
pick.
available. But
Could have had both. 32 and
you
32.
didn't need to pick Quay Walker this high because the odds are, if other teams are going linebacker, it's not going to be for him. So you can wait until other linebackers come off the board and then make your trade up if you're worried about it. You don't have to do it now. Well, they didn't trade up, so they could have traded back. You know what I
Such a
mean?
weird pick.
It's
Paul
it-
Robinson,
so
you are
Let
correct.
me ask you this: what could Buffalo do here that could potentially
defensive
put them
line.
over that edge?
Defensive line.
I mean, defense, obviously, if you watch.
Karlaftis is like a perfect fit for that
Yeah.
team.
I would
That's
go
like
Karlaftis.
that's a perfect pick because you remember what was the one guy right as they started to get like actually good. They had an edge guy who was like exactly identical to him.
Mari.
No,
No,
it
it's a long
was
time
a
ago.
white boy. I don't remember his name though. It was
Aiden
an edge.
Hutchinson.
He was like Edwards or something, or
I don't
Edmonds. I might have to look it up.
I don't remember.
So the thing
Yeah,
for the
so-
Bills,
they have to go.
So
they
there's
have to
only
say defensive line.
Really, two guys on the defensive line, right? There's Jermaine Johnson, and then
And-
there's Karlaftis.
well, who you would expect to go
Oh,
this
wow,
high.
yeah, Johnson is dropping.
So, and that's where I think
Big
they would
time.
be more likely to go,
PFF
and the
had
reason
him
is
at
why
32 on the big board though.
Really?
Karlaftis
Like,
is known more
we just
for his
had-
his
Danny
rush
had drafted him
stopping.
number 2
He is known
few
more
weeks
in the
ago.
run game, and he is considered a lower ceiling prospect as a pass rusher. I think the Bills are going to prioritize pass rushing if they go in the
But
edge direction.
Kyle Williams. That's who it was.
Okay.
Oh.
But I mean, in their division, right? Correct
thought
me
you
if
were
I'm
just
wrong.
spoiling
You got
the pick. I
Derrick
was like-
Henry. You got all those guys
No,
that you need.
no, you do not have Derrick Henry in the
Boy Mafe, by the way. Thank you.
The Bills?
Oh,
We're talking
God.
about the Bills.
Bills. You got
Pats,
Oh yeah,
Dolphins.
You're right. They're in the south, not the north.
Jets.
Yeah.
Pick is in, and they're zooming in on.
But
Karlaftis.
listen, the Bills are thinking about Kansas City. And is this for a safety?
Devin Lloyd.
They don't need a safety.
They-
They have Poyer and Hyde. They don't need a safety.
But
Cornerback?
think of I don't think it's a safety, but I love defensive versatility. And move those guys around.
He really wants Daxton Hill to go.
No,
They are
not here. I don't want
They
Daxton
are
Hill
not
here.
getting a
David
But I don't think they
Ojabo.
are.
Yeah, there you go.
I do not think they are. I agree with that. I think
Brett
they're.
Hawkins.
If I had to pick, I'm saying Jermaine Johnson. Like I can
There
see
you
him
go.
going edge.
Loftus seems like a better.
So they got a 4th round pick to move down 2 spots.
But they go. What corners are on the board? Who's the tall kid that ran a 4.3 from a nobody school?
You're asking
That's
me.
shooting up the board.
There's Andrew Booth Jr. who's on the board, is really the only corner who's like projected in this area.
No, man, I cannot think of who it was.
No, that's not it.
I mean, it might not be. I was just saying,
it wasn't
Booth Jr. is like
It's none of them.
You are now in the range
Probably
where
the
the
top
Lions
rated
could
corner.
have gotten
You're right.
all of these guys and seen and Pickens. Like literally,
It's
5
disgusting.
of the players we were talking about are exactly
It's
where
disgusting.
we wanted them to
Right.
be.
And this
Exactly.
is why you let the draft come to you.
Right.
Like
This
it's
is gross.
you cannot,
You just don't need to trade up. In a
How do you
draft.
guys
You
do
just don't need to do it.
especially
You
with the
absolutely don't need to trade
especially
up
the
on draft
Lions,
picks.
because
It's
the
so-
Lions have so many holes, and
Right.
we're rebuilding. We're a rebuilding team. We're not trying to contend right,
Right,
now.
you're not. You're
We're
doing
not.
the
We're not
best
trying to
one.
get a receiver to put us over
Yeah.
the top because you think that's your only freaking hole.
right.
Like
top 8 offense next
Like,
year, baby.
listen, if you have like a Super Bowl ready roster, and you think that none of the players you draft are going to help you this year, none of them are really going to play or start, but you kind of have a hole at receiver, and you draft a guy that you think can start
know.
for you,
I don't know if that's
he
just a
technically
guess.
in that
Maybe.
window improves your team the most.
Right.
Even though receiver doesn't usually have a lot of value, he can put the most improvement on your team.
Here we go.
We are so far away from
Not
that.
even close.
We're nowhere near that.
Here you go.
We
Whoa,
don't
whoa, whoa, whoa!
Yes, we would like to keep watching.
Curse you, Spectrum.
Oh, sir,
Hold on.
sir.
Everybody,
There
don't
we
get
go.
Spectrum.
Are you still watching Netflix?
JB, this seat is more creaky than me complaining about the goddamn receiver pick.
Because you're old.
It's very sad.
Oh.
Oh, that's the guy you were
Fear
talking
Elon.
about.
And
Well, he said from a nobody
no,
school.
no,
from
that
Florida.
was not the corner I was referring
Oh,
to.
that's what I thought. You were
But as I said, I can see them going corner here. They're thinking about Kansas City. I said it before the pick, right? They're thinking about Kansas City. They're thinking about that playoff game. We need to defend the pass, whether it's an edge rusher getting to the quarterback or whether it's a corner. I like Elam a lot. I think he's
Okay,
really
then.
good. I think he should be part of the NBA, closing out games. Would love to see that as the endings.
ending.
But Dylan didn't even get. He still doesn't get it. It's all right. It's all right. One person got it.
I
That's
got
all
it.
I care about.
It
One
wasn't
person
that
got
good,
it.
but okay.
No, as long as one person got
I got it. I just don't agree.
Also,
He's the old man of the
Now,
This
America's
table is
least
just-
favorite team, because they're force-fed to us every Sunday afternoon in the primetime slot, the Dallas Cowboys.
and now they have a great position in order to just.
Pair Lloyd
Straight-
or Michael
No,
Parsons.
they wouldn't. They wouldn't
No?
because they have.
No edge here.
Jalen Smith?
I'm
No,
done.
The Cowboys are definitely taking
The
Daxton.
Cowboys had
Why?
they had the rookie of the year.
Parsons. Michael
Parsons.
Parsons.
That's it.
That's what I'm saying. You give one of those guys to...
The
He can't
problem-
play all three linebacker
the-
spots.
yeah, I'm aware, but Lloyd is middle. You are playing him middle, and
Okay.
Parsons was middle.
No.
You're not.
I thought Parsons was an edge guy.
No, he was
No. Well, he does whatever they need him to do, but
I don't
He's a
agree.
true middle.
Look, if Lloyd needs to go to a team where he is like Patrick Queen, where he is middle, right?
I don't know how the Cowboys, especially the way this draft is fall, can possibly pass up edge. If they don't like one of these two guys, I don't know what they're doing.
It's got to be Johnson. Right?
Well, it could be either. For them, it could be either.
It's crazy to me the names that are still on that board, and we took a wide
It's
receiver.
kinda
but so
disgusting.
and this, no,
I don't-
this is
It's
what I
insane
talked
to
about.
me.
No, this is what I talked
It
about
is
before the draft.
bothering me.
It's not insane. This happens every year. That's why I said you can never say, "Oh, that player's not going to be there."
level where we're talking about like multiple top 15 guys, arguably that are.
But
this
you
far back.
guys always fall. That's why you can never say that guy's not going to be there. We can't get him. It's you don't know. Guys fall every year. Several guys fall, and you're like, wow. That's why I said the same thing like last year.
I think we were more in tune this year, like specifically Lions fans, because we had 32 and 34. Right? If we were just picking at
Can
number
you
2.
stop saying that?
No. Because if we just had number 2, we weren't going to, nobody would be out here like.
We don't
capping-
have 32 and
putting
34,
their
so I
cape
don't
on
care
for Devin
anymore.
Lloyd. Like if we were at 2 only.
Of course, no, because he wouldn't be in play.
Exactly.
That-
Well,
that's what
but
he's saying.
well, hold on though.
So that's why we're all, I think, this year
to
more
a
mad that
little
all these
extent
guys
he
are
would be,
falling.
because think of how much fans love to trade down. So if you think maybe we trade down from 2, then you're talking about those guys again. So you're still thinking who's going to be available a little bit later.
What's crazy is the Ravens have now made 2 trades in the first round.
Yep.
Ravens are making moves.
The Ravens are doing what good organizations do.
Yeah,
They're letting the draft
moving-
come to them. They're letting teams
Exactly.
call them and say, "Let me trade your pick," and they're saying, "Yes, sir. Here you go."
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's great.
I love it. I love it. Oh,
It's,
So
maybe I'll be a Ravens
Paul
fan.
said this is easily the weirdest. Welcome to the club. He said this is easily the weirdest draft in years. And was it Schefter? So one of the NFL reporters tweeted out like right before the draft. One of the scouts or GMs or something. Somebody said this is the craziest draft in 30 years before the whole thing even started.
The reason
so
that
it's
this
just
is crazy
it's
is
playing out that
because
way.
the middle part of this
Was
draft,
receivers.
you're going to
Yeah.
look at and be like, "What the hell was that?"
But here's the thing, and this is, it feels like this every single year.
Not
We
to
say
the-
this on.
not
what
to
is
the-
it?
not to
no, not
So
to
think
this
about it.
extent.
I
No,
disagree
absolutely
with,
not.
I disagree with you.
Absolutely.
Think
not.
about what his really, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I apologize. I have nailed a lot of this draft, right? So how crazy can it?
That was not natural.
So how crazy?
It's not crazy because I called
How
it.
crazy can it possibly be? If you think about the one thing that
It's
stands
really-
out. Listen, no, hold
But
on.
you've called it
As
as
it
we're
goes.
making
True,
the pick.
but listen,
so
if
you
you-
have seen as a
If
dra-
you did
like,
this ahead of
it'd
time,
be
cold call,
much
no
more
Which
way.
is fair,
Cold call.
but listen, if you, it's not like I missed 8 in a row and then it's like, okay, now it makes sense.
The
Your
crazy
comment
part
is,
of it was 3 teams in a row traded for receivers.
but so
and it
here's
was
my
all
thing.
Stupid.
Yep.
The worst thing that happened,
no,
the wildest
wide
thing,
receivers and Jordan Davis.
the wildest thing that happened in this draft is there was a rush on receivers. A ton of receivers went. What have we talked about for almost 6 months? This is a crazy receiver draft. 5+ receivers could go in the first round.
This is the 08 housing
But-
market. Literally next year, you are going to see receiver value.
But how
fall.
can this be considered such a surprise when what we've been sold for
It's
so
a
long?
surprise because I think it's stupid as shit.
Oh,
So,
but
yes,
that's not
sure.
surprising. It's just
But-
dumb. It's
Wait, because I like picking on Paul.
I like being
AJ,
picked on. It's all right. I'm asking.
I don't know how many times AJ and I. This is JB, AJ. We run the whole spiel as far as the media goes. Paul, how many times have we told you? Seriously, P2, that's you.
Yeah, because he's P1 on your guys' show.
Right. Needs to let people actually articulate their thoughts before outright saying they're dumb.
Who are we referring
Now,
to?
You.
now,
No, who? Who needed to articulate something?
Everybody.
So everybody. So then Charles says he's passionate, but he needs to walk the line better. Oh, both.
Who did I call?
Yeah,
And very
Johnny
valid
Cash
things
is
that we have
the
said to
unbelievable.
him multiple times. The boy's a work in progress.
Let's give
He'll
a
get
clap
there.
to
The
the
boy
audience.
always working
Give a
progress.
clap to
The
the
one time
audience.
Dylan likes the fans.
Who did I call dumb up here though? That didn't happen.
I think you called everybody
I'll
dumb.
take your
at
pick.
the table.
No, hold on. No.
Can we draw a name out of a
Dumb.
hat?
No, dumb has always, and Dylan's done the same thing. Dumb has been the GMs. That's not. I'm not
No,
calling
tell me
anyone.
the fans too.
Okay, see, Dylan's insulting fans. I'm not
No,
insulting.
no, no.
not
I think in this case it was more like you'll
overtalk.
talk over somebody before they have a chance to finish their thought.
We all know.
Well, it's not. They specifically said calling them dumb. That's slander.
no.
Actually, it's libel
Which is why I
It's actually-
physically
it
get
is-
tired when
it
he
is
talks.
actually
Like that.
libel because it's in
You're
writing.
literally doing exactly
need
what
the-
they are
I
saying.
will.
you're
I
doing
have
right
not drank anything tonight, and will wake up hungover tomorrow.
Yeah.
You
I
need,
can just promise you that. Like I have had Pepsi and water.
I could
All right,
use
Cowboys, Cowboys.
you need the Tony
Cowboys
Reale
pick.
move
Cowboys
button.
pick
we
is
go.
America's team.
anything other than an edge is a mistake here.
Maybe.
I can't say that because there's value.
David Ojabo.
There's
Tyler
value.
Smith, tackle.
So okay, if the Lions take a linebacker, I guess linebacker, right?
46.
Next pick. Who do you guys like?
At 46.
At 46?
You're gonna get a trash bag.
It's
It's
Had Boom a while
too
ago.
early. No, way too early for him. For what? Like I don't dislike him, but
I
it's
bet
way,
he's projected
it's
right
too
around
early. Yeah, but I don't. He's not worth it.
You're not going to get.
He's a guy I've
anybody
liked a
we're
while,
talking
so.
about. You're not going to get anybody they're talking about.
I mean,
Why
it's
is
possible.
Nakobe Dean still
It's
on the
possible Lewis Scenes falls there.
No.
It's
46?
possible. It's
No.
possible.
No, the Bears would take him.
The reason I don't think so is because he's like a clear-cut top 3 safety, and there's only 2 left. But it's a guy. Like you guys say no. Like we haven't watched. Who thought Devin Lloyd was going to be available at
Well,
25?
you did apparently.
No, I'm just saying teams. I don't know who, but guys always fall. You don't know who it's going to be,
Not
but guys
someone
always
this
fall.
good.
This is crazy.
This is pissing me off that like all of these NFL GMs are saying.
So
that he's
to talk
bad.
about this
I
pick,
can't stand
to
it.
talk about
They're
this
wrong.
pick, this is a position in need. They need a tackle. I just don't like this. I think this is a reach and it's a risky pick. That's my problem with it. At 24, Tyler Smith, yeah, he can pan out. Yeah, he has some athleticism, but this is a risky pick, especially an offensive tackle coming from a school like Tulsa. And great talent can come from anywhere. It absolutely can. But when we're talking about offensive tackles and the competition level that you face in practice, week in and week out, the games that you're playing, it gives me a little concern. And he didn't pop enough that I'm like, dude, I got to go get that guy at 24. I just think it's a risky pick. I love offensive line. I'm never going to be mad at an offensive line pick unless you make an egregious pick that someone, like if they picked him over Evan Neal, I'd be like, dude, fire somebody. But they didn't. I just think it's a little bit of a reach.
Right.
But
They trade again?
they got
I'm
locked
just saying, the
into
Ravens
a
are
need.
nice.
Oh, yeah.
They said, we've got to get an offensive
I don't know what's
tackle,
going on.
so they went and got one.
They got Kyle Hamilton earlier.
I'm just gonna be completely transparent. Whatever they decide, I'm gonna be like, greatest pick of all time.
Who's picking right
I'm
now?
gonna
Go
do
Baltimore
Ravens.
again? Baltimore, right?
Dane
Unless-
Brugler had Tyler Smith as the number 50 ranked player.
It did feel like a bit of a
Look, it's
yeah.
the Cowboys. As long as they make a bad
like a
choice,
bit of a
it's a
reach,
good
right?
choice.
We're-
Also,
You're
just
talking
for
about Tyler Smith?
comparative sake, Watt
yeah,
did
for sure.
go all the way to 30. So Lloyd feels almost identical.
And
in
guess
that
who's sitting
trajectory.
at 30?
Not you.
Kansas City.
And linebackers, one of the positions that
And
tend
New
to
England at
fall
29.
the most. Like linebackers are not highly valued in the draft for whatever
Which is
reason.
stupid.
I mean, Micah Parsons went 7.
Specifically with players like this who are much more acclimated to being cover linebackers.
Right.
That's where it bothers me as
Because
much.
they're so valuable, right?
That is infinitely more valuable than any of these receivers.
If we traded the Vikings for 12 and gave them 32 and they get Nakobe Dean,
Oh, God.
Everyone's
you know how
computers are
mad
gonna
I'm
rank-
going to
And
be?
he's just going to beat the hell out of our quarterbacks.
Oh,
in the
yeah.
next
That
10
is
years.
absolutely a need of theirs too.
I know.
Don't even, yeah.
That is some sick shit.
So,
I
so
hate that you even said that,
speaking
AJ.
of need, what's your criteria for an immediate pick versus hoping for someone to drop?
Someone asked that.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit confused.
Yeah,
on
say
that.
it again.
What in your idea? What is the criteria for something like you don't wait for it? You like in a pick,
Oh, like you take it
you
regardless.
take it no matter what. This is it.
When you
We
do
are-
that, it's a
we're gonna go for it.
positional need. You
Well-
only ever trade up for positional need.
So, he's not
Right.
necessarily saying trade up. He's saying versus refusing to trade down, right?
Yeah. So you were saying you let the draft come to you, right?
Yeah.
You wait. So what are the cases where you
or
don't
trade.
let the draft wait? You just
Positional
go.
need in
A
guy
lot of who
drops.
asked that question because it's a great question.
That's Charles.
Charles, fantastic question, buddy. And I promise, unlike Dylan, I'm not saying that in a demeaning way. I mean that.
I don't know if they're fans or not. To be clear,
They could be
I want
analysts.
to know if you're alive.
Huh?
Don,
Who?
Matt.
Don has not been alive since the
I've
receiver
been up
pick.
since 3:30 in the morning.
But to answer Charles' question,
Fumes.
so obviously it depends on a million variables, right? So you look at the way the draft's unfolding, and say you like 2 safeties, like you have them really high on your board, and you expect them to go like 10, 11, 12, and they start dropping into the teens, and then you're picking at like 30 or something, and one of them drops to like 16, then he goes, and there's one left. And you think he's a cut above of everyone else on your board. You're like, this guy is for sure the answer. What are you doing?
Go.
Oh, so you
no.
think he's
If
for sure the
anything, it should
answer.
be the opposite.
So you go up and get him because
Give him the
there's
chips.
no more safeties on the board that you like, and you think he's a tier above everybody else left on your board. You think there's a clear drop off in talent and prospect level after that. You can go up and get him. You don't sit, but you waited for that to happen. You didn't. There wasn't 3 safeties on the board that you liked, and you were like, shoot, I gotta go up right now and get one. You waited until there's one guy left, and he's a clear cut above everybody else. Right now with linebacker, if you're not a Nakobe Dean fan, but you love Devin Lloyd as a GM, you think Devin Lloyd is going to be super sweet, and Quay Walker's already off the board, he might have been your 3rd option, he's gone, and you are not going to sit around and wait, you go get Lloyd. Those are the kind of players that you get.
I think you let it or hope somebody drops when you have like 5 guys on the board that you're fine with at your pick. And then like me and Dow were talking about Malik Willis earlier. You know, if you're going to trade up to go get a quarterback that you think is just like a franchise guy, and that's the guy you want to go get, then that's where I'd say, you know, you need to be a little bit more aggressive kind of in your immediacy of it. If you think the guy is truly like a franchise, or you just can't believe that he's there. Right, like if he's 10 on your board, but he's available at 25. and you're picking at 35, then I think you move whatever you take to go up and get him. But if you think, like we were all thinking for the 32, 34, whether it's Lewis Sign or Devin Lloyd, anybody, then I think that's when you just hope guys fall because you're going to get one of the guys that you want.
But we also said that when we had that draft capital, if a guy like Lloyd or Nakobe Dean were at 16 was our number, right?
Yep.
We're way past that. We said if it's at 16, that's the moment you go get them.
11 picks after the fight.
Right?
And it depends on your board. Like everybody,
It does depend on your board,
listen,
but I mean,
these GMs.
So wait, I want Don to answer this one. Our boy Shea Brophy.
Hey,
He
Shay?
came in.
What's up, Shay?
What's up, Shay?
I'm very late to the party, boys. Are you satisfied with the trade and wide receiver pick over bolstering the defense at 32 and 34? I want to hear Don go ahead and reply to this one.
Don's gonna leave again.
Well, Shay, I left the room when I found out ahead of time.
He had gray hair when he left.
Yeah, my hair was dark. And then
now it's falling out.
So Shay, when I first found out online before it actually happened, I actually had to leave the room because
I was so scared.
I don't value wide receivers as high. None of us. I don't think many of us do.
Ryan's the only one who does.
The fact that we
I
traded
don't want
up
either.
and gave up draft capital to take a wide receiver, and here's the thing, I think he's going to be a good wide receiver. So let's get that out of the way. I think he's going to be a good wide receiver. But to trade draft capital when we have so many needs right now, all right, we're not a player away. We're not like the Bills or something, right? Where we're right there on the cusp of winning a Super Bowl potentially.
But Kenneth Walker away.
We're hoping right now to build a team so that maybe in a year or two that we can compete for a Super Bowl. This is just not the move. We need defense. Our defense is so bad. We could have kept 32 and 34, and the way it looks, these linebackers and these safeties are dropping. We could have got Seen at 32 or 34. Dean, we could have got possibly. It's looking like.
We are like
I don't understand it at all. And the thing is,
Talk about them more than Hutchinson.
And so the thing is I've been writing about this.
To be honest.
I've been writing about this ever since
I
Holmes
like them
was
better, too.
taken as we picked Holmes as our GM. Is that I feel the same way I thought as he does about wide receivers. Because have done. Then he came here last year and everybody's like, oh, you got to get a wide receiver, and we didn't. We held off, right? Then the offseason came. And we held off other than getting Shark for 1 year deal, which was, I thought, a good move. And now we did this. I just don't get it. I feel like somebody held him hostage and turned in a card. But
I feel like
I don't know. A lot of
of
people love it.
They did have interest in Debo, though.
The longer Don just talked, the more depressed I
How
grew.
dare you say he?
I love it because it's gonna make you quiet.
God,
so
Don.
Paul asked, "Is this the?" And I don't know if it's Joby or Jobe. Is this the Jackson Joby pick or Joe
for the
pick
Tigers?
of the Lions for you guys?
No, I mean, Jackson Jobe as a prospect is going to be just fine. Yeah, he was probably selected a little bit higher than maybe we would have liked, but at the same time, baseball prospects and Lions or NFL prospects, you're comparing apples and oranges because Jackson Jobe's a high school pitcher that's going to develop through the minor leagues and then come in when he's still relatively young. We need NFL prospects to perform now. And so I don't know. I definitely didn't necessarily care for the Jackson Jobe pick, but I also don't hate it as much as I hate the pick of a wide receiver.
All right.
So,
we can't sit on this. We can't sit on this.
We have a second.
Come on,
Hold on.
Let's about the pick.
no,
It's a
no.
different conversation.
Yeah.
He's not talking about Job.
No,
so
no.
to answer on Job, the reason I think it's completely different, it's risky to take a high
So the
school
Jets are
pitcher,
back in.
but one, he has crazy upside. Like if he pans out the way you think he can, this is a MVP caliber player. Because pitcher can be that important for your team. And it's the positional value of having a pitcher that is that good versus wasting capital to get a receiver. And the MLB draft is so much more high end. Like, what can you be in 6 years
it's a
versus the
waiting game.
NFL draft?
Yeah, so he was saying that Job was a pick you make when you're already competing for a World Series, is what he meant.
I don't know.
Well, wasn't the other guy supposed to be like the best, like Mercedes? What was his name?
Baseball and
Marcelo
football is
something?
just completely different.
Yeah.
Let's let
shortstop.
Dylan talk about an awesome draft pick.
I have been chomping at the bit at this because this, in my
Jets are
opinion, is the best pick of the whole draft so far. The Baltimore Ravens. I did joke and say that I was going to say it was like brilliant, but oh my God. Not only did you have Kyle Hamilton fall to you, but Tyler Linderbaum, and the only reason that he's even this far down is because center is not valued as a position for draft capital nearly as much as especially tackle. But if you ask any individuals who follow actual line play, like for an example, Jeff Schwartz, I believe of Fox, stated that if Tyler Linderbaum was not a be the number 1 overall pick, how good he is as a lineman. And so not only did you get your defensive player further down than you even would have imagined, you also now have a center who is fantastic and maybe the best lineman in the entire draft. Love it. Love it.
And you got rid of Hollywood, which is a net plus.
Yeah,
It is unbelievable because I very much do not like Lamar Jackson at quarterback. I wish we were the Ravens
Wonder
so
why.
bad.
Lamar Jackson
The
is
way-
ticked off, by the way.
Why?
Hollywood Brown.
Yeah.
Oh.
You
that
just
makes sense.
got what's
Get
going to
him
be an
out!
all-pro
Goodbye!
center. for
GTFO,
him.
we're not paying you. And honest to God,
Tweeted WTF.
Shut up.
It
dude.
honestly,
Shut up.
honestly, this could be the best thing for the Ravens.
I would not be
haters.
surprised.
You know what?
That's
Don't
all
be
quarterbacks
don't be
when all the
happy about
receivers
it.
leave.
And you know what? 2nd round pick, Malik Willis is still there.
Bye-bye.
I would not
Go
be
away.
surprised
Hating
if the Ravens are not that interested in extending Lamar.
Oh,
They
The
haven't
problem,
yet, yeah.
the problem is it's hard. It's hard to sell to a fan base. Like the blowback, you have a quarterback that won an MVP. To broom him,
Which
like
is a-
you,
MVP.
if
yeah.
owners do
It's a
care
flashy
about
stat.
that
It's like
Stat
the
pattern.
Heisman.
So you
Same
don't
reason
you
Johnny
don't make
Manziel won
picks
the
for
Heisman.
fans, but owners do care about perception.
Those
If you get rid of quarterback's
arguing
the
about.
toughest position in sports to
No.
fill, and if you get rid of
Sorry,
an
you beat
MVP
out
there,
one.
regardless of whether you
Sorry,
think
beat
he's
out
good or
one.
not, there's going to be a ton of blowback. People are going to be like,
Oh,
"What in the
sorry.
world?" I would do it in a heartbeat. I don't think Lamar's very good. You can't win a Super Bowl with him. That pick, as Dylan said,
So-
that pick is incredible. It's so good.
Jets trade back up into the 1st round.
That's
Yeah,
not
with-
as
no,
important
with
as
the
you
Titans.
think.
I thought they already
so.
here.
Nope.
No,
No, they traded up.
they
Just-
traded with
The
Titans.
Titans were here.
I swear I thought I saw the.
They got a
Yeah.
second. They got this and a third
For a
the
second, a third, and a fifth.
And they just got an edge way lower down, and they may have gotten him higher up.
Think about we're closing in on the end of this round. Think of who's available. So Jermaine Johnson finally comes off the board 26. You still have Carl Eftisas on the board.
We're literally
You still
in
have
the-
Devin Lloyd and N'Kobe Dean.
We're right when
Daxton
you guys-
Hill is still on the board. We didn't have to move. We could have got a better player, 10 times better than what we got, not moving at all, dude.
10 times more valuable than what we got.
Both.
I
Either.
am
Don't
going to
care.
tell you right now, I don't need to wait. The Baltimore Ravens had the best draft.
Jaguars trading back into the first round.
So I
At
don't
27?
listen. They had more to
Yeah.
work with, but nobody can top what the Giants
Bucks
did.
are sending 27
You
to
can't
Jacksonville
argue
for
that the
33,
value they
106,
have
and
is
180.
With what they started with and what they got, well, you can't get better value than the
Pigs on the
Giants.
clock.
You got Tibbs at 5 and
absolutely
Evan
can.
Neal at 7. Those are both first.
You got a top 5, top
Jaguars
8
are
player.
going to go.
And you also
Lloyd
got
or
arguably
Dean.
the best lineman in the entire
Yeah.
draft.
They're going Lloyd or
They
Dean.
did
Jaguars just traded back.
exceptionally well.
You get Karlaftis, you get double up on your edges.
Yeah.
Maybe.
What are
Karloftis or one of the
Yeah, Lloyd or
linebackers.
Dean. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all.
No, not at all. I mean,
Or they get another offensive tackle or something.
the Jaguars doing
You
what
get
the
another.
Lions
You
should
you
have
draft
done.
Kenneth
Offensive
Walker, and then you
tackle
have
is-
James
is
Robinson,
nothing
Travis
right now.
Etienne.
I mean, there's
Yeah.
left, but no.
And you got
Three-headed
Walker.
monster.
No. That's rough, man. I'm so
So the
sad.
Jets traded back up and got.
Jermaine Johnson.
And you know what? So this is, I think it was Charles that asked the question about when you trade up. The Jets did just what we've talked
Right.
about.
Yep.
This guy fell way down, and we're getting to the thing like he's not going to fall down
Like,
further.
plummeted.
He's available. Now's the time to go get him because I think he can be a really good edge rusher. Right now is the time. He fell at least probably close to 10 spots.
It's
from
wild
what we
that,
thought.
that the third edge rusher drops this.
Fourth.
Who's the third?
It was Walker, Hutch, and.
Right.
It's a
I-
loaded
I-
edge class. It's
It
a
is,
crazy
for
edge
sure.
class. It's.
I to be fair, I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. That's like outside quarterback is arguably the most important position on the field. So,
But there's actually edges worth taking in this draft.
well, I just
Outside of Travon Walker.
You're just going to see the talent is going
If
to just go
Karloftis doesn't go
towards
here,
those
he goes to the
positions.
Packers.
I
Unless
mean,
they
so
take
like
Pickens.
now that we're seeing
No,
these
'cause,
guys
yeah,
drop,
Pickens is available still, and the Packers, if with a second, if they get Pickens at 28,
So like we're seeing all these guys drop that we like. Like what are the chances they drop another 20 spots to 46?
That's what they're. So you think they're
can
unlikely?
Here's the thing, though. We wouldn't have had to ask that question.
But you don't know. We shouldn't know. 32 and 34. We could have got 2 of them.
Precisely.
2 of them. That is 1, 2.
No, but to Ryan's point, you may wind up being rewarded for doing something bad. It's like looking
Out
even
of
more
luck,
likely.
But it's.
I'm aware,
So?
so therefore.
I mean,
not.
sometimes it's
But
better
here's
to
the
be
thing.
lucky than
But
good.
here's the thing. Wait. Let's say though that like, let's say Dean drops.
It's literally this entire show.
I know.
Let's
Dean.
say Dean.
No, okay, let's say Dean, right? Drop or Scene, whatever.
What about Lloyd?
Or what?
Or
Let's
Bean, or
say
Bean.
one of those guys
Or
drops
Green
46, right? And we get him. We got lucky, right? But we still don't get 2 of them because we traded. You know what I mean?
If
Like,
you have
Well,
four,
if you
four
thought
big-
Jamison Williams was one of those guys, then you do have to.
I guess if you like the receivers,
I love that.
But like,
I'm just gonna do that from
but
now on.
think
But what
about
about
what's
Dean?
going on here, right? You have the potential of 4 of those guys, right?
Yeah.
Lloyd,
Who did Jacksonville trade
Lloyd
with?
The
with-
Bucks.
Tampa
with the
Bay.
Bucks. You have Lloyd, you have Dean, Scene, the safety from Georgia, and Daxton Hill, who we've all talked
And
about. All 4.
Pickens.
And
Daxton's
Pickens.
dropping.
Hold on. So you got 5, and you would have had 2 picks with
And you
him.
would have
3
gotten
of
2
them.
of those 5.
You would have gotten 2 of those 5.
Tampa trades up. They didn't have a first round pick,
Trades
correct?
out.
Out.
They had a first round pick.
That and
They
just
traded it to the
switched it.
Jaguars. They just traded out
Yeah.
of the first round.
Really?
Yep.
Yes.
That's a bit.
Am I
weird.
slow right now? I swear
Yes.
to God that Jacksonville has been up there the whole time.
No,
No.
Jacksonville is at
No.
33.
Yeah.
They traded
They
30.
traded,
I'll be
they traded like
honest,
5 minutes ago.
This one's a
27.
bit weird considering how much their roster's aging. You would think that they would
So
want to
how
start
far down did
drafting
Tampa
those.
move?
to 33.
Well, I mean, now they're getting more draft capital to draft more young guys.
See, I find it weird that Tampa would move out of the spot just because they're in win right now mode. Like, they're as win now as you can get because Brady is not.
Yeah, so
staying for long.
you need like an immediate starter.
You want
and
instant
somebody
impact.
on the
Devin Lloyd.
So.
But so
Yeah,
take
but-
him. They
but-
traded out of the pick. That's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
Well, also they don't need
I
it
mean-
because they have Devin White anyway. They don't need.
you can
Devin
do
Squared.
both. Devin
That's right.
Squared.
Paul squared. Yeah, they were saying.
Yeah, D2 and P2.
Much more valuable than Paul Squared.
Money wise. Money wise.
And on a football field for sure too.
Yeah, football field.
Oh man, it's
Charles said, do you think the first round picks was for the fans or for the team? Jamison Williams and Nathan Hutchinson.
The fans, absolutely.
no. Listen.
Hutchinson was for the team.
So
would
I
say.
don't.
Williams
As
was
much as I
probably-
call
They-
GMs dumb, they're not making picks to placate fans.
I don't
They're
feel
not.
that
They
way
don't
right
do.
now.
No, I know it hurts and it doesn't feel like that,
The-
but they're not making those picks to placate the fans. He is up here. He actually believes and in his heart that it was the right move. Not an intelligent move, but he believes it. And listen, this is the problem. And I said this at the time. This is all about process, right? And this is,
want the
it's
Bears
not
to
a knock on
so
Brad
bad
Holmes
right now.
specifically, but the way the Lions conduct
From
business.
Bleak, baby.
You went to the Rams, who were they were pretty successful. They were successful. They drafted a good team. They built a good team. But you went and pulled from the Rams, who were not the best run team in the NFL. They absolutely were not the best run team in the NFL. They were maybe borderline top 5 run team in the NFL, which is fine. You want to get successful people. But you just did. You just took Bob Quinn from the Pats before we had hired him, right? We took Bob Quinn from the Pats. We think Pats are the best run team in the NFL. We'll go get their number 1 in command outside of Bill Belichick, right? That didn't work out. You turn around and you go to the Rams, who are not as good of an organization as the Pats. And Brad Holmes, it's not like he was the GM in waiting. He was like 4th, 5th, arguably 6th on the personnel pecking order. He didn't make the decisions. He wasn't second in command. He was a little bit down the line. And you take a risk like this when you hire a guy like Brad Holmes, who maybe doesn't fully get the big picture, which you guys should watch on Fridays, because he understands the scouting thing.
Oh, man,
Wait,
that was
I gotta find the
That was
plug.
beautiful.
That was so well
That was
done.
good, but it happened so fast. People might have missed.
Well, yeah, but he was
Of it.
talking for 2 minutes.
They
So-
tuned out.
You almost were putting me to sleep.
Maybe he understands talent evaluation. Maybe he gets a little bit of it, but maybe he doesn't see the whole thing because he wasn't there. He wasn't the decision maker. So he has his ideas, but they're not perfect. And you took a big risk when you hired him. In a move like this, that's the dangers of that. Not that better candidates couldn't have messed up and made those mistakes, but it's a risk. And this is what I was scared about. This is exactly the scenario that I was terrified of when we hired him.
Can the Bears trade in, please? There's so many good guys.
I'm
so
gonna
many.
trade
So-
out to the bathroom.
That's
Paul,
a good idea.
I don't know what you and Don got going on.
No,
over
no,
there.
he's got to
But
go
pretty
back.
soon you're going to be in the camera. The table keeps like
Yeah.
shifting this way.
I have not touched
and
the table.
It's
That's
locked.
why I keep moving. Because every time I look, I'm like out of the camera, so I'm like, we gotta move back this way.
Listen, right
It's,
here.
the wheels were locked.
Back.
I don't know what happened.
Not very
Hold
well.
on a second. Now don't take us out.
You're fine.
There you go. Perfect.
Was that a
You're the
comment?
star of the show, AJ. You're in.
Was that a comment or did you?
No, it was me. I'm watching
Oh,
the cowhide.
I was like very.
Oh
astute.
yeah, this is the worst thing that's happened to this cow.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
That was pretty good. I just, man,
All right,
the way that this is playing out.
makes you want to put a bullet in your head.
No, I wouldn't go that far.
A bolt, if you will.
Okay,
A bolt.
but
Bolt action.
man,
Do you think we see a trade up for a quarterback in these next 6 picks?
No. No way.
No, we've established the teams also think
Just
Malik
hit that
Willis
lock
is a
right
bum.
there, Don.
Apparently, Jesus.
Yes.
There you go.
I think it's just this
Jaguars.
sliding.
Jaguaries.
Pick Malik and trade Trevor.
The Dirty Duvals.
it's Devin Lloyd.
No, yeah. Even.
Man,
So mad.
I wanted him to go to a team that's actually like competent.
I'm so mad.
Charles, they said they'd take a QB like 3rd round or mid or. Yeah.
What was the comment?
I don't know that we
Charles,
said that.
Charles
Hold
said,
on.
"Do you think draft QB? Period."
No, not in this draft class because you're too far away as
At this
far as
point,
the
at
rebuild.
46,
no.
Well,
I mean,
maybe
if-
at 46.
If Willis
46
is there
right.
at 40, I'd trade up for him.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Willis, I think, would be the only guy at
Oh,
40.
yeah.
Carson
That's
Strong,
been my
not that
mindset the whole
impressed
time.
with. Yeah,
Just those two.
but I have always said in the shows, big picture, straight shoot, and all that. I'm not
Plug.
thinking. Yeah, I'm not thinking about Malik Willis until at least 34. Well, we're getting to that point. Well, we don't have 34 anymore. But if for some reason he were to fall at 46, you could start considering it. It's just
So why would you consider it though? If a guy was originally, I mean, I've heard throughout the week like potential number 1.
That's
Now he
yeah. It's my small school theory that has exceptions.
has a lot of exceptions.
A lot of exceptions.
Yeah.
Who? Josh Allen.
Just being a careerist, we'll argue that. You have Romo. Flacco won a Super Bowl. You have.
Flacco was a system guy.
Also, it depends on what you define as small school. Like, I don't really see how Texas Tech doesn't fit into that mold. I mean, have you been to Lubbock? I'm sure you live down there. I know.
Not to Lubbock specifically,
But it's West Texas.
but Texas is also football. So
there's
for me,
nothing around.
it's like the non-power fives, right?
I guess.
Like the Carson Wentz, who everybody touted as great, and
And also had an MVP
Carson
year
Wentz,
and would
Trey
have won a
Lance.
Super Bowl.
but didn't.
Carson
No,
Wentz
but
was
the only
great
reason he
until he
didn't
got
is
hurt.
because he got hurt.
And, but
He was
that's
great
what
until
I'm
he got
saying.
hurt.
I'm not wasting a first-round pick on a guy that came from lesser competition.
Devin Lloyd, everybody, ladies and
It
gentlemen.
makes
Welcome
me
to the party, lady.
Also, did you see how he was dressed? How did that man go? 27.
So I
Unacceptable.
would like to chime in here real quick because I said about the Jets, and then this is an
yeah.
even better example. Again, what we talked about when you trade up. So there were those two. We had those guys left, right?
Dean and Lloyd.
We got Dean and
Look at
Lloyd.
that. I mean, that's
It's the time.
insane.
If you think Devin Lloyd's clearly better, it's time.
He was
It's time to go up and
the
get him.
National Defensive Player of the Year.
I don't.
National Defensive Player of the Year.
Now that the Lions
took
have
him number
done
one.
what they've done, I'm waiting for that crop of quarterbacks next year
I will-
to lengthen.
I want to
that.
respond to two comments I actually saw when I left for a minute. One was about quarterbacks. There was one about Willis, and then there was another one.
You mean here at the top?
I can't read them from here, JB.
All right, so
Should
we
be
got
prepared
if
for
Willis
comments
is there in the 3rd round, I'd take him. That was from Paul.
So I'll answer that one quick since you mentioned it first.
The 3rd
So
round.
if he's there at 46, you can take him,
Come on,
That's
Paul.
what we
right? Like, and I wasn't here for that. If
That's what we were talking.
I don't,
about.
I don't like him at all. But the upside alone at 46, yeah. I mean, why wouldn't
But a guy
you?
that was slated for top 10 falls all the way to 40, 46. What? Like why?
Well, because he's not that good.
No. No.
But he
I
has
disagree.
technical potential at quarterback at 46. At that point, you're like, it's a lottery ticket.
Yeah.
And if he pans out, he's a really good lottery ticket.
You're also running into an issue where if it goes into the second day, there's no chance he goes that low because you have teams waiting 24 hours and they're done on him.
I think it depends who's available.
But read some more comments because there's another one.
I think a lot of these bad teams weren't so
I remember it.
either.
Somebody asked if Brad Holmes wasn't he the brain trust behind the Rams organization. No, not at all. Of course, that's what Lions fans were sold by local radio because I mean, what else are you going to sell? You're not going to say, they took the janitor from the Rams. Like you're not. He was management part of the front office, but he was legitimately like around fifth in command. Like he didn't have a huge say in anything they did, and he was peripheral talent is what I like to call it. Like he was part of the operation and he was above a scout, but he was nowhere near the brains of the operation. He wasn't even close.
He was their top college.
He was their top college scout, head college scout. But again, we're talking scout. You don't hire a green scout as your GM, right? And honest to God, I don't like scouts as GMs at all because GM, and this is the biggest misperception, being a successful GM, your talent evaluation is almost irrelevant. To be a GM, you have to understand efficiency, the cap, how you build a winning team and a structure. You hire talent evaluators. You build a great scouting department. You tell me who the best, most talented players are, and I will efficiently get them to build a team. So that's where he was nowhere near the brains of the operation. He's like the brains of the operation are Les Snead.
So Paul clarified. He said, "I said the brains behind the scouting, not the brain trust or behind the operation."
Okay,
so that's a good clarification.
Okay, it is a good clarification.
May I, real quick, another issue that you have with specifically scouts is that scouts, just by their very nature, the whole thing that I alluded to, that
straight up said,
is that they literally have to have tunnel vision because that's literally their job is to obsess about a player and know everything about their game, and it very much feels like that pick 12 was that. I would be very surprised if you don't hear that Brad Holmes was looking at Jameson Williams for like a year and a half, 2 years, what have you.
And to go to more on that, if you want to talk about Brad Holmes' role with the Rams, adding on to what Dylan said about that tunnel vision, singular focus on a player. So he was the director of college scouting for the Rams. He was the head scout and the guy that met with all the scouts and basically made their college draft board in his opinion. His job, his actual job, what he did for the Rams is get the players that he believes in and sell them to Les Snead, who's actually going to make the picks. So his job is to fall in love with set players, learn everything he can about them to sell them to Les Snead and be like, no, this is the guy that we got to get. This is why. These are all the reasons. That doesn't lend itself, and it's not saying a scout can't be a good GM, but those qualities can crop up and create issues when trying to see the big picture, again, airing on Fridays, when you're trying to build a team. I'm going to do that like 8 now. It's like
so clean.
It is.
And then when we clip it, boom.
But so, no, and this is, again, these are all the things that you worry about when you make a hire like that. It doesn't mean he can't be successful, but we now have, I think everyone would agree, we now have the first big red flag with Brad Holmes.
Oh, yeah.
The first thing that he's done that we're truly like, wow,
he picked Hutchinson.
Oh my God.
I wasn't gonna say.
I'm with
0 for 2, Brad.
I'm with Paul on this one. I think that this is the pick where I said that other shoe is it's getting set down.
One?
Huh?
Hutchinson.
No, it's the saying, right? The other shoe has dropped. Right?
You're waiting for the other shoe to drop.
You're waiting
something
for the
bad
other
to
shoe
happen.
to drop. You're waiting for and this is where I think that other shoe is dropping.
Not a
here.
big metaphor in Poland.
So dropping, but do you? Obviously, it's a little early to call it, but I mean, do you lose faith in what he's got going on, or
I don't necessarily lose entire faith.
Oh, I'd be gone.
But now I question him, and he did exactly what I pleaded with him not to do, which was kill the momentum.
Passionately.
I plead, don't kill the momentum. And the only way I said you kill the momentum is literally drafting a quarterback in the first round or
a receiver.
Or wide
doing
receiver.
exactly. AJ nailed this beyond the box because he sees much further into the future than Brad Holmes does.
Devontae Wyatt.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
That's actually a guy I had slated for you guys too.
Another Georgia player.
Yep.
4.
Can't go wrong.
Record.
But it's like Dylan said on the big picture. If you just drafted all Georgia defense in the first round,
but instead you went with an Alabama player, so joke's on you.
Alabama offensive player, even worse.
Even worse.
Yeah.
Just to put this into perspective,
that doesn't have a need.
We are now three picks in the top 27 or 8. I can't read that.
28.
3 picks in the top 28 from Georgia's defensive line. All of that talent around him, and Travon Walker still couldn't produce a goddamn thing in college. I'm not going to get over it.
Because he was setting it up for the other guys.
Trayvon, and I'm not going to go back 50 years.
It's those intangibles like Jabril.
I am not going to go back 50 years. Trayvon Walker
Not a
is
stats
the
player.
worst number 1 overall pick in my lifetime. Now, what I mean by that, because I got to be super clear about this. I'm going to get to that. Okay. I got to be super clear about this.
In brief.
He is not going to be the worst player picked at number 1. He's absolutely not going to be, and he's not going to be the biggest bust. The problem is, so when you think about the biggest bust at number 1, you would talk about a guy like Jamarcus Russell. The thing is, Jamarcus Russell made sense because quarterback and his upside was so immense. Yes, there were all kinds of concerns, but if he pans out, you're talking about having a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. Of course you're going to take the risk if you need a quarterback. Whereas Travon Walker, there were 2 players at the same position so clearly superior to him. To make him number 1, it's just unbelievably bad.
So Paul, I don't know when you Paul, I don't know when you were born, but and did he go number 1? When was Andre Ware drafted?
No, he wasn't born yet. He wasn't born yet.
That was like
3 years
90,
old,
right?
You were born in 89?
No.
No, that's not Andre Ware.
I said my lifetime.
Your lifetime, okay, because I remember that.
This is Nakobe.
Has to be.
Has to be.
And of course, it's
Aaron Rodgers says Alabama wide receiver Jameson Williams is the most NFL-ready wide receiver in this draft.
Well, that's what you want. You want that cosign from your rival. That's how you know.
Yeah, right.
So similar to Jamarcus Russell, though, even with Andre Ware, you have the fact that he's a quarterback. Like, quarterbacks are almost disallowed from the discussion because you have to pick them that early, and the upside and impact they can have on your team is so immeasurable that even the world's best defensive end just can't do that. That's why, like, if you take Malik Willis number 1 overall, like, I hate that pick, but at least there's the upside of if he pans out, he's a quarterback, he can transcend your team. I mean, look at what Joe Burrow's done for Cincinnati in such a short time. So, again, the upside makes it, to me, not as bad of a pick, even though it's an uber bust. But yes, I was not born when Andre Ware was picked, so I am not the expert on that. I can't possibly be. Creek.
Yeah, everything before you were born doesn't exist. We learned that.
Okay, ontologically, that's true.
I said, I'm not going back that far. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
You can't go back that far.
This is the Patriots' first round pick since 2017.
And it's going to be their best since 2017.
Yeah. It's
What
gonna be
pick are we on there?
We
29.
are on 29.
It's so gross. 29. And they're about to... Think about this, too. If they decide to do that, maybe, I don't know, maybe Belichick does go smartest man in the room. But imagine having Matthew Judon and Nakobe Dean on opposite sides.
This reinforces...
Didn't it just say that's their first round pick since 2017? Yeah. And now it's saying that they just took Sony Michel and then Isaiah Wynn in 2018.
No, I think it was just showing the first round pick since 17. Not that it's...
Yeah, but I thought it said they hadn't had one since 17.
Well, no, because didn't they take N'Keal Harry at 15?
That was in
17, though.
That was the name that they had up there.
No, 17 they didn't have a pick in first round.
Yeah.
No,
and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
If
I want it to be right.
If I misspoke,
Matthew Judon and Nakobe Dean on the edges. That is terrifying.
And you're telling me that the Lions could not have used 32 to move up to 29? 34 to move up?
Could have easily leapfrogged all this.
We didn't need to move. We could have just waited.
I'm saying Dean's going here as Patriots. He wouldn't have gotten to us. If he's the best available on your board, and you want to trade up to get him,
and on top of that, the trade
that's the
time.
time.
I can't say anything because I saw the pick on Don's thing.
So
what the hell?
Aaron Rodgers said that he knew the Packers were going to go in this direction, presumably defense, because they had 6 wide receivers with the first round grade, and all of them were gone.
And that's a quarterback who, unlike Lamar Jackson, understands the process.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, he understands.
He goes to the Cayman Islands, smokes up, and then pouts that no one loves.
He may not care.
No, he does.
But
He does that weird,
process.
like that whole body cleanse.
Oh, he probably drinks that tea that makes you hallucinate and strip down and run in the jungle.
Oh, no, it comes out from everywhere.
Peyote.
Whatever he does, whatever that body cleanses.
Or ayahuasca.
So weird dude.
So
Oh, he's super
They
weird.
made this pick pretty quick.
Yeah, well,
We think
apparently
it's
it's not what we thought. Thanks for giving the
I
name up.
if I gave you 50 guesses, you would not get it.
That's okay. So
So he went
Belichick.
smartest man.
Kenneth Walker.
No, you would guess that in 50. You would say his name in 50.
Yeah, you will not guess this guy.
That's
Malik
so
Willis.
dumb.
No,
Why?
it's beyond horrifying.
I'm pretty sure I haven't heard of him.
I don't know.
But this goes back to what I've said a million
Smartest
times.
man in the
The
room.
Pats suck at drafting.
They do.
They're horrible at
bad
drafting.
at drafting.
And then people are, oh, they had a dynasty. They just had more picks than everybody else. And on top of that, their hit rate was horrible. But on top of that,
Free agency.
they traded a lot of those picks for established players because they suck at, which is, when you suck at drafting, is a
That's
good
the way
thing
to
to
do
do.
it. Yeah.
Like, get players that you know are good in the NFL level already. You're going to be like, who? Someone's going to say who? Like, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Cole Strange.
Actually,
Chattanooga.
he was on the
Chattanooga.
list.
Doctor Strange.
And listen, I love...
Oh, he's a bulldog.
I
You love,
love so much. I love offensive linemen. I was talking about how hype I was for the first two guards to come off the board.
86 on the big board.
It's just such a reach. You don't need to take him here. And what the reports are going to come out? Oh, this team liked him. They were going to take him, so the Pats got to have it. No, you don't do this.
This is
that.
why I
Matt
could
Patricia had his input.
This
That's
is
what
also
happened.
why I could never actually. I mean, it's gonna be so tough in 2024 to go to a draft. All these people, Chin, you've never heard of this.
And
man.
I want to be clear. I want to say something right now. I'm not saying he's going to be a bust. He could very well be a very good player. It's about the process and the value that you get. It's such
I'll
a
say he's a
reach. If you don't consistently get value in the draft, you will not do well over time in the draft, which the Pats have not. Again, track record
Just
percentage
insult to
hit-wise
injury.
have not done well. This is a guy you could have waited on and still gotten. So
Not like
it
it's
doesn't
hurt him,
matter
though.
how good he is. He could be the best guard in the NFL next year. It does not matter because you could have waited on him, and you have to be efficient in your draft process. You
Speaking
cannot
of
afford not to
waiting,
be.
Of all of our people, of those 5 big board, 4
Are
of them
still there.
are still there at 30.
Yeah. Still there.
Also, is this Daxton Hill? This better be. This would be such.
No,
a good
this has
pick.
to be. So Karlaftis is still on the board.
I'm not recognized. Exactly. I'm not even.
It is the proper. I do again.
Georgia Papayan.
I don't
Somebody look
care.
up Pro Football
It
Reference
does
that
not
has a
matter.
pronunciation on it.
But it's his. It doesn't matter how they've Americanized
But
the
it's his. You're
pronunciation.
speaking
But
It does
for
not
him.
matter how he pronounces his
Oh, there you
name.
go. There you go.
But it's not. It's his name
George
in the literal
Karlaftis.
sense,
There
but
we
it's
go.
not
Right.
his name. It has
Ni-
been
nice to
passed,
see Carl
It
Jr.
has
come
been
up with
passed
it.
down
Yeah,
for
Carl
centuries.
Jr.
It is a Greek name. It has a specific
Okay.
pronunciation.
All right. Thanks
That's
for
not
the
how you
history
say it.
lesson. Let's move on. So,
History lesson. That's just a lecture that goes nowhere. Like all of this tonight.
so we know the Bengals
Smack
need
my chair.
offensive line help. In the worst
No,
way.
he did. I didn't do
No,
I
not
know
you. I know. That's what I meant.
There's no one for them to take
There's no one for them to take.
unless they have another huge reach.
So could the
4
Lions
of
trade
your
in here?
players you could have had with
We
your
don't,
2
we don't
picks.
even have anybody to trade anymore.
But Taylor Decker.
We just like
hey,
the rest of the
hey,
draft.
hey! This could. You brought up the Taylor Decker trade.
Trade DJ Chark for a first round pick.
Could this be? You know, if you're thinking outside the box for a
No,
team
the
They
Bengals
won't.
have shored up their O line. They could use
They
a guard.
actually have in the
They could use a guard, but they've shored up their O line a lot this offseason.
that's
They
not
don't
gonna
have to go line.
They don't
I
need
mean, they could go Daxton Hill, but Daxton Hill now may fall out of the first round. Now he's in danger.
Just like Jabril should have.
Jesus Christ.
Get it. Get it. Get it.
Do you know how
Dylan
frustrated the
Farmer,
Lions
maybe
could have
a
just sat
reach.
and waited, dude? N'Kobe Dean is there.
You could have gotten
Daxton
2
Hill is there.
of our 4
We
big
could have gotten
picks.
N'Kobe Dean and Daxton Hill at 32 and 34.
Or
Lewis
have,
Sign.
Or you could have gotten Pickens and then not reach for a receiver.
And then-
And the output
Sign
could
and
be the
Dean.
same.
Was it my perfect mock?
Yep.
Yeah.
32 and 34.
Hill's better.
Could have got Malik at
I
32.
just want to say that out there. But they're different
Well,
players.
I thought Hill would be 6
See,
before them. That's why I had.
This is just cruel.
It's horrifying.
It's
horrible.
What-
this
where do you
is
guys- What is your first
Man.
pick? What number? 38?
39.
39?
I am in play for some really
The problem is, it might be just out of reach, and they might go like right before you pick,
So,
and you might be.
Seeing how this draft did play out,
Maybe trade
what would have been, like, seeing all these names now, what would have been your perfect 3 picks for the Lions? If
Literally,
they
they're
were at 2, 34?
they're all here.
Hutchinson, Dean, and Scene for me.
Yeah.
And
Same.
it's all in play still.
So
So mine would be Hutchinson, Dean, and Malik. But
mine
same
would be Hutchinson, Dean, and Hill. Like,
Yeah, Malik's still there. I keep forgetting he's still there.
Yeah, but what about N'Kobe? Gosh.
I said that. Hutchinson.
I
would have said Thibodeaux, but whatever.
I'm joking because we all agree and we all should
Thibodeaux, Malik,
put our
indeed.
salaries together to get him here.
This
The
is
NIL.
I don't think we'd have enough.
One last chance.
But I mean, this is exactly what it is to be a Lions fan.
I feel great.
You should. But this is it.
You and
right?
Aaron
I mean,
Rodgers. That's a good sign. They both like our draft.
I'm
Oh boy, I'm tired.
so irritated.
No, Don,
That-
you're not
that-
tired. You're
That
depressed.
pick
It's okay.
wore me out.
I
Tell
believe
me.
you expended a lot of energy
So
standing
high
up
on
and rushing out.
Hutchinson to bam, smashed into the wall.
That's what you get. You make a deal with the devil.
I just don't get it. Was it worth the trade-off to get Hutchinson?
You go get Max Crosby
it
at
was
one.
not
I
worth
mean, it was
the
irrelevant.
Or
I'm
two.
good with it, but I mean, you know,
It negates the whole point of
It
who
does.
got him in the first place.
Because think about how good that defense could have been anchored by a Hutchinson and
Yeah, but now the
Boyd.
logic that everyone's
The
gonna
amount of-
sell is
the
our
amount
offense
of
is gonna be
players-
also-
Dean, oh my
The
God.
amount of
You
players I would have
you can't
preferred to
stop
reach on,
anybody.
we could have just not traded up, is absurd.
So
Like, if you gave me the choice right now, like, go back in time and we take freaking Kyle Hamilton at 2, but we don't make the trade up, I'm gonna just, okay, fine. Fuck, whatever. Whatever it takes. I don't care.
You're saying the same thing if they say Malik Willis at 2?
Yeah,
Yes.
I would.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would.
So Lamar Jackson was obviously mad about Marquise Brown getting traded,
he
and
can
now
get the hell
now
out.
Taylor Lewan is upset that AJ Brown got traded from the Titans.
Yeah, okay, cry.
Yeah.
No one cares.
No one.
Well, they care.
No, fantastic.
You know what?
Taylor Lewan also
Maybe
probably shouldn't
maybe
be
someone
playing
should tell
Damn
Taylor
it, this one got room
Lewan.
for me.
Maybe someone should tell Taylor Lewan to block long enough so that AJ Brown can get the ball. Because
Doesn't
last
have to
year
give
was
up 5
rough.
sacks in a game.
Last year was he was hurt, but last year was rough for him.
I have a horrifying thought, and it is honestly my my prominent theory, and it was something that I think AJ had said when the pick happened, is that it really feels like they legitimately believe that putting everything around Jared Goff like this is going to work.
I
Ryan
have
said that.
told
Let's give
I
Ryan
have,
Right. I'm sorry.
I have
Ryan
been saying
said
this for
Terrible.
months. I am so terrified.
That has to be.
I
their
am so
strategy.
like because everyone said when we traded for Goff, everyone's like, "Oh, they just did it for
Two-year
extra
stop
picks."
Yeah.
So Bengals, they go offensive line here, right?
Not necessarily. No,
don't
one,
think
there's
so.
not a lot of offense. They addressed their
What do you
offensive
mean they don't
line.
need to? He was sacked 50 times.
They
last
addressed
year.
it.
They
They
signed
addressed it.
every offensive lineman.
No,
that,
they addressed the crap out of
All the one all the other teams didn't want.
They
They stocked up on those guys.
No,
No,
they got
they
good
had some
linemen.
really good
No, they
dudes.
made good moves. They have done a lot to address
Better than
the
what they
offensive
had, for
line.
sure.
I would, dude. Again, either of these last 2 picks, Minnesota or Cincy, Daxton Hill is a great fit for. Cincy, the problem with Cincy is. It's not a problem. It's a great problem to have. They don't have that many clear holes anymore. Last year, they shored up the defense. Their defense was awesome last year. The offense could be really good. You don't know, but the offensive line held them back a ton. They don't actually have a ton of clear needs, which when you're picking at 31, you often don't. So, what can you do to make something beyond elite? And think about who they're competing with, the Buffaloes of the world and the Kansas Cities of the world. So can they take their pass defense to the next level by taking a guy like Daxton Hill? Or maybe there's a true cornerback on the board that they really like. Now, I don't want them to take
Kenneth
Daxton
Walker.
Hill and try to make him a cornerback. Because it's something I talked about a lot, is the reason Daxton Hill's value's been a little suppressed and why I think he'll be a really good NFL player is if you let him be a true roaming free safety and let him just run all over the field, the playmaker that he is, the play recognition that he has, he's a screen eraser for a reason, and he's very versatile. He can come down in nickel packages if you need him to, but he doesn't have to, and I just love him playing that deep safety role. At Michigan, he had to play a lot of nickel, a lot of man defense. He had to do things that we needed him to do because the way our defense was structured and the talent that we had, and we played him kind of out of his best position, which is not a knock on Michigan coaches. They made him as much as he could help the team is what they used him for, but then it wasn't necessarily his best position, and that's why I think he can be even better at the NFL level with the wild athleticism that he
To
has.
answer the Bengals question, they signed La'el Collins, the tackle. They also signed Alex Kappa, guard, and Ted Karras.
Which it's a ton of addressing.
Ted
the-
Karras-
An entire side of the
Basically a whole like
Hey, so I'm not going to give it away, but the Minnesota Vikings have made the pick at 32 already.
Is that recent or?
Gee,
Yep.
I wonder who it's going to be.
Yep,
And then
the
AJ's gonna be-
Bengals and the Vikings have.
And then he's going to torch your asses. That's so cruel.
It's just
That's so
I
cruel.
think I should refresh and see if it picks
Oh.
up.
I'll miss something probably. I want to see the Vikings
who
set the
they are.
world on fire and draft Blake Willis.
No, what the
be
Vikings are
fun.
going to draft the guy that you literally could have with the same pick, and then your
Nakobe
guy's
Dean,
not,
drafting Nakobe
yeah,
Dean.
and then your player's not
No,
going to be able to play.
if
and
I
then
had to
he's gonna
guess,
be
if I had
incredible.
to guess, I say this goes Hildine, because I don't know. Now the Bengals is completely wild to me. 'Cause I don't know. There's just so many places they can go. Defensive tackle out of the blue
So-
could be it, but I'm gonna say Hildine for the last two selections. Let's go! Oh my God!
You actually capped out the audio when you did that.
No, that's awesome. I'm excited. I am excited. That's a great spot. That is a really
You
good
just
spot for
said
him.
they're going to
As
try
long
to
as-
convert him to corner.
Yeah.
No, well,
They're going.
see
to
that
do it.
S? They announced him as a safety.
So.
No, that's a no,
Yeah,
no,
what?
no. That is a huge deal.
No, it's not. The coaching staff doesn't care.
No,
No, the coaching staff is the one doing the editing for the
For
NFL
ESPN.
Network.
no.
Yeah, obviously.
Listen,
they're
Obviously.
multitasking.
teams almost always announce players where they intend to put them, and a lot of, especially with linemen, when it's ambiguous where they're going to put them, whether they're a guard, whether they're a tackle.
Right.
Teams generally announce players where they plan to use them. I mean, you had goddamn Jacksonville a few years ago drafted Denard and called him an
I
offensive
forgot how
weapon.
honest that NFL front offices are in their intentions for
Well,
roster concerns.
you're making a pick. It doesn't matter.
Picks in for the Vikings.
No, that's legally
AJ,
binding.
I'm gonna
Actually,
tell you right now, this is gonna ruin your night. It's what this is.
It's
It's
we've
too fast.
accepted it.
Come on.
It's Nakobe Dean. It
You
has
literally
so that
just traded Nakobe
there
Dean
are
away.
reports that the Vikings turned down trade offers, like to trade down from 32.
Yeah.
What are you looking for?
Oh, this is so cruel.
What are you trying? I
Oh,
haven't
you
updated
quit.
it,
Yeah, I see that.
Oh my God.
Ian Rappaport had listed Daxon Hill as a defensive back.
Ryan.
That's what a safety
Ryan.
is.
Right.
Is
The,
that?
the Bengals already said it. They put it into NFL Network that he's going to play safety for the rest of
To
his
be
life.
fair, I didn't hear what they announced. That's just what NFL Network put up there. That might not have been the
No,
announcement.
that was the Bengals coaching staff. They're doing the graphics.
All right, ruined my night, Vikings.
Dude,
It's
please.
gotta be
It's
Dean.
gonna be the worst knife in the world. Just
Even
Or
if they don't
one
pick
of
him,
two ways.
'cause-
One of two ways. If they don't pick him, then it's like he's still sitting
We
there.
would have had
in
him
a
at
pick
34.
We could have had him at.
well, you assume we would have picked him there, regardless.
oh, 100%.
Unless
I don't
they
know.
like,
Well,
unless
no,
they
not
like
apparently
Seymour.
not.
Not
No
no.
shit.
They might have picked Pickens.
And you know what? But Scene is in play here. Scene is in play here because he's that box safety. He's kind of like a hybrid linebacker safety. Like, he's got to be in
They
play.
still have that Smith cat who's.
Harrison Smith. But he's a free safety. Well, he's a free safety, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a free safety.
I'm making me lose my mind for a second. Whereas Scene can play both, but I think he's true
AJ's
box
in
safety, real good.
existential dread.
But obviously, you assume this is Dean. It does. The thing is, it doesn't matter if this is Dean. It doesn't make it better or worse for us.
No, it
We're-
makes it much worse if it's Dean.
No, because he's
We
here.
have to play him twice
Just
a year.
him being here is what matters. So it doesn't matter who they pick. We could have had him. Watching
matters
him
if
blow
you get
up
him
for
at
the,
46.
watching him blow up for the Vikings or whatever. Like it's.
Wouldn't that be
Here's
some
what I
shit?
go back to. If we don't make that trade,
Maybe we knew
and
all-
Jameson Williams is not a Lion, Scene sitting on the board, you have Dean
Pickens
sitting on the
Scene and
board,
Dean.
and Pickens sitting on the board, right? You wanted to draft a wide receiver, and
You could have got your
you
receiver
could have
and one
gotten
of
two
them.
of the three.
And are you going to tell me that
You-
Jameson
you
is
still
that much
might
better
get
than
two of the
Pickens?
three.
I don't agree with that at all.
I
don't
like.
agree with
I
what?
do like Jameson a lot. I like
Paul's
him a lot.
contention. Paul is stating that there's not that much gap, and I agree. Like I don't actually think there's that much of a gap
Between Pickens and Williams?
Yeah, I
No.
don't.
What do we got going on here?
I do. You still might get two of the three though.
I don't even see.
You definitely
may
get
be-
two of those three.
I know. No, I'm saying you can though. Still.
Who knows? I
yeah,
might
wait.
get one
I
of
don't
those
know.
two. Who knows? Go crazy. There is
Yeah.
a very real chance the Bears at 39 take Pickens. That would be kind of sweet. I kind of dig that.
I'll let that guy make the pick.
If this is
Passionate.
not,
Look
if
at
this
his
is
guns.
not
Okay.
Nakobe Dean,
Python.
how does somebody of his caliber
We talked about it that it might happen. So Nakobe Dean is not a flawless prospect.
Disagree.
100% disagree.
All right.
I really do.
Literally,
You are allowed to be wrong.
you're allowed to be wrong, and I understand.
So
that
I
this is
like Nakobe Dean a lot, but you guys are acting like
Pro
he should
Football
have been a top
Focus.
10.
Dean's range at linebacker is unparalleled in this draft class. He's not only straight line fast, he also processes and
Flawless.
reacts with elite quickness.
Unparalleled. He is
I
lightning
love him, but
Unparalleled.
he is probably
So,
considered undersized.
if Dean
but he's not
doesn't-
a big guy.
If
At
he doesn't
linebacker.
go, do the Lions move up tomorrow to get him?
I don't think they can.
I think they should. I think they
Absolutely you
could.
That is easy as hell to do.
You think?
You have 24
or-
hours and you have a Rams first to dangle to whomever.
Yeah.
You
Well,
absolutely
you wouldn't
can.
know. You wouldn't use the first. It's not going to take
No,
the
no,
first to
no.
move
I'm
up.
just saying that in the worst
I mean,
case,
Jesus, 46 and 97 will be plenty.
pretty much.
Probably too much.
But no, what I'm saying is you could also siphon off some second and thirds this year.
I don't want to trade up anymore. We already boned ourselves. Can we stop?
All right, here we go.
God.
Here we go. Oh man,
So upsetting.
So depressing. I mean, I don't even care who they pick. I'm just mad.
AJ can't even look.
Good thing AJ's already bald.
Skull.
Louisine.
Okay, still
I'm still mad about it.
mad.
Still
So
mad about it.
the I guess the
What'd I say?
yeah, but the
exact
lining,
same play.
the silver lining for the Lions would be tomorrow. You still have Dean. You still have Malik Willis on the board. If that's someone you wanted to go with, maybe you didn't want to go with him at 2.
All right.
But you were like, if he's there at 33 or 34.
I will. This is
But
my
we-
only contention for tomorrow. In order to salvage this, you got to move up. I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
know you
you
say
have
you don't
to.
want to. You have to. You don't have a choice.
There's no salvaging. It's
Yes, you
soiled.
can.
It
No,
has been soiled.
that's where I disagree.
I
Brad
If
Holmes
you
said he
soil-
is, quote, thrilled with how the first
Oh, I bet he is.
Well, yeah. Like,
Yeah, I was gonna say we screwed
Oh,
up.
man.
No, seriously. You
shouldn't have
can
did that.
salvage it.
Can I make
Trade
that
up.
trade?
Yeah.
Get one of those two.
All right, so each of you give your grade for tonight. I already know what they
F
are.
minus.
Okay, and I would like
F
I'd like
minus.
everyone watching put your grade in the chat as well.
F minus.
Let's start with Don and we'll go around the table. Don, what's your grade for tonight?
Oh my gosh. Well, here's the thing. The Hutchinson pick fell into his lap.
Yeah,
Right.
he didn't do anything.
He didn't do anything to get that pick. I could have made that. Everybody could have made that
It's
pick.
making Sewell last year.
If you're a dummy.
To trade up 34 and 32 to take a wide receiver.
And 66.
Yeah, and 66. To trade up for a wide receiver, even though I think that wide receiver is going to be good, I'm going to go with a...
Say it. Say it.
I don't want to say an F, but...
So you're a teacher.
to
Did
me
you
it's an
fail?
F. It's an F.
Incomplete.
I don't
It's an
like...
incomplete.
I don't...
E.
I just
Just
don't...
like all the drops.
I just
have.
can't get over that. As much as I love Hutchinson, if you're going... Like, the fact that we... Like, our draft haul, if you're looking at it, okay, I'll give it like a C because we got Hutchinson. That's the guy... That was the guy I wanted forever, right? But the fact that he fell into our lap, I don't know... I can't give you
Yeah,
a
but you
grade
can't
because
blame Holmes
it's-
for that.
to me as a teacher, it's like you gave a kid with a test, right? And the first half of the test was filled out with the right answers for you. And then the second half, you got them all wrong.
Oh, that's a C.
Name names. Name
No,
names.
no, it's not. It's 50%.
That's 50%.
That's a 50%. That's an F.
Oh, well.
So that's
So-
the way I'm doing it.
Listen, we like to talk about coaches being born on third base. If you take into the account the position that the Lions had entering this draft, their draft position, how set up they were to crush
I didn't even
this.
get that.
Brad Holmes, for this draft, was born on third base, and he got thrown out at home. I mean, it's you can't do it. You cannot. And when, by the way, with 0 outs, he didn't even need to go home.
All right, this man.
0 outs, thrown out at home. Unbelievable.
All right.
Born on third base. He worked his way to get to third base.
That doesn't matter.
No,
No.
he has to
Wait,
give
wait,
his
wait, we gotta
grade.
get the grade here.
So, Don, you were in it.
I had to give an F.
So I'm torn here because, like, when I think about grades are given as a percentage.
Do
He
this.
literally
No, it's
thinks in his
hard.
head, how can I get more words into it?
Grades are given as a percentage.
Let's
I,
go.
thank you.
Everything up to 59% is an F, right?
God, yes.
So it's hard to do it that way. Like, I want to give him a D- because he could have done worse.
I'm gonna jump
He
out
could
there.
have done worse at number 2. Like, he could have botched that as well. But it's still really a 50%. Not even. It's more like a 30%. It's an F. No, it has to be an F.
Okay.
It has to be an
Okay.
F.
Thank
So
you,
I am
Charles.
going to come at this from an actual grading perspective, and if Aiden Hutchinson is an A, and the move to get Williams is an F.
Well, what kind of F? A 0%? A 20%? That
doesn't
matters.
matter.
No, it does, because if you average them, it does. In A and 100% and 0% are still 50% in F. It matters a lot.
So, listen.
I'm so mad right
what
now.
I'm saying, and I'm going based off of
I know,
what
you
we
get
do
mad.
grades, is we don't give zeros, because it's not a 0 pick. It can't be a 0 pick.
You're right, it's negative.
Okay. Anyway, again, you can't blame the player for being drafted where they're drafted.
I didn't say anything about the player.
I understand that, but he's going to produce, so it's not a 0. So let's say that it's a 50% and 100%. That's going to average to a 75.
Yeah.
And
I'm going to
that's
throw up in my mouth.
That's fine. You can throw up in your mouth and still be wrong. I'm going to give it a C.
We're doing this on Behind the Box.
I'm going to follow you. I'm going to give it a C. Obviously, I didn't want Aiden, but he is still a good player. He'll be a day one impact guy right away. I think Jameson Williams, when he gets on the field, is going to make this offense really good. I didn't like the value of the pick, but the player himself, can be electric, and I think what he adds to that offense while you're still deficient at quarterback. You should have a really good offensive unit, and I think the Lions will be a better team this year because they got these two players, even if I wasn't thrilled where they took them.
So, do not interrupt before I finish, Paul, because it is an F-, and that is absolutely what I'm going to give it, and the reason why is not just a short-term, it is a long-term issue. Because Jameson Williams, with the way that this wide receiver bubble is working, your end game is a long-term contract that you should not be signing. That is just the reality of this. Not only is the pick a reach, but just for roster construction moving forward, you are in a terrible spot with this player, no matter how good he is. Because if he's fantastic, then you're having to pay him way too much money. And if he's terrible, then you wasted the pick and you toss him in the trash. So it's an F-. However, depending on what happens tomorrow, if you trade up and I even think if you get Malik Willis, that upgrades it to a CC+. But that's the highest it can go. But right now it's an F-. But you need to get either Dean or Willis in order to salvage anything.
All right, so let's see what the audience has to say. So Paul Robinson came in with a C. Came in solid with a couple of our panel. Matt gave it a C+.
I knew it.
Charles Bosnick came in with an A+, but he got everything he wanted, and I think for everyone involved, that's a morale boost, confidence boost, and a trust boost. All right, so let's see. David Zaran says we got the best DE and wide receiver. I like it or not. And somebody commented off of our account. One of our guys said it would. The draft I'll give an A-, but the trade I'll give a D-. So I'm not sure who that was coming down there.
That ain't comment on it. But I do remember Charles saying that he thought Jameson Williams was the best receiver in the class. And if you did think he was the best receiver, obviously it's going to change your grade.
See, here's the thing. It shouldn't.
Right.
So he can be by far the best receiver in this class.
Now you got to pick.
The draft,
Right.
your draft grade is entirely
years down the
dependent on opportunity cost. It doesn't matter if Jameson Williams has a Justin Jefferson rookie season. It doesn't matter because of what you could have had instead of him. He's a net negative on your team. He can be the best receiver in the NFL, and because of what you could have had, he's a net negative on your team. And that's why, if you're grading, he can't be above a 0% because he's actively hurting your team no matter how good he is. And it's not even his fault. I feel bad for him because now I hate him, and it's not his fault. He didn't do anything wrong. I want him to succeed, but god dang, it's ridiculous.
No, you can't hate the player though.
I hate the pick. No,
Yeah, hate the pick.
I don't
Don't hate the
literally
player.
hate him. I hate the pick.
I'm his biggest fan now.
I mean, listen.
Tear it up.
So it was like
Now we gotta
it was
deal
like
with
the Ebron pick, right? I never hated Eric Ebron. Now wasn't you firing tweets at him trying to pick a street fight?
You hated the tease
That was
DeBoer.
too easy.
I didn't hate T. Tabor either. I hated
Yes,
the
What?
you did.
I have the video and the screenshot to prove it.
I hated the pick.
The pick.
Not
You
him.
hated the player.
Man.
I wanted him to pan out.
How often did you say this second round pick is so slow? Never, not once.
That's nothing. Yeah, right.
Pick 45 overall really sucks.
But it's not,
Yeah. You
Not a once.
it's not
walked
his
into that
fault. It is not his fault. It's nobody.
still hated him.
You're just gonna start also running into a problem.
I'm
where
gonna get a
all
guy named
the-
Ulcer,
All
though.
of these offensive weapons that you are now accruing.
Yep.
So, Chark does great. Means you got to pay him if you want to keep him.
If you want to keep him.
And Amon-Ra's going to be the same thing because I think we all agree he's sweet as hell, so he's going to need a paycheck. Williams, if he's great, he's going to need a paycheck. Swift, and you're probably losing Jamal Williams.
There's
now,
people
which,
that still
which
believe
sucks
there-
because he's great.
Yeah, I like him.
There's still people that believe in Cephas.
Point is, that's a lot of money,
No,
and
not
your
yet.
defense is going to suffer because of it.
Well, I really don't think there's a chance they pay. I mean, it's down the road, Swift.
No,
I also don't think
absolutely
there's a
not.
chance they pay Chark. I think that Jameson, like Williams pick, was telling you.
So then,
Like, Chark is only 1 year.
Yeah,
Well,
I
so
would
Chark.
agree
Well,
with that.
because they don't want to be the laughing stock of the NFL next year.
This probably means Shark's gone, right? We're not going to re-sign him.
Well, so
That's-
here's
yeah, that's
which
what I
is
think.
the
Yeah,
thing is,
which is fine.
no, it's fine either way. So, and this is why I love the Chark signing. So, if Chark underperforms, it will likely be mostly because Jared Goff is a complete bum. But if you see enough from him and he underperforms, you can sign him on a team-friendly contract instead of an absurd one. If Chark blows up, he's getting a $20+ million multi-year deal next year. If that happens, we are getting a compensatory pick for losing him. So that's it. That
Like
Chark,
Galladay
the
was
Chark signing made sense.
But that compensatory
I
pick to move
think-
up to 13 and draft another wide
I
receiver.
think
So
we're on to best draft, right?
No, so I think we should talk about the guys available tomorrow and how the Lions can salvage what none of us think is obviously a good draft. We have grades ranging from C to F minus.
right.
So, like, some of the players that are still available, obviously you have Nakobe Dean. You're looking at guys like Andrew Booth Jr., Malik Willis, Arnold Becchetti, is that his name, from Penn State? David Ojabo, obviously hurt. Kyler Gordon, Boy Mafe. They're probably not looking at another receiver. But then you got Matt Sky, Trey McBride. Who else? Roger McCreary, Drake Jackson, Christian Harris. So, like, there's a bunch of guys, right?
There are a bunch
So,
of guys. And,
like,
and
how
it
do you
makes
think they can
sense to
salvage it?
try to move up if you can.
Yep.
And I think that you are trying to figure out tonight how you can get back into that 34 to 38 range. Hopefully it's not too costly. Again, because you spent two pretty good draft picks, at which clearly were going to be great draft picks for a wide receiver the night before. But I definitely think that these guys on the list, there's definitely a way to not entirely salvage, because it's not entirely salvageable, but you can at least draft somebody in the next few picks that is going to make it more tolerable, if that makes sense. So, with that said, who had the best draft?
Well, can I just, just real quick? I don't think we're going to trade up, just because I don't think we're going to give up. I just don't think we will, because I think we already gave up a bunch of draft capital once,
Set.
and now we trade up again. We already only had 8 picks in the draft.
Right, but you also don't need to give up as much draft capital to move
That's
up
not
this
the same.
time.
But we probably have to give up almost the rest of our draft, unless we want to give up the number one.
Well, there's what,
No, we don't-
46
we do
and
not have-
66? Is that what we have?
No, we have 46.
No, we gave up 66.
Yeah, so
we have
nothing left.
97.
You can do a 2-for-1 at this point. You do not need to be trading.
Well, to go all the way from
But
40,
also, there's
all right,
also
so anyway,
this,
so if we don't
Yeah,
trade
yeah.
up, though, right? So a few guys that I like is Jalen Petrie,
cornerback.
safety, right? Because I want a safety, or Brisker. Those are two of the guys I like.
I like Brisker.
I like Brisker.
I like
ahead of
Brisker.
Petrie. And then also Chad Moom, I've liked him for a while, linebacker.
Yeah.
I
He's not.
didn't think we would have to get him because I thought we'd get one at 31 or 32 or 34. But now that we're into the 40 range, he's kind of back on my radar again.
Yeah.
And maybe Christian Harris from Bama.
Okay. So, Dylan, we're going to start with you. Go around the table. Best draft.
The Ravens by a mile.
I really liked what the Jets did. I liked what the Ravens did too, but I think the Jets are the best.
Number 4, way too bad. I can't.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. You asked the question. I didn't know you were answering. I thought you were answering
Yes.
last.
Generally the person who asks answers last.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Okay, fine. Go
Well,
ahead.
you can go. I
No.
now I
No,
stole it.
no,
I
no,
stole
no,
it
you-
from you.
Ah,
You can
cool.
go.
It's all you.
I just all right. So the Ravens are a great pick. I'm not going to steal yours because the Ravens is awesome. I think the Giants had one of the best first rounds I've seen. Just they got 2 players that would have been cool going number 1 overall. Like if either one of them went number 1 overall, no one would have batted an eye. They got them at 5 and 7. Get the trenches fixed on both sides of the line, defense and offense. Just crazy good players in Thibodeaux and Evan Neal. Like it fell into their lap. They played it perfect. It's amazing what they did, and you cannot beat that draft.
I agree with Paul. Because the Giant, and a lot of it's because they had what were they
5 and 7.
5 and 7.
You should have a really good draft.
Yeah, when you have 2 top 7 picks, you better have a good draft. But I think what they did with those picks, though, getting Thibodeaux, who, at one point was the number 1 guy, right? Number 2 at worst, and then Evan Neal, same type of thing. So I think they got who could potentially be the best edge in this draft when all is said and done, and potentially the best offensive tackle in this draft.
So I hear what you're saying and don't disagree, but I'm gonna point to Kansas City, moving up to get their guy at corner at Trent McDuffie, and then also getting their edge player at George Karlaftis. I think that helps solidify that defense for them as well. So there's still a few rounds left. And that's going to be taking place over day 2. Day
Are we doing
3.
first round losers?
And no, because we all know it's the Lions.
We can say beside the Lions if you
No,
want.
actually, we should be able to trash people beside the Lions.
Well, yeah, but
I was going to trash the Jaguars until they traded up and got
right.
Devin Lloyd.
And that's
So,
we've had enough negativity tonight. It is 9 minutes to midnight, and I think it is time to tie a bow on the first round. This has been Detroit Sports Nation's live first round draft coverage with all of the fellas from the shows that you are becoming familiar with. We have Dylan Baer from The Big Picture, Ryan Griffin, not just a basketball guy, from Throwing Stones, AJ Riley from Straight Shooting, Paul from The Big Picture, and our wonderful guest star.
Not just the Big Picture.
I understand that. And our wonderful guest star, the content extraordinaire, Don Drysdale. Thank you for joining us. It's been fun.
Fun night.
Let's hope that there is some bit of redemption tomorrow for Brad Holmes and the Detroit Lions. But that will be a topic for another time, and we will see you next week on all of your favorite brand new shows.
Thank you, Charles.
Thank you so much for stopping by.
Charles, David,
Hanging
Paul.
out. Great job, guys. Thank you so much. We'll see you guys.
If you told me that we were going to draft Aiden Hutchinson and I was going to be miserable with what we did,
I know.
I couldn't have comprehended because